Okay, good morning. My name is Senator Julie Kushner. I'm the Senate Chair of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, and we have a big agenda for today, but let me start with some housekeeping. In the interest of safety, I would ask you to note the location of and access to the exits in this hearing room. The two doors through which you entered the room are emergency exits and are marked with exit signs. In an emergency, the two doors behind the legislators can also be used. In the event of an emergency, please walk quickly to the nearest exit. After exiting the room, go to your left and exit the building by the main entrance or follow the exit signs to one of the other exits. Please quickly exit the building and follow any instructions from the Capitol Police. Do not delay and do not return unless and until you're advised that it is safe to do so. In the event of a lockdown announcement, please remain in the hearing room, stay away from the exit doors, and seek concealment behind desks and chairs until an all clear announcement is heard. I think that whoever wrote that wanted to see how many times they could say the word exit. I do want to, before we get started, I know that we have a new member of our committee who was just elected in a special election, Representative Kai Belton, and I don't know if when she'll arrive today or if she'll be on Zoom, but we're looking forward to her and welcome her to the committee. So we're going to start right away. We have quite a long list of folks who want to testify, so I'm going to just dive right in unless my ranking member would like to say anything this morning.
Yeah, I'm good.
He's good. I'll say what he usually says. There will be people coming in and out all day because we have other hearings that we need to attend to, other legislative business. But that doesn't mean that we're not paying attention. And I know Senator Sampson reads everything, all the testimony, and we often go back and look at the video as well of the hearing if we've missed something. So don't worry if we're not all seated before you, we're all paying attention. Would our Vice Chair like to make any opening comments? Great, good. Then we'll be starting right away with our first member of the legislature, Representative Kate Farrar. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman and fellow members of the committee. I'm thrilled to be here, and I wonderfully would start our hearing off today by yielding my time to Jared Make, who is from Better Balance, who is joining the committee by Zoom. And thank you to the clerk for accommodating that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, and if you would just announce your name again.
Yes, my name is Jared Make, and I'm Vice President of A Better Balance, a national legal advocacy nonprofit based in New York with 4 regional offices. And thank you, Representative Farrar, Senator Kushner, and committee members for the opportunity to speak today. We've worked on nearly all of the paid leave laws in effect, and thank you for considering SB 1178, an essential bill that will bring Connecticut's paid sick time law into line with others around the U.S. Over a decade ago, Connecticut became the first state to pass a paid sick leave law. Now, 14 states and nearly 24 localities guarantee paid sick time. While Connecticut's law was a landmark at the time, it's now an extreme outlier compared to other states. Connecticut's current law excludes all workers whose employers have fewer than 50 employees and is limited to certain service workers. This narrow coverage renders the law barely protective of the workers who need it most and excludes approximately 88 or 89% of employed workers. We strongly support SB 1178 and want to emphasize that the alternative proposal in HB 6668 would maintain concerning gaps in sick leave access and equity. We're pleased that both bills would cover employees regardless of the economic sector in which they work, since no other paid sick time laws in the US have such broad industry exemptions. Nevertheless, 1178 is more comprehensive than 6668 on 6 points. First, 1178 eliminates any business-size carve-outs from the law in general or from paid sick time, which would bring the law into line with most other state programs. Next, 1178 uses an inclusive and increasingly common family definition, which mirrors Connecticut's paid family and medical leave program. Third, 1178 eliminates the state's uncommonly long waiting period on use of accrued paid sick leave. Fourth, 1178 critically ensures coverage of part-time workers who should be entitled to proportionally accrue paid sick leave based on hours worked. Fifth, 1178 backs up the state by providing a private right of action, as in most state paid sick time laws. And finally, 1178 increases the cap on accrued paid sick time to 80 hours. The more inclusive approach of SB 1178 on these policy points reflects the growing norm among paid leave laws, which have been widely hailed as a success for workers and employers alike. And as highlighted in our written comment, studies clearly show that rather than harming business, these laws have led to savings by reducing worker turnover, boosting worker well-being and productivity, lowering workplace injuries, and preventing the costly spread of illness in the workplace. So following a winter triple-demic, Connecticut has the opportunity now to take meaningful steps to ensure all workers have access to paid sick time, and we urge you to advance 1178 without delay. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your testimony, and I will ask if any of our colleagues on the committee would like to ask any questions. Okay, thank you very much. I see no questions. We'll move on to our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
I just saw this weird thing on my desk here. I'm sorry for the interruption, but it looks like an old-fashioned telephone and it rang. So not sure what it was about. Next up, we have Kara Rochelle. Is Kara in the room? Representative Rochelle. Okay, we will move on. And I do see my friend and colleague, Senator Marks. Oh, I'm sorry, Robin Porter. Robin is coming. I knew that. So we will go to Senator Marks.
Hello, Labor Committee chairs Kushner and Rep. Sanchez and ranking members Senator Simpson and Rep. Eckert. Bravo to all of you. You have done great work. I read all of these bills last night and I could testify in every single one. I guess I could have signed up 3 times, not sure if that's allowed. So I'm just going to give my heartfelt support to Bill 1177, the Connecticut Fair Wage, and 6859, which is predictable scheduling. I hope that we have lots of testimony about that today. I am going to talk about 2 bills that are very dear to me that were catalysts into why I became a politician and ran for office. The very first one is 1178, the Connecticut Paid Sick Leave. I am a visiting nurse and I go into the homes of the elderly all the time. There they get homemakers and companions through our home care program for elders. So our taxpayer dollars are paying people to care for our elders in their homes so they can age at home to save us money so they're not in a nursing home. In 2011, I would see the homemakers and companions and I would get so excited and say to them, you have Connecticut paid sick time. You finally have some benefits. And they would all say, no, we actually don't. And I was not a politician, but I was political. And I called some of the different agencies and they did not have to include them because of language from the federal occupation classification, which unfortunately is still in this bill. It is KK, where it says it pays for custodians and janitors and custodians, but not house cleaners and maids. So I find that a bit sexist, but that is a federal law, so I'm not sure how we're going to fix that. But shame on all of the home care agencies who continue to classify our homemakers and companions as housekeepers and maids, and they will and still will not get this Connecticut paid sick law. In aging committee, I did ask a manager from a home care agency, and I'm talking about the home care agencies that are controlled by the Department of Consumer Protection and not DPH, whether or not they gave their workers Connecticut paid sick leave, and they said no. It is on the record. So just for the record, we have many, many women, mostly women out there, women of color, immigrant women, caring for our elderly that still will not get this. Otherwise, I think everything else in it is fantastic, and very excited that you moved it down to 30 hours and that now we can save 2 weeks. It changes people's lives. The second thing I'm going to talk about is 1179, the Connecticut family sick, Connecticut paid leave. I am a nurse. I pay for my own short-term disability. I was out with a detached retina last summer. My premium did not go down with my insurance company. I'm supposed to get 67% of my last 6 months earnings through my short-term disability insurance company. Now we have Connecticut leave. So the first $800 was paid by Connecticut leave. The rest of it, let's just say is $1,000, was paid by the Hartford, my short-term disability company. My premiums did not go down, but yet the insurance benefits were cut in half. It's once again, insurance companies are making money off of the backs of the workers. This is a worker. We don't have workers, and we all want to have these big task force. Why do we not have workers? It is a workers' market. We should be the ones that are calling the shots. We should be the ones getting the good benefits, getting the benefits we have deserved for decades, that finally we have the guts to get up and ask for them. So I read the Connecticut Insurance Association's very long testimony against this. It is not voluntary. I have to take my short-term disability. I work for Yale. I have to take that. Yale does self-insure. Yale knew this when they, am I going to get buzzed?
Senator Marks, your time is almost up.
I'm
Please
finished.
conclude
Yeah.
your remarks.
Like, I must be getting buzzed. I thought maybe a senator got to talk a little longer.
No way.
So it's just, you wonder why nurses aren't sticking around? It's because of the way we're treated. So I said a lot. I said it fast. I thank you. And I would love questions because I like to talk.
Well, Senator Marks, we actually do allow a little extra time for everyone, particularly members of the public who've taken off time to be here. But I do want to hear your story about what happened with Yale and about Yale knowing it. This is an issue that has come to my attention, and we're trying to fix a technical fix really in the paid family medical leave program that we currently have. So your story is one of those stories that got our attention. So if you would just finish telling that bit about your short-term disability issues.
Yeah, so I ended up getting my full, my 67% of my last 6 months earnings from the 2 different insurance, from Connecticut paid leave and from my short-term disability. But I had looked into this for months before because I'm an activist about why didn't my premium decrease? I did meet with the insurance company that I get my short-term disability with, and they were lovely, very kind. I think it all came down to the fact that they were self-insured through Yale. And so it's really Yale that decides what the premium is. The insurance company really just manages the program. I've tried to talk to Yale. They really, it's a big company. I'm sure now they'll talk to me. But they, I know I still have a job. So it's just not right. I'm paying 2 premiums, but getting the exact same amount of benefit. I respect insurance companies, but again, it's the workers that are carrying the load, and the questions that we ask just don't get answered. And what are you going to do? unless you become a senator. There's nothing you can do because you just have to continue to work. I love being a nurse. And I'm going to get sick. I'm 60 years old. Little things are going to happen to me, hopefully nothing big. And I'm still going to have to pay the large premium for my short-term disability that I have to get. It's not voluntary. So that is what happened to me. I should have been made whole, though. I should have received 100% of my income because I paid into the two different insurance companies. Does that make sense?
I think you've been clear. Let me see if anyone has any other questions for you. Okay, I don't see any other questions, but thank you so much for your testimony and thank you for becoming a senator.
Yeah, and thank you for your great work.
And thank you for being a nurse. I guess I should have started with that.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I do want to ask that the folks who have signs, one of the things I've seen it done in different committees differently. The main thing is I'm okay with you holding signs, but we don't want them to block anyone. And also if you could make sure that they're not right behind the speaker, because it does mean that sometimes it gets in the way of being able to see the who the speaker is or what the issue is. So the captions, I should say. So, but otherwise just be respectful. We're glad that you're here and we're glad that you're strong advocates. So we're going to go on to the next speaker. Next, we're going to hear from, and it's very timely since we just heard about paid family leave. Next up, we're going to hear from Erin Choquette. Erin, are you with us? There you are.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
I should know how to pronounce your name after all these years.
Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, and Representative Ackert, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Erin Choquette, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Connecticut Paid Leave Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony in favor of Senate Bill 1179, an act amending Connecticut Paid Family Medical Leave, which addresses three aspects of the Connecticut Paid Leave program that need clarification. I apologize for not being with you in person. I'm actually in Seattle right now at a convening of state paid leave programs, which, by the way, is being paid for by the University of Washington, not Connecticut workers. Under the Connecticut Paid Leave Act, like the Connecticut FMLA, municipalities are not covered employers. However, the term municipality has not been defined in either law. The authority adopted a definition of municipality by policy, but because our definition incorporates many of the different definitions found in the statutes, it has been somewhat confusing for employers and payroll processors to understand. Senate Bill 1179 remedies this issue by defining municipality in terms of the ability to levy and collect taxes. This clear definition is easy to understand and will be easy to apply. Another issue that Senate Bill 1179 addresses is the treatment of tribal enterprises in tribal governments. The original 2019 Act was silent regarding the tribal nations, but this bill creates a process for employees of the tribal nations to opt into the Connecticut Paid Leave program, using the same procedures that already exist for sole proprietors and self-employed individuals who similarly have the ability to opt in. Finally, as Senator Marks referenced just a moment ago, Senate Bill 1179 provides clarity regarding the ability of employees to receive benefits from both the paid leave program and their employers. Subsection F of Section 3149G of the statute states that an employee may receive employer-provided benefits concurrently with the Connecticut paid leave benefits, as long as the total does not exceed 100% of the employee's regular wages. Based on this language, it appears that the legislature wanted employees to be able to piece together different sources of income replacement while they're on leave. In practice, however, most short-term disability insurance policies and employer-administered plans cap employees' income replacement, usually at about 60% of the employee's wages. They can do this because of offset language in the plans, which allow the plans to reduce the benefits they provide by the amount the employee receives from other sources. An example might help illustrate this. Joe earns $1,000 a week. The Connecticut paid leave benefits would be approximately $800 a week. Joe's employer has a short-term disability plan, which offers 60% income replacement, i.e. up to $600 a week. Pursuant to the existing language in the statute, which allows for concurrent benefits, Joe expected to receive $800 from the Connecticut Paid Leave Program and $200 from the short-term disability plan. Because of the plan's offset language, however, Joe receives that $800 from Connecticut Paid Leave and $0 from the short-term disability plan. Based on the many calls and complaints that the authority has received over the past year, many employees, employers, and Connecticut legislators are surprised by this outcome. Senate Bill 1179 seeks to effectuate the intent of the original legislation by clarifying that insurance policies and employer-sponsored plans can reduce the benefits they provide only to the extent necessary to ensure that the employee does not receive more than 100% of their regular wages.
Ms. Choquette, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
I'm just going to say, because Senate Bill 1179 provides much needed clarity, I urge the committee to support this bill. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And before I take any questions, let me just say that, I've talked to thousands of workers over the last several years, and this year, by far, the thing that people brought up the most was the paid family medical leave program. So many people are benefiting from it, and we appreciate all the work that you've done since the outset, really standing up the program and doing it in a really, doing such a great job of it. So thank you for all you've done for working families here in Connecticut. With that, let me ask if there are any questions. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for being here today. I guess the first question I would just ask is how is the fund doing overall? I know that we had a lot of questions when we first rolled this policy out in the state about how the finances would work and whether or not we'd be in good shape down the road. So I just looking for a report maybe on not in too much detail, obviously, but just a little overview of how things are doing. How is the fund solvency? What is the loss ratio? That kind of thing. Through you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you so much for the question. I'm pleased to report that the fund is very healthy. We actually had a board meeting this morning, and our independent outside actuaries gave a quarterly update showing that our contribution rate is high. Our benefit payout rate was actually a little bit lower than anticipated, which sort of goes to the overall health of the program, although we're working very hard to make sure that the take-up rate continues to increase through additional outreach and education. We have 3 separate metrics for ensuring that the solvency of the fund, and we are very well on target for each of the 3 separate metrics in terms of making sure we have enough reserves, making sure that we would be able to handle sort of a year or a couple of years of incredibly high claim volume. So we're well ahead on the solvency side. We have paid out over $300 million in benefits as of the end of last week. I hope that answers your questions. I can give you much more detail if you'd like me to set up a meeting with you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that information very much. Yeah, I have intended for a long time to actually sit down and
Sure.
Review the information that is available, but a meeting might be nice also at some point, so we can certainly keep that in mind. I guess the only other thing I really wanted to ask you about was the 100% wage replacement. And certainly, obviously, it sounds good. I mean, a lot of policy sounds good. I mean, but there's a reason why we didn't start off that way, and many other programs in policy. I mean, work comp is just another example where we don't strive to get 100%, and that is because of the cost. And obviously, if you're going to provide more coverage, it's going to end up costing taxpayers and consumers more. I'm just curious, do other states that have enacted a paid family leave program have 100% wage replacement? And is there any other reason besides the desire to get to the 100% goal? Which again is a laudable one, but I'm curious if there's any other, focus for trying to get there, as far as how we're interacting with short-term disability plans and so forth. Maybe you can speak to that just a little bit. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Certainly. So just to make sure we're clear, this bill would not increase the amount or portion that the Connecticut Paid Leave Program pays. So the benefit rate of the Connecticut Paid Leave Program, which is 95%, if you earn less than or equal to 40 times the Connecticut minimum wage, and our program, which is capped at 60 times the Connecticut minimum wage, remains unchanged. What this program does is say to employees, if you have other sources of income replacement through your employer, you can receive those benefits concurrently with the Connecticut Paid Leave Program, and basically says to those employer sponsored plans, we don't want you to substitute your judgment for the legislature, which said employees should be able to piece together those various different entitlements up to 100%. So our benefit rate doesn't change. Most other state programs do not look like Connecticut's program. Connecticut's program is entirely employee funded. So all of the money that goes into the Connecticut Paid Leave Trust that is used to pay the benefits comes directly from employees' paychecks. Other state programs which have an employer share do allow for employers to take credit for the payment that comes from their paid leave program because the employer's paid into it. So the ability for employers to take offsets in those programs makes much more sense than it does in our program. With regard to that issue of 100%, particularly with workers' comp, I think we're in a different situation because our benefits are limited to 12 weeks, for up to 14 in a very specific situation. So you don't have that concern that people are going to be out of the workforce for months and months and months on end, or that they would have an incentive not to return to the workforce. We are available to provide that income replacement for those situations up to 12 weeks where the doctor says that the employee can't work or they need to care for their family member. And so the length of time that a person is out is really determined in most situations by a doctor. And in practice, most of our claimants are receiving benefits for up to 6 or 7 weeks. So I just don't think that we have that moral hazard issue of paying people the amount they were getting when they were working for such a long time that they would be incentivized not to work. So really, we're just trying to make sure that people who are living paycheck to paycheck are able to piece together the various benefits that they believed they were able to receive. So they don't get that nasty surprise when they're already out on leave. And so that the employees who are paying into this program get the benefits they expected.
Thank you very much. That's a lot of information and I appreciate it. I might differ with you on your interpretation of whether or not 12 weeks is a long time at 100% and whether there's a disincentive there. But that's a separate issue, really. I want to just kind of get back to the short-term disability piece. Yeah, I fully understand what we're doing is we're asking more of the private insurers with this legislation to make sure that we maintain that 100%. I guess the concern is that the short-term disability market, now you're looking at increasing premiums there and maybe creating a disincentive for people to purchase that type of policy. I guess that's the one thing I would say. And, you know, my main experience, and I know people have had positive experiences with the program, but the main, I guess, detractor thing that I've heard usually comes from insurance brokers who have clients that run into trouble because they attempt to put in a claim for their short-term disability insurance, and the short-term disability provider says that they're unable to provide the coverage immediately because they have to wait for the paid family leave program to act first. I'm just wondering, you know, is there something in the law about, you know, one coverage is primary, the other one's secondary, and how we can work to maybe prevent that problem so people can access the short-term disability benefit right away instead of having to wait? Through you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you so much for that question. So there is nothing in the law that states that the paid leave program is primary or that insurance policies are secondary. What you do see is insurance policies and self-administered plans that have made the determination that they will be the payer of last resort. So it is those very insurance policies and plans that require the employees to come to the authority first, or frankly, at all. It's not something that we require. It is those very policies and plans that say, employee, you must exhaust your remedies through the paid leave program first, and then you can come to us. There is absolutely nothing that prevents a policy or plan from making its own determination and paying the benefits that it would normally pay. There is this issue of coordination of benefits, which is sort of this whole offset issue. So policies and plans have made the decision that they would prefer employees to come to us first, get a decision from us as to whether they're eligible and approved, get the benefit payment amount, and then they can take the offset that they want to take. So that's where you see that delay. Candidly, it's a little bit frustrating, particularly if an employer says to an employee, you must go to the authority first, even if the employee knows based on our own standards that they're not eligible for benefits with us. We've had that happen. We've had employers insist that employees go through the whole appeal process before they would actually process the claim. So it's not on the authority side, it really is on the plan side. I think what this language in 1179 does is help minimize the incentive to do that by saying to employers, look, process your claim, make a determination, and we can coordinate the benefits, but we don't want you as an employer or an insurance company to say, if you get 60% of your wages from the authority, we're not going to pay you anything. That's really all the 1179 does. There was one other point that you mentioned, but there are so many things raised, I've lost it. So if I didn't address your question, please let me know.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I appreciate that information very much. It clears up quite a few things for me. Yeah, no, and I completely understand the notion of the perspective of the employee and what their benefits are. I don't know. I just feel like while I've got you, I wanted to kind of like flesh this out completely in my mind, but hopefully we can talk offline. You know, a lot of this for me, it comes down to just, you know, choice. I don't like the idea of limiting the ability of the employee to choose the type of insurance and products that they want to participate in. I mean, for me, I mean, the main goal for me when this program first rolled out was I wanted it to be an opt-in so that people could actually make a conscious choice to participate instead of having a state mandate and a payroll deduction that everybody's got to live with, whether they want it or not. And now we're talking about imposing some requirements on the short-term disability market so that they are unable to offer more inexpensive products because those products rely on, maybe a secondary type coverage. So those are the kind of things that concern me. I do understand the desire and the goal to make people whole, but I want people to be able to make that choice on their own, whether they want to pay the additional cost of being made whole when the time comes. It's just like, you know, people that choose a deductible for their health or even their auto insurance. It's like, well, I might want a really high deductible because I'm willing to take on that additional risk as long as I get a lower premium up front. Here, we're maximizing costs to consumers, and I guess that's what concerns me. Even if it is for the very laudable desire of creating a maximum benefit at the end, I just think that has to somehow come back to the consumer's choice. That's all. But I really appreciate your time, and I hope we get a chance to talk more. And thank you very much for the indulgence, Madam Chairman.
Thank you for your questions. And I will encourage anyone who would like to know more about this program to sit down with Erin and her team. I do it frequently, and I attend their meetings as frequently as I can on a monthly basis and listen in. And so I've been very pleased with the results and with the way this plan has been administered. I think one thing that I also heard from a lot of folks this year, as you mentioned, you heard from a lot of workers about the difficulty of coordinating the benefits around short-term disability. One of the complaints, and I don't know if you've heard this as well, is when this program was stood up, when it first went into effect, in most cases, these short-term disability benefits were already in place. In some cases, they were paid for by the employer, but in many cases, there's a portion or all of the premium is paid for by the employee. And I think one of the things that was hard for folks to understand is that if, in fact, they were using the benefits less, if there was less coming out of short-term disability because it was coming from the paid leave program, now shouldn't their premiums actually be going down? And I don't know if you've heard anything about that, or if you got any feedback about whether, in fact, premiums have come down on the short-term disability programs.
So I will defer to the Insurance Industry Association, the Insurance Association of Connecticut, and the insurers to talk about their rates. I know that that they are required to reduce rates if the experience rating changes, or whatever terms they use. What I will say, though, is before the paid leave program existed, those short-term disability policies and plans sort of the only game in town. So they were paying what was going to be paid. Once the paid leave program stood up, virtually all of those programs made the determination that we would be primary. So we pay first, and they would pay second, if anything. And so their exposure has gone down. If 1179 is passed, their exposure will still be less than it was pre-2022, because we're still here. We're still paying that bulk of the amount. The difference is they won't be able to say, oh, you get zero. They'll have to pay something. So, the question about the rates, I think, is a very technical question. But when you talk about the cost that it used to be before we became available, those were higher. The exposure was higher. We now exist. Employees pay for us. They get benefits from us. And so now the issue is just who pays for that remainder, and is that remainder available?
Thank you for that answer. And I appreciate that you've said it a few times in your testimony, but it is good to remind those that are listening that 100% of the premium for the paid family medical leave program is paid by employees. So this is coming as a deduction. And I know that when we were building out the legislation that started this program, there was a lot of consideration given to the concern that was raised about opting in versus requiring everyone's participation. And we've gotten some questions about that as well from folks who didn't believe that they would ever use the program. And I know the major concern there would be adverse selection, that people would only opt in when they felt like they were going to use the program. And of course, that would, dramatically affect the solvency of the plan. So I don't know if you want to comment on that as well.
Thank you for that question. We do hear from people who say, oh, I don't think I'm very healthy. We get that a lot. I'm very healthy and I don't need this. And we point out to folks, that's lovely and congratulations. But none of us can ever be 100% certain that we will never get sick. Life happens. So the ability to have some sort of peace of mind in case you yourself get sick is really a blessing to a lot of people. But we pay benefits beyond just when you're sick yourself. We allow workers to receive income replacement when they are bonding with their newborn child, or if they're going to be an adoptive parent or a foster parent. We provide benefits if someone needs to take time off from work to care for their family member, even if it's just taking 4 hours a week off to take your sister or your mother to dialysis. That's 4 hours a week most of us aren't getting paid. And that is really important for people. That's impactful for their lives. We also provide benefits for military families when their loved ones become injured or when they're deployed. And we provide benefits for individuals who are experiencing domestic violence, who need time off from work to move or to go to court or to deal with the situation that is confronting them. So none of us want to be sick. None of us want our family members to be sick or to go through domestic violence or any of the reasons except for the newborns. But it happens. And so many, many people tell us, we never thought we'd use this, but now we're using it and thank God for it. So I think being aware of all the various reasons that we provide benefits helps people understand that this is a very useful program. It provides that peace of mind that they need. It helps people pay for diapers, pay for food, pay for medicine, pay for rent. You know, the number of people who wanted benefits before we went live and were upset that they couldn't get them then, and the number of people who tell us that they need our entitlements, that and we get over 7,000 claims a month. So it's a very needed program in Connecticut.
Thank you so much for that answer. And Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Choquette. I listened to the testimony of Senator Marks and it brought up, I thought of something after she left that I would have asked her, and I think you would, you kind of touched on it in your testimony. So through you, Madam Chair, it's been my experience both as an employee and as a small business owner. Certainly when I owned my business, we provided that short-term policy to our employees. That was not charged to them. That was a cost of the business and a benefit to the employee. And we worked with a private insurance broker. Is it also your experience that some, I think I heard you say, and I just wanted to confirm that some of these policies in some cases are paid for by the employee through you, Madam Chair?
Yeah, so there's a variety of different ways that short-term disability is made available to employees through their employers. These are all considered group plans, so they're in the name of the employer. Sometimes the employer is paying 100%. Sometimes the employees pay 100% into the group plan, and sometimes there's some division of costs. Even if the employer is paying 100%, we know there are some situations, particularly in a collective bargaining situation, where that benefit was collectively bargained in exchange for something else. In non-collectively bargained situations, it is a benefit that is listed when people apply, and so it's something that they've expected and relied upon. So we see the full gamut from fully 100% employer paid to 100% employee paid to all the variations in the middle.
Okay, thank you for providing that clarification. I also, something that kind of caught my attention in your exchange back and forth with Senator Sampson was the talk about the coordination and who pays first. And I think you were hoping that this bill, the language would encourage the employer to step up and make that, pay that, you pay those benefits, or the employer's insurer to pay those benefits and kind of take the lead on that. But what I think of the scenario where we talk about the outbound payments can't in totality exceed more than 100% of somebody's pay. If it's an unknown what the paid family medical leave is going to pay out, would that potentially put the insurer in a bit of a pinch or in an awkward position of paying out too much on the front end and then finding out that maybe the entitlement for paid family medical leave, when you total them two together, if it's not coordinated and done in concert, that you could end up with a payment of more than 100% and kind of cleaning up a mess on the back end. Have you considered that scenario? And maybe I missed it. Through you, Madam Chair.
Certainly. So just to be clear, this bill does not make the employer the primary payer. What I had mentioned is that both the existing language and this bill is silent, which leaves it to the employer or insurer to make that determination. And most employers and insurers have made the determination that they're secondary. So the paid leave program pays first. This was certainly an issue, particularly in our first few months where we were overwhelmed with claims and we had some delays. We are processing claims faster, so that that issue is a little bit less, but I think the reality is when employees apply to us for benefits, we ask the employer, are you going to be paying any money? And if so, are you first, meaning you'll pay what you pay regardless of what we pay, or are you secondary, meaning you will adjust based on what we pay? So we get that information up front so we can coordinate with the employer or the insurer as necessary. So I think the payment order is something that we are working through and is working pretty well. What has, I think, prompted this language is the fact that employers say, oh, we would only have paid 60%. The employee is going to get 60% or more from you, so therefore we're not going to pay anything. That's really the crux of Section 3 of 1179, is to say that's not what the legislature intended, and so we want to fix that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's that, I guess in my mind, the issue of coordination, or the, making sure that the two parties coordinate. Otherwise, you could end up with a, I guess that I can see from the employer or the insurer's perspective saying, hey, we're going to wait to see what FMLA pays out, Connecticut FMLA pays out first, because we don't want to end up with an overpayment. I guess I could see why the coordination is so important. And I guess I'll leave it with this. I would just like, as Senator Sampson talked about a meeting with you, I definitely would like to learn more after the fact. I won't take up a ton of our time today, but I would like to leave with, this was a concern of mine as a small business owner when this was being discussed back in, I guess, 2019. It was a big concern of mine when I thought about myself as a employer, but also an employee of the company, where I'm receiving a paycheck, and where we have a policy and a plan as a, as an employer trying to do right by our employees. And on top of it, getting double dinged with a 0.5% when I'm already paying in. So I guess, what do you say to the employees and the employers who are voluntarily providing for themselves and making sure that either the employee is doing that proactively, or the employer is providing those benefits for their employees? What do you say to them, to those people who are paying into the, basically into the system twice? Through you, Madam Chair.
So first, I would love to have a meeting with you. I'm from Glastonbury, so it'd be very easy to set up a meeting, meet in the center of town. Employees in Connecticut are paying 0.5% of their wages into our program. So that is the law that sets up the paid leave program. Employers that want to provide additional coverage to their employees, I think that's wonderful. But I think it's important to make sure that everybody, employees, employers alike, understand what they're actually paying for and making sure that they get what they expected. We hear from employers who say, why did my employee get nothing from the insurance company after they're getting benefits from you? So this this offset, again, it's usually, most policies say, or plans say, the employee gets 60%. If authority pays more than 60, we pay nothing, is not what the employees expected. It's not what most of the employers expected. And so that is the issue. I think we're just trying to make sure that everyone is getting what they expect. And employers who say, yes, I want to make sure my employees get more than what's available in the paid leave program, because the paid leave program is limited, or they get benefits for longer than 12 weeks. They go for this outside insurance or create their own plan. That's wonderful. That's great. That is a great recruitment tool, but we need to make sure that people are getting what they expect.
Okay, thank you very much. And I look forward to meeting. And I want to, I think one of the things I want to take away as we're looking to as this bill advances is to make sure that, there isn't a competition between the Connecticut Paid Family Leave authority and the private market, that we're not
Absolutely
competition and we're not creating confusion. So I will take those and then look forward to meeting. Thank you.
great. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question from me, having heard Representative Weir's comments. and questions. I think they're good questions and certainly things that we considered when we were drafting the bill originally. One of the things that I know is allowed under the program is the ability to offer for an employer to apply for and offer a private plan.
Mhm.
So that does happen. And if you could maybe inform us a little bit about how that has been going.
Certainly, there's an alternative compliance method built into the statute, which says to employers, if you want to offer your own private plan, either through an insurance policy or a self-administered plan that provides the equal or better benefits under all the same circumstances and same eligibility standards, they simply apply to the paid leave authority. We've worked with the insurance department to create a sample to create the standards that are required for them to get approval through the insurance department. We've also created a sample self-administered plan for employers to adopt if they choose to. And I don't have the exact numbers. It's about 700 employers have opted to go that route. So their employees do not come to the authority when they have a qualifying event. They go to that private plan that their employer has received approval from us to offer. And so they get all of their benefits directly through that private plan. So that is definitely a market. And I agree with Representative Weir, we're not in competition with either the private plan market or the short-term disability market. We're here to make sure that we as the authority carry out the intent of the legislature to make sure that workers get those benefits, whether or not their employer has the ability or wherewithal to provide them. And if the employer wants to provide more, that's great.
Thank you for that. And just to clarify, in the instance where there is a private plan, the employer can pay the full amount, or they can ask for an employee contribution. No contribution goes to the paid family medical leave authority. It stays within the employer's purview. The only prohibition is they can't require an employee to pay more than the 0.5% that they would have paid with the paid family leave program. I got that right, didn't I?
You did, exactly.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Well, it's one of my favorite topics, so I appreciate you being here today. You've done an incredible job, you and the previous CEO, who I know you worked closely with, Andrea Barton Reeves, who is now a commissioner here in
Yes.
Connecticut. But you guys did an amazing job during COVID, no less. So I think we all owe you a great, big thank you. They stood up a program during COVID that nobody thought they could do. And as a result, people benefited in the tens of thousands of people have benefited in the state of Connecticut. So thank you so much for being here today. And with that, I don't see any other questions. So have a good time at the conference and ask all of those folks out there from the other states how they're dealing with short-term disability issues too. I'm sure you will.
That's top of my list. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Next up, let's just see if we have, I want to check my list because there are some elected officials who were signed up, but I don't see them in the room. So I think next, I can't even see who that is. Is that Representative Rochelle? You're in the dark back there and I could barely see you. You are on the list. Please come forward. Representative Rochelle.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. I do apologize for hiding a bit in the back of the room, as I'm sure you know, or in a lot of committee meetings today. So we're jumping back and forth between rooms. To co-chairs Kushner and Sanchez, Vice Chair Wilson, Ranking Member Ackert, thank you for having me today. I want to speak in strong support of SB 1177, not concerning fair wage. As I'm sure you know, I'm just going to go over some of the statistics, and I really want to talk about the human impact of this bill. Tipped workers are 70% women and 36 folks of color. The current system that we have in place of low wage workers as I'm sure you aware as you are on labor, it really does perpetuate inequality in the state of Connecticut and in states that have this type of system in place. The Brookings Institute has some information, it's done a lot of studies on this. And since over the past 10 years, only 43% of workers on low wage occupations are able to leave their work and go on to higher wage jobs. This is really stifling. And when you look at this in combination with the fact that workers that make between 30 and 60K have the highest rate of burnout, with 44% qualifying for burnout status, you're looking at folks that are working really long hours in really demanding physical conditions with difficult circumstances for which you could possibly get access to higher wages. And those wages are really necessary for them to find ways to have a little bit more dignity and resources to go where they want to go in life. And we can talk about the stats, but I really want to talk about the human toll. I've got a friend that I think of when I think about this situation, and I'll call her M. I used to have tea parties with her when I was 5. Our parents used to volunteer together in the community. And I hadn't seen her since high school. I left the area. We went in separate directions, and I ran into her last year. She reached out to me actually because she needed some help. She's a single mom. She's got a 5-year-old. She works very hard and would do anything under the sun for her daughter. And she is a tipped worker, and she's waiting tables at a local dive bar in my community. And there are nights where she gets absolutely no tips, and she's living on the lowest rung that we all know how the system works. She's making that bare minimum. And she had a car accident a few years ago, had her car totaled through no fault of her own, can't afford to, between the towing and the storage, cannot afford to get out from under those bills, cannot afford to pay the taxes back on this car, can't make enough money to get herself out from under those requirements in order to possibly get a new car. So she has to walk to work at the only place she can, which is this local establishment, in the snow, in the cold, at all hours of the day and night, to make it work. She struggles with affording food. I bring her groceries on occasion. And she, gets the Christmas gifts from the local Toys for Kids program. This is in no way for folks who, to be living. And wait staff, this type of work is not easy work. I waited tables all through college. I worked in restaurants for quite a long time, actually. And this is physically demanding, just exhausting. I think about the fact that this industry is 70% women. These are moms that are working late into the night sometimes, and then getting up early in the morning to take care of their kids. And so of course they're burnt out. They deserve better. And frankly, this type of tip system really should have been done away with a long time ago. We need to create more equity in the state of Connecticut, and this is a strong way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm looking to see if there are any questions from my colleagues. Seeing none, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up will be remote testimony from Sarah Bratko.
Good morning. Just trying to get my computer to turn on. My name is Sarah Bracco, here on behalf of the American Hotel and Lodging Association, expressing our concern on House Bill 6859, which implements a restrictive scheduling mandate on Connecticut hospitality businesses. We've submitted some written testimony that goes into greater detail, but I did want to highlight 2 specific areas of concern with the legislation. Specifically, the staffing needs of a hotel can change radically and very quickly due to factors beyond the control of the hotel. And I want to use the very recent example of the Southwest Airlines outages from a few months ago. This was not a weather-related event. Most public transportation was working. There was no state of emergency. But within hours, hotels across the country reached 100% occupancy with no notice and no time to plan. And obviously, hopefully, we hope this doesn't happen again. But this experience itself isn't particularly uncommon in the hotel industry, but it is completely impossible to plan around. We also want to address the impact that this bill will have on small employers. Even though at first glance, this bill looks like it will only impact some of the larger employers, the way it's written will ensure that many Connecticut small businesses are also impacted. It's easy to assume that when you walk into a branded hotel, that hotel is owned and operated by the brand itself. However, the vast majority of these hotels are franchisees that are owned and operated by small local businesses that have no control over the hiring practices of the franchisor. Under the language of this bill, for an example, an employer that has 499 employees that are all based in Connecticut is not subject to the requirements of the law. However, a small hotel with 50 employees that is owned and operated by a local company, but happens to have a franchisee agreement with a national brand, would be subjected to the law. This seems somewhat counterintuitive to the intent of limiting the impact of this law to larger businesses, and it places these franchise businesses at a distinct disadvantage to their non-franchise counterparts. Just to give you an idea of how many businesses this will impact, almost 50% of hotels are owned by franchisees. So this language will place Connecticut hotels at a distinct economic disadvantage, particularly when they're competing with other states for businesses for meetings and conventions and events. Thank you so much for your time today. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any hands. So thank you for being here today, and we'll move on to our next speaker. Next up, I believe is Roger Sensovich. Is Roger in the room? Yep, great. Thank you. Go ahead. Can you make sure to turn on your mic? That button, there you go.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, members of the Labor Committee. My name is Roger Sensovich. I am the Policy and Communications Director at Connecticut Working Families, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 6859. This is the predictable scheduling bill. The main thing about this bill is that for when you have a job defines you, defines your life, defines what you do, defines your routine. It's something that you take really great pride of, and it's something that it's supposed to give you stability. It's supposed to give you the resources, the wages that let you take care of your family. For many workers in the state, though, workers that work in fast food restaurants, hospitality, basically a job, it's not that. It's a source of stress, of instability. They don't have a stable schedules. You have workers that don't know at the beginning of the week how many hours they are going to work, when they are going to be called in, what's going to be their income. This means that they cannot plan ahead. They really don't know what's going to be their income at the end of the week. They don't know if they are going to be able to afford their bills. They don't know what they are going to be doing regarding daycare, transportation, when they have to go to work, when they need to borrow a car, when they need to get a relative to take care of their kids. So the predictable scheduling bill essentially what does is create a set of standards so workers know they can plan ahead. And we know that this makes a huge difference in people's lives. Other jurisdictions can have passed legislation like this. Seattle, New York, Chicago, Philadelphia. And we know as a fact that the impact on workers is incredibly positive in the sense that even for families that are making exactly the same income, comparing people, workers that have stable schedules with workers that do not have stable schedules, workers with predictable schedules are much less likely to have food hardship, face homelessness. They are happier, they sleep better at night. Their kids do better in school because their parents are at home. They can take care of them. They can pay attention. They don't have the stress of not knowing when their parents are going to be there or they are going to be putting them in bed. So this is one of those bills that actually does help families live better, sleep better at night, literally be able to better take care of their own and actually have the routines that we take for granted and that helps us move ahead and thrive.
Thank you for your testimony here today. And I'm looking to see if there's any that Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Roger, thank you for being here today. I heard your testimony and it sounds very similar to things that we've heard in years past. I guess the only question I really have is what do you say to folks that want to be engaged in a job that might have this type of possibility occurring? I mean, I think that some positions actually pay a little more because the person might be expected to have to show up at an inconvenient time or put in, consecutive shifts or something like that. And it seems to me that if somebody is interested in actually taking on a position like that and being compensated for it, why would we want to restrict them from being able to pursue that?
The good news is, the good news is that this bill doesn't restrict them. One of the things that you do when under this bill, one of the things that will happen is that you will give your employer a list of hours where you're available. You're telling when you're happy and willing to work, and if called, you're going to come. The only difference will be under this bill is that if you get called with less than a week notice, you get a small incentive. You get an extra hour of pay just to compensate that. Well, you needed to scramble. You probably had to cancel some plans and so on and so forth. But if someone wants to put more hours, if someone wants to be called in, the bill doesn't bar them at all from doing that. If they want to be the person that is available for emergencies, for additional shifts, to cover more hours, they can do it. That's not something that the bill prevents at all.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate the answer. And I'm aware of the language of the bill, but it certainly creates a disincentive for the employer to engage in that type of activity by putting these state required mandates on both parties. To me, it just seems like something that the individuals involved should be able to negotiate between themselves. But I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ed Hawthorne. Good morning.
Good morning. So, good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Representative Wilson, and ranking members, Representative Acker, and of course, my state senator, Senator Sampson. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to represent the working men and women of Connecticut as president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. I'm here on multiple bills. It's a big day in the Labor Committee, as we all know, judging by the testimony list. I want to focus on a few of them, and I promise I won't read the testimony. The first bill I would like to focus on is SB 1177, Act Concerning One Fair Wage. And when I look at the bill, I often ask myself the question, why do we tip workers? Where did this whole concept of tipping come from? I mean, I went through security today and I didn't tip the state cops there. We don't tip a lot of people. So why do we tip servers? And you might be surprised to learn that it comes from after the Civil War and emancipation. The whole concept of it was to keep people subservient and to make them work for tips. So you have to ask yourself the question, why are we still doing this today? It is so ingrained in the culture, and it really does have an effect on a population that is often adversely affected. 70% of servers are women, 36% of people of color. These are the same populations that are often adversely affected by policy. Now, let's talk about the actual effect of it. Now, these workers struggle with twice the level of poverty of other workers, and they have higher rates of sexual harassment because they have to work for tips. So they have to grin and bear those type of behaviors. Now, when the workers lost their jobs in March of 2020, when we shut down due to COVID, 70,000 restaurant workers in Connecticut lost their jobs. 44% did not have enough wages to even qualify for unemployment benefits. So it does have a real effect paying the sub-minimum wage. Now, we're not the first people if we do enact this legislation, we won't be the first. I know sometimes we don't like being the first. 7 other states have done it, as well as the District of Columbia. We're talking about California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Montana, Alaska, as well as Minnesota. And they have higher restaurant job growth, small business growth rates are higher, as well as the tipping averages. So you might be surprised to learn it doesn't have an effect on tipping. People still tip even if you do pay them and get rid of the sub minimum wage. Now, we often talk about workers and wanting to lift up workers, and we do have a shortage of servers right now. Even with that shortage, still 54% of those who remain in the restaurant industry are considered leaving. 78% studies show paying them more will have them stay. Now, let's talk about the discount that they've gotten on this. So when we raised the minimum wage, we did not raise the sub minimum. So essentially back in 2019, when the minimum wage started going up, the sub minimum was 63.2%. And now it's 45.6%. So it does have a real effect on the actual wages going forward. I'll stop there on that bill because there's many more. I do want to say that we are in full support of SB 1178, an act concerning paid sick days. We should expand that to all, excuse me, all workers, as well as an act concerning the predictable scheduling. Now we have a choice: live to work, work to live. That's what we're asking here. We're asking to give people their lives back, to be able to, a lot of people work multiple jobs, and it's hard for them when their schedule changes every week to coordinate those multiple jobs to survive. And it leads to burnout, and it leads to people leaving one job for another and just trying to juggle too many things at once. I also want to address one last bill, and that concerning paid family and medical leave. Now, my members collectively bargain, and they pay into these programs. And essentially the insurance companies found a loophole, as sometimes they do, where they can offset the state or so-called state benefits of the paid family and medical leave program and not pay them the short-term disability, which they pay into or collectively bargain for.
Mr. Hawthorne, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Good timing. So we would ask you to allow these people to heal, allow these people to receive what the true intent of the law was, which was 100% wage replacement when combining two benefits that they pay into and bargained for. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you. Are there Representative Ackert?
Thank you. And Ed, it's always good to see you. So I struggle with the restaurants and stuff, and I'm not a restaurant owner, and but when I talked to an owner and they said, if the bill passes, you said, so like you mentioned, you then won't have to tip.
No,
right?
In addition to tips,
right? You won't have to, right? You'll get a pay. You'll get a pay. And if I'm not sure what a restaurant would pay, first and foremost, if they were to pay the minimum wage, I don't think they're going to get many workers, right? If they pay the minimum wage, because I went out last night after getting out of here, like we all do, kind of late, and grabbed dinner, and there's wonderful waitress there. And you're right, it's predominantly women that were waiting and I completely agree with that. And she probably had 6 tables, and I know what in the hour that it took for me to eat, what I paid her, and she deserved it. It was a tip, right? Probably 6 tables did the same thing in that hour. I'm probably sure she got 4 times the minimum wage, if not more, in that hour. So if a restaurant, and I'm not, they could argue for themselves, but I'm just thinking, I haven't, maybe that'll change today in the public hearing. I do go to a lot of restaurants, and I've never had, somebody complain that we need to change this for them, because they do very well in the tips. And maybe I'm not in an affluent area. Coventry is not affluent. So we don't have, I struggle with this on that point, is that when I hear the restaurant, well, we're just going to pay them the wage and our restaurants won't have to tip, or if they tip on it, it's part of the restaurant's gain. So what do you speak to that?
So I'm a big numbers guy. I like to see the numbers and I like to see the proof. And in the 7 other states that have it, like I mentioned before, California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Montana, Alaska, and Minnesota, they have higher tipping averages than Connecticut, and they don't have a sub minimum. They pay them the minimum wage. So, I mean, I'm sure some people don't tip now, so to speak, but many do. But people are still going to tip even if they're paid the minimum wage. And this is a way that you think we don't have enough servers now. If 54% of them are thinking about leaving, the numbers show to get them to stay, I believe it's 70, let me give you the right number, 78%, saying paying them more will get them to stay in that industry. It's not an easy job. It's not. And, you know, it's hard work, and, you know, they deserve to be paid the same as everyone else, because work deserves to be compensated commensurate with that work.
Thank you. So if they tip, so they add additional money to the receipt of the restaurant, goes to the restaurant.
No, it goes directly to the work. Tips for the worker. It remains, there's no change in the tipping. We're just changing the wage that the restaurant has to pay their workforce. And many restaurants do that already. With a tight labor market, there are a significant amount of restaurants that actually do pay the minimum wage or even above that just to get that workforce now. This would level the playing field and, you know, really lift everyone up. Rising tide raises all boats, so to speak, sir.
Well, thank you. And I'm going to have to dig into this a little bit more, but thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'd be happy to follow up with you, representatives. Absolutely.
Thank you. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ed. I do appreciate your testimony, and certainly the facts. I would be interested, as this is, I have heard some testimony on this so far, but I would like to see those, you know, kind of the data from those other 7 states. That would be helpful if you could share it with the committee, or
absolutely
at something, you know, at your you know, at your convenience. That would be helpful, I think, as we're talking this through. I'll just state that I've heard from some, not a ton, and I'm sure we'll hear more today from servers who, you know, live off those tips. They're good at what they do. I had never considered the harassment piece. I can assure you that, you know, when I'm out and you have a server, whether it be male, female, really doesn't matter to me. If the service is there, you know, I'd like to recognize it. And so I think, you know, what I want to look as we're considering this is that we're not penalizing the top performers and, you know, encouraging mediocrity, because everybody gets the same for different service. But I do take this very seriously. And I would really appreciate that data, and thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely. And on a personal note, I'm loving the tide today.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands at this time, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Next, we have, hi, Kathy Flaherty. It's so hard to see folks who are standing by the door. I'll just let you know, because you're kind of in the dark back there, but I did notice you, so welcome.
Intentionally standing there because I have to leave to go back upstairs. Thank you, Senator Kushner and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project, and we're a statewide nonprofit that represents people who are eligible for mental health services. I'm here to just register my support for bills 1176 and 1180. And like many people in this room, I worked at a tipped wage job back in the day, and I was good enough at what I did. I worked at AC Peterson's, got very good at scooping hot fudge sundaes and slinging burgers and stuff like that. And I probably made well over the minimum wage. But the problem is what you just said about, like, in the 1 hour, the person made a lot of money. There were times we were there. If you're opening the shop, if you're closing the shop, there are hours that you're working where you're not getting any tips because there are no customers in the restaurant. And the reason why you pay people one minimum wage is because people deserve to have one fair wage. And I think there may have been times where you got paid minimum wage for some of those hours and the less than minimum wage for some of the other hours, but it actually would make a lot more sense to just give people the same wage all the time. There are countries where they do that and they don't tip. There's nothing saying that if you make it one fair wage that people have to stop tipping. People can continue to tip. I know that when I go out with friends, those of us who have a history of working in the service industry usually are far better tippers than our friends who haven't been, because they know what it's like to have to live on less than minimum wage. I also would point out there is a concern, and folks may or may not be aware, that Demas has a 26C certificate and pays sub-minimum wage to the people who are patients who have jobs on campus. And those folks make $7.25 an hour. And because especially at Whiting Forensic, they haven't had enough vocational staff to supervise people. They only get 2 hours of work a week. I'm testifying up in appropriations about that, but there's something wrong when the state as a state pays people less than minimum wage. But our folks want the opportunity to work, and I don't want them to lose out on hours if their wage gets upped. So these are things that have to be taken into consideration. I also just want to express my support for the drivers, Uber and Lyft. When I've used the service, I've gotten respectful treatment from the people who've driven me. And all people who work deserve a fair wage. People who are unable to work deserve some kind of basic income support. And I know that's not your scope in this committee, but I just wanted to throw that in there. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. I don't see any hands at this time, so we'll let you go back up to approps.
Thanks.
Next up on the list is testifying remotely is Daniel Schneider.
Hi, good morning. My name is Danny Schneider. I'm professor of public policy at the Harvard Kennedy School and co-director of the SHIFT project. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of my research and that of my colleagues on unpredictable scheduling as it relates to HB 6859. At the SHIFT project, we've collected data from tens of thousands of retail and food service workers employed by some of the nation's largest companies. Focusing on more than 1,000 respondents in Connecticut, we can unpack the scheduling experiences and preferences of many workers in the service sector who we find are exposed to really significant, unstable, and unpredictable schedules. We find that 2/3 of Connecticut workers in the service sector experience some routine irregularity in the timing of their shifts, like having variable schedules that change from day to day and week to week. In fact, only about 16% we find have a regular daytime schedule. Further, even as their schedules shift, many Connecticut retail and food service workers receive little advance notice of their weekly schedules. Fewer than half get just 2 weeks advance notice of when they'll be working. 1/3 are getting less than a week of notice. 16% are getting just 72 hours notice on when they need to appear for work. But even when these schedules are published, what workers tell us is that they are often changed at the last minute. 2/3 of Connecticut workers reported last-minute timing changes to their schedules, such as being asked to stay later than scheduled or to come in early. I want to emphasize that while schedule flexibility can be really valuable for workers and their families, that's simply not the phenomena that we're talking about today. Instead, what we see are workers who are involuntarily exposed to schedule instability and unpredictability. Almost 80% of workers told us that their schedule starting and stopping times is decided entirely by their employer or with very limited input. 70% of the workers we surveyed tell us they'd like a more regular and predictable work schedule. This schedule instability has, in some ways, very predictable consequences for workers and their families. Over a series of academic studies, we've documented how workers who are exposed to such scheduling conditions are more likely to experience economic insecurity, having trouble making ends meet as their income can vary from week to week in unpredictable ways, how they have diminished well-being. They report having more trouble sleeping at night and more psychological distress. When you can't count on work as a source of stability, it has these real spillover consequences, not just to their workers, but in our work we find to the next generation. This instability that employers put onto workers' schedules, in turn, is put onto the schedules of workers' children who have more unstable childcare arrangements, who have less stable bedtimes and sleep schedules themselves, all of which has negative consequences for their well-being. As mentioned previously, other jurisdictions around the country have passed stable scheduling and predictable scheduling bills. And studying one such bill in Seattle, we find that employers increase schedule stability and notice for workers, and that this had beneficial effects on workers' health and well-being and economic security, a finding mirrored in other research in Emeryville, California, and with company-level studies. I just want to close by emphasizing that really the proposed legislation is very modest, requiring simply providing 2 weeks advance notice of work schedules and some compensation for last-minute changes to these schedules. These are likely to benefit workers and their families, the residents of the state of Connecticut, across generations. But it's also kind of common sense scheduling practices. And research has shown that businesses that use this kind of common sense scheduling have lower rates of turnover, a really important business outcome, especially in this tight labor market, that they can even improve productivity, and in one large-scale experiment, buttress year-over-year same-store sales by having happier workers who are more experienced on the job. Predictable schedules are likely to be good for workers in Connecticut, but I want to emphasize that there's a broader public good here, one that can benefit workers and their kids across generations. This is a bill that does a little bit to take some of the risk that has been put onto workers in terms of instability and unpredictability in when they work, and try to provide a bit more stability and a bit less risk for these working people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony here. I do have a couple of questions because you've been looking at this issue in other jurisdictions. One of the things that we've heard raised here is concern about franchisees, and in those jurisdictions that you've done research on, are any of those that like our bill would cover franchise owners?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Most of our research on the effects of the law have focused on Seattle, and in Seattle, there is my understanding is that there is a similar language covering businesses. That is to say, if they are part of a large company through a franchise agreement or directly owned by a company, then they are subject to these same provisions. And you know, franchises are certainly a unique kind of business. On the one hand, they do face some of the problems of small businesses, but I also think we need to recognize that franchises, the very structure of it is that they are buying into a large national brand. And that means that franchisees are differently positioned from small mom and pop businesses that are not part of these national brands with the associated resources behind them. These franchises are also subject to an enormous amount of control by these national brands. And that control can also impose difficult business decisions on franchisees. That is in some ways the nature of the franchise relationship. These parent companies control the minutia of many aspects of business practice, but they often say, well, we draw the line at controlling business practices. Now, these claims are often disputed in labor practices, where, for instance, some scholars have pointed out that McDonald's franchise payroll and POS systems are integrated with McDonald's systems. But there's an effort by national franchise firms to say that, you know, they're not involved in labor practices because they don't want to be liable for the labor practices of franchisees. I don't think the solution here is to carve the workers who work at franchise establishments out of labor law. In some sense, they are already quite precariously positioned in the labor market. And in some ways, they are the ones who need these kinds of protections the most.
Thank you for that answer. We have heard that there are, and I'm sorry, I was distracted for a moment, but a lot of these, what I have heard is that these large franchise often also provide scheduling applications. They do the programming, or they provide the programming. Do you have any information about that?
It's a good question. Certainly, franchise agreements offer extremely detailed provisions around exactly what franchisees must do as dictated by the franchisor. It is very difficult, however, to get specific information from many franchise groups on whether scheduling software, for instance, is dictated, or payroll systems. But I think that is actually a really important area in which we could, it would be very valuable to know that. Certainly, there are software systems that are very well positioned to accommodate secure scheduling and predictable scheduling laws. And there are many software vendors that have made their business out of ensuring that their systems allow employers to easily comply with these regulations.
Thank you for those answers. Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Schneider, for your input. Just a question. It's a follow-up franchise question. Competition, you know, in our businesses is, and I get the scheduling, I understand that. But if an employer, a franchise owner has a couple of the sub companies, you know, that, you know, are franchised, and they have this issue because they fall under this legislation, but the pizza joint that does Subways across the street, that does a sub sandwich or a grinder across the street, does not have to abide by this legislation. Is that the way you read it?
In terms of the employer size limitation?
Correct.
That's my understanding, but I should let others or better parsing the legal language weigh in.
Yeah, and 'cause this is where I can understand in this legislation that you're speaking on, it's 500 and larger that would, or franchise. So, the companies that the individual owners that may have 2 stores and have, 15 employees is now treated like a 500 employer business. Doesn't seem to fit. That's my struggle with this.
I mean, I think you raised 2 important issues. So one is about a level playing field. And I think one thing that's striking in some of the statistics I mentioned earlier about the share of workers who aren't getting 2 weeks notice or experiencing last minute timing changes is those shares aren't 100%. What we've seen in our work is that many large businesses are able to take a high road approach to scheduling, and it works for them and works for their business. In a way, what we have here is an unlevel playing field where those firms who are doing the right thing by Connecticut workers are doing so against real competitive headwinds, where many other firms in the sector are not being asked to conform to even these pretty minimal labor standards. And so in this sense, there's a playing field issue even among existing firms now. And the bill has the potential to really level that out to the benefit of workers and their kids and more broadly. Now, when we take up the issue of franchises, I think that it's a little, we can't quite understand franchisees as just small business owners like that pizza joint on the corner, because again, they have bought into a very large and powerful national brand that, dictates many of the ways in which these firms must do business, but also provides real brand recognition and reputational value that's quite different from just a pizza place on the corner. And that does position these businesses differently.
Again, thank you, Doctor, and I appreciate that. I own a small business, and I can tell you every employee of mine is valuable, and every employee is scheduled and when they don't show up for whatever reason, it impacts the rest of the employees, because I still have to maintain the workload and customer obligation that I have. So a small business, a small franchise owner has that same struggle, where that person has, the sandwich specialist behind the counter that, is, doesn't show up, and you got to make some calls or you close the door. And that doesn't, is not good for the bottom line business. So again, Doctor, I truly appreciate you weighing in on this legislation.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any other questions at this time, but thank you for being here today with us.
Thank you.
Remotely, anyway. Okay, next up we have Timothy Sullivan. We're not seeing Timothy. See, I don't see Timothy. He's supposed to be in the room. Ivelisse Carrera. Okay. So next, I see we have Francisco Diaz, but he is asked to change places with Joan Moriarty. So we're going to allow him to do that since they've worked that out amongst themselves. Joan Moriarty, are you here with us? Or could you promote her? She's number 64. And we'll move Francisco to 64. We're going to be very flexible.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We don't see you. I don't know if you're able to turn on your camera.
Yes.
I wanted to see you because I haven't seen you for a very, very, very.
I know. Can you
full
see?
disclosure, we worked together many years ago.
Yes. Great. Thank you. I would like to thank the members of this committee for hearing my testimony in support of HB 6859 predictable scheduling legislation, and in particular, the inclusion of franchise businesses under the proposal. I'm Joan Moriarty. I'm the Director of Strategic Research and Campaigns at the Strategic Organizing Center, and I've had the honor to serve as the National Research Director for the Fight for 15 for over a decade. In this role, I've led a team who've developed a very deep understanding of the structures and dynamics of the fast food industry, one of the industries covered by this proposal. In my written testimony, I touch on a number of topics in depth, but 4 of which I'll just highlight briefly here. First, the fast food industry is large and highly concentrated in Connecticut. There's over 2,200 chain fast food locations in the state. The top 3 chains, Dunkin', Subway, and McDonald's, taken together comprise 40% of all fast food locations. The top 10 chains together account for 60%. Second, franchising is the dominant business model in the fast food. More than 2/3 of the top 17 fast food chains in Connecticut are more than 90% franchised. Third, franchise businesses are fundamentally different from traditional small business entrepreneurship. In the franchising model, the franchisor establishes a brand and a system of operations and licenses that brand and system to franchisees in exchange for various payments. The structure means that franchising really has these really important differences, which consist primarily of advantages and services that franchisors provide franchisees in exchange for significant franchisor control. These include an established brand, right? A franchise provides an established product or service which already enjoys widespread brand name recognition, giving franchisees a pre-sold customer base, which ordinarily takes years to establish. It also provides a proven system. The major advantage of buying a franchise is that the system, the means for distributing the goods or the services, has been developed, tested, and streamlined. And also, a franchisor support franchisees with real estate, site selection. They give location assistance, including help with sale or rental negotiation. Franchisors also provide extensive training that help their franchisees learn the business and how to efficiently hire and train new employees, eliminating a time-consuming step in getting small businesses started. Franchisors also provide technology and software platforms that franchisees use to handle invoicing, scheduling, marketing, and customer service. So the reality of the franchise business is one where much, if not all, of the marketing, advertising, branding, site selection, business model, and logistics come prepackaged and controlled by a franchisor, a dynamic that no local business enjoys or is subject to. And then my last point here is just on the software, something that you raised. Scheduling software is near ubiquitous among chain fast food. The cutting edge systems are really powerful tools that integrate data from a restaurant's historical sales records, staff roster, the weather, and other factors to generate a real-time schedule. This allows managers to change the schedule during the week, adding or cutting employee hours for coming days if sales are running higher or lower than anticipated. These systems often schedule employees in 15-minute increments and can even call for managers to send employees home early.
Ms. Moriarty, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Almost there. In short, these tools allows operators to save money on labor costs by scheduling short, profitable shifts and sending workers home when the system determines the store is not hitting profit goals. But this is significantly detrimental to workers, translates into short shifts, fluctuating schedules, and they often don't get enough hours to earn a living wage nor enough stability to plan for childcare, school, or a second job. These workers deserve a humane scheduling system. Happy to take any questions that you have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. It's been a long time since I've seen you, and you've changed direction a lot, and it's good to see you in your current position. I do have a couple of questions. I appreciate your response regarding the scheduling apps, which is something we have heard a lot about, but not in that detail. But there was an earlier question for one of the people who was testifying about competition with creating maybe a detriment to the franchise because a small mom and pop deli might not be required the same under this proposed legislation, might not be required to do the same. It seemed like from your testimony you were accounting for a lot of advantages that a franchisee has over the small business. I don't know if your research has shown a decline in these small businesses here in our state or in other states across the country, because, I know I like to look to the small mom and pop place, but what you said really rings true to me. I go to Dunkin' Donuts for my coffee because I know what I'm going to get. It's the same coffee every place I go. So I would appreciate if you have any information about that.
Yeah, so what we see is that the franchising in fast food and restaurants in particular, which is what I'm really conversant in, is that's actually growing at a higher rate than regular mom and pop businesses, because these advantages of a fixed consumer base, all of the support that franchisors provide, of course, franchisees pay for that in terms of royalty payments, but all of that system actually demonstrates that we have an increase, and it's a faster pace of growing in franchised restaurants than non-franchised, despite all of these costs and the control issues.
For one other question I have, I did some work with some folks who made the bread for Subway and for Boston Market. And do you know if anything about whether or not there are discount is, because I would assume because of the volume, that there might be some very significant discounts in the products that they're purchasing from the franchisor?
Yes, that can occur, right? So you have large bulk ordering, the meat that McDonald's franchisees have are large commodity purchases. The largest beef buy in the world is done by McDonald's. And so franchisees benefit from that. Also, some of the chains actually operate as co-ops in terms of the food. So Domino's is an example of this. And so there's price reduction and kind of control and the ability to anticipate changes in prices and some more stability of prices because of these large purchases for franchise businesses.
Thank you for those answers. Okay, Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. And I do struggle with the franchisee piece with the small owner that only has limited employees, because you've touched on a lot of things. You talked about structure, you talked about training, you talked about an app. We have workers, people, humans that don't show up for work or get sick or get have something that happens, they have to be out, and that's something these small companies can't offset. A 500-person company, they can handle it. They can even smaller than that. But a person that has 2 Subway shops or a Napa Auto Parts, well, Napa doesn't fall in here because it's not in food, but it is a franchise. But so there's areas that they literally would struggle with on this and have to maneuver it in a different way, or so that's where I just struggle with that piece. And it's about workers to me, not about an app or the training and things like that, which is, like you said, maybe an advantage, but we're all vying for the same workers in the state, and it's a struggle for all these employers right now. So again, thank you for your testimony.
Representative Weir.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. Through you, Madam Chair. I have to admit, I found I'm familiar with the franchise model. At one point, I was part of a franchise in the construction industry that I am of no more. But it's fascinating to me, I was aware of the systems and the training and certainly that sort of thing that you pay for, a hopefully working model. But the scheduling apps and the level of sophistication, that was new to me. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. I guess what I would be curious to know a little bit more, and you touched on it briefly in terms of the costs. Did your research, when you talked about the largest franchisors in Connecticut and how they make up a large percentage of the fast food, did you factor in, is any data that kind of talks about cost? When a franchisee is making that step, it's again, when I purchased into our franchise, there was a significant cash outlay in exchange for some of those systems that you talked about. Ours was nowhere near as sophisticated as what you described. But I guess to get to the question, does your data talk about that cost burden on that franchisee, whether it's one or two or three. In our case, we had one, one location, but at the end of the day, I'm still a small business owner with a large payment each month on top of my business operating expenses in exchange. Did you capture that data through you, Madam Chair?
Sure. So it is true that franchisees have to pay typically an upfront fee to join the system, and then they pay a percentage of their revenue to maintain the system and maintain being able to use the licenses and the rights to all of the brand has. I would say that a lot of franchisees, I think folks think about them as very small businesses, and there are certainly some that have got one or two stores, but there's also many franchisees have dozens of stores. In fact, there are franchisee groups in this country that themselves are publicly traded because they are so massive and have thousands of units across different chains. And so I think, when we're talking about franchisees, we can't just paint them all with a brush that they're all got one or two stores. Some of them are massive enterprises in their own right.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that. So, I'm not necessarily giving consideration to the massive national players. I'm talking about the ones just in Connecticut. Do you have data on what a burden per, either maybe a cost per Subway, Dunkin' Donuts, McDonald's, what the average franchisee?
It varies substantially between chains. If you'd like me to provide some of those numbers, I can do that. I don't have them at my fingertips.
Yeah, that would be very helpful, because I know we're going to be talking about this going forward, and I think having that information to discuss as a group is very important. So thank you for your testimony, and thank you for providing that.
Thank you for those questions, and any information, if you just want to send it to our committee clerk, Cameron Clark, we'll be glad to distribute it to the committee members. I do have one other question about data, and I don't know if you have this data or if someone else might have the data, but I know there have been studies done in jurisdictions where there are predictive scheduling legislation that's already in place. I wonder if there's been any comparison of employer costs, or I don't know exactly how to say this. We focus a lot on the employees, but is there any data that we can see about the impact on the employers, so that we know, are they paying out substantially more money because of the requirements to either incentivize or pay part of a shift that a worker has been denied during that? Do you have any information about that?
No, I actually do not. I'm not aware of any studies on that. I can take a look. But I think what we do have is evidence that those kinds of businesses, franchise businesses, and just small business in general continues to grow. So it does not appear that in those jurisdictions that you're speaking about, the ones that have implemented similar kinds of regulations, have really, we've seen those shrink or diminish. They are continuing to grow at a healthy pace.
That's a good, it wasn't exactly what I asked, but I think it's right along the same lines, that we're not seeing these franchises going out of business at this point in those jurisdictions that have passed this kind of legislation. Thank you for that answer. I don't see any other questions at this time, so I am going to turn over the chairing to my good co-chair, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up to speak, we have Laura Narefsky.
Hi there. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think I get to be the first person to say good afternoon. It's now officially noon. My name is Laura Narefsky. I'm a counsel at the National Women's Law Center in Washington, D.C. I want to thank you all, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify here remotely today in support of HB 6859, an act concerning predictable scheduling, which, like many of the other bills that are going to be discussed today, would really help women and working families by improving job quality and promoting worker safety. Connecticut has historically been a leader in legislation that supports working people, and I'm really heartened today to see proposals that expand access to paid sick days, paid family and medical leave, eliminate the tipped minimum wage, in addition to providing predictable work schedules. Unfortunately, workers across the country and here in Connecticut continue to be plagued by unstable, unpredictable, and inadequate work hours, which impose really high costs on working people and their families, along with the broader economy. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, people across Connecticut, disproportionately women and people of color who were working in essential but low-paying jobs, often had very little notice of their work schedules, experienced last-minute cancellations that deprived them of vital income, and were given part-time hours when they needed full-time work to support themselves and their families. When women's jobs don't allow them to balance their responsibilities at work with their caregiving obligations, when women can't secure reliable childcare that allows them to get to work knowing that their children are getting the care that they need, and when they can't get rest or medical treatment they need to keep themselves and their families healthy and productive, it is hard or even impossible for women to get and keep good jobs and advance in the workplace. Yet, as I'm sure we will hear through the testimony today, that is exactly what many women working in retail, restaurant, hospitality, and healthcare jobs are facing. And research shows that the barriers created by unpredictable schedules can exacerbate the gender pay gap, gaps that are particularly wide for women of color and for mothers. As some of you might know, National Equal Pay Day is coming up, which marks the day where women are able to earn what men earned in the previous calendar year. That's the additional time worked into the new year 2023 to compensate for 2022. However, it should be noted that is the national average and does not account for any racial differences. Black women working in Connecticut make 56 cents and Latinas make 49 cents compared to white non-Hispanic men, gaps that are larger than the national average when broken down by race. These gaps grow even wider when we include part-time workers in the data, since women are more likely to work in part-time jobs, and those jobs are often ones that typically pay less per hour, lack workplace benefits, and are more likely to feature just-in-time scheduling practices. The gender pay gap is also compounded by the persistence of the low minimum tipped wage for workers in Connecticut, as women of color are disproportionately represented among that workforce as well. And in addition, because women are more likely to be family caregivers, lack of access to paid sick days also harms women's financial stability. Predictable scheduling legislation, along with legislation to establish one fair wage, expand access to paid sick days, and paid family and medical leave would help close the pay gap and promote women's economic security. HB 6859 would help ensure that the more than 250,000 people working—
Just a heads up, Ms. Narevsky, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Thank you. So then I will wrap up and just say that in jurisdictions where this legislation has been enacted, like Emeryville, California, Seattle, Chicago, among others, studies have found a decline in schedule instability and an improvement in worker health, safety, and no negative impact on business and economic stability. Just-in-time scheduling practices that ignore workers' needs result in more turnover and more absenteeism, but more consistent and predictable schedules create stability, predictability, and cost savings for businesses. When working people have predictable schedules,
just another
everyone
heads up.
wins.
You're
Thank you so much. I'll end there. There's more in my written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Did you?
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going back to my lists. Let's bring back Evelise Carrera.
All right, you guys can hear me now? All right, perfect. Let me set this up. I'm sorry, I'm between here and public safety today. All right. Thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak today. I'll be speaking on 3 bills, which are all a matter of racial and socioeconomic equity. We should not be middle of the road here, and voters in November made their voices heard. We are calling for progressive legislation to help the low and middle class. How can we really end this worker shortage? By supporting the following bills. SB 1180, an act concerning rideshare and delivery driver minimum standards. During the pandemic, I was laid off and thought I could make extra money working for Uber Eats. I basically ended up paying out of my pocket to deliver food to other people. They say America runs on Dunkin', but what they don't tell you is that it's probably being delivered by an underpaid DoorDash driver. I don't know why Connecticut is so anti-worker when it comes to this, or why there's been so much pushback. If you like the convenience of having Uber, if you like the convenience of having DoorDash, you like your food dropped off, then we should be doing more to protect these people. So I would hope that the committee does vote this out and we sign this into law. Next is SB 1178. This is a bill near and dear to my heart. I went back to work when my 14-year-old son was 2 weeks old. I was breastfeeding every 2 hours, and it was difficult. I believe in 2009, when we got our unpaid sick leave and it was later expanded, I was able to take advantage of those laws to care for my son, who is now in all AP classes in high school. However, I almost became homeless. There was no income replacement. And I don't feel that people should have to choose between getting better and their paycheck. We're paying into this fund. This is workers' money going in here, and more people should be able to pay into this fund. So I would really hope that, you know, the committee thinks about the next time they sit down in a restaurant. You want everyone in this restaurant healthy, you want domestic workers healthy. So think about that the next time you're wondering if your pizza maker had the flu. Next is enact, which one? Predictable scheduling. So once again, we have a worker shortage, and the majority of people who have lost their jobs are women, and most of them are caretakers. So when you're attempting to plan out for childcare, when you're attempting to plan out transportation, and you have a day's notice, 2 days notice, and you have to arrange childcare, now you're looking at absenteeism, you're looking at costs to the employer, and these things are problems that can be avoided simply by giving them a predictable schedule. People don't have a problem working under the right conditions. I think this would be very beneficial for the restaurant and service industries. People want to get back to work. Let's make it easier for them to do so. We've already made cuts to the Care for Kids program, so I'm not sure how much more we can really put on working parents, people who are caring for their elderly parents. Let's have, you know, more respect for their time.
Excuse me, ma'am, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Okay. And I will summarize SB 1179. Getting rid of tipping means that the cost will be built into food instead of having to do math each time you go out to eat. I do hope that this bill does come out of committee as well, because I don't feel that after, you know, 3 drinks, I should have to calculate the cost of anything. Just go ahead and let's get the worker paid. So it's not really going to increase costs. You're going to pay it regardless. So you can pay it while.
Ma'am, just once again, you're past your 3 minutes.
Okay. Once again, you'll pay the fee regardless. So hoping that you guys will consider that.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely. You guys have a great day.
You too. Next up, we have Brooke Foley, joined by Eric George.
Good afternoon, Representative Sanchez, Senator Kushner. My name is Eric George, and I'm here with Brooke Foley. I am the president of the Insurance Association of Connecticut, and I'm going to pass the microphone literally over to Attorney Foley, who is our general counsel. We're here to offer testimony in opposition, strong opposition to Senate Bill 1179, dealing with the paid family medical leave system and the coordination of benefits.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Brooke Foley, and I'm the general counsel of the IAC. I have provided written testimony and would kindly request that you read that as well. The IAC strongly opposes Senate Bill 1179. Voluntary employer-provided short-term disability policies provide a valuable benefit to employees who need to take medical leave. They supplement wage replacement benefits provided under the Connecticut Paid Leave Family Medical Leave Program. The authorities suggest in their testimony that the PFML statute, section 3149G, subsection F, means the legislator intended to provide 100% wage replacement for claimants. We disagree with the authorities' reading of the statute. The statute says claimants may receive different benefits concurrently as long as the total doesn't exceed 100% of wages. It doesn't say a claimant shall receive or is entitled to receive 100% wage replacement. It doesn't change the employer-provided benefits. This bill would prohibit short-term disability policies and self-funded plans from coordinating benefits with PFML benefits to keep rates low for policyholders. Coordinating benefits with offsets is not new. It's common in the insurance context. Most employer benefit packages include offsets to reduce risk and keep the cost low for everyone. This bill would rewrite contracts and go against decades of regulator-approved precedent on how to coordinate benefits. This bill means higher cost for claims, which means higher short-term disability policy premiums. Higher cost for premiums would cause employers, especially small businesses, to drop these voluntary benefits for employees, and employees who pay their own premiums will likely decide not to continue STD coverage. This will harm employees because they will no longer have access to short-term and disability benefits covering the gaps in income not provided by the state PFML program. Then in most cases, STD provides up to 26 weeks of benefits per claim, which is much longer than the 12 weeks per year that's provided under PFML. To the extent this bill applies to employer self-funded benefit plans, state law claims brought to enforce the state legislation will be preempted under federal law, specifically the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, or ERISA. Passing this bill would lead to costly litigation that will not benefit employees who need immediate access to wage replacement benefits. This bill would harm small businesses and employees and would create gaps in coverage when people need wage replacement the most, and we ask that you not advance this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Sampson. Representative Acker. Whomever.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Can you give me a little bit of an understanding of the mechanics of how of having these two work together would work?
Thank you for the question, Representative Acker. So the way it works is when you have a voluntary short-term disability policy and there is a complementary state program, state mandated program, the short-term disability policy will have its premiums reduced to reflect the, as we say, offset in benefits. What we have actually seen with our members, because we asked them this question, we said, when paid family medical leave became a law in the state of Connecticut, what steps did you take to educate your clients, your employer groups, and by an extension, their employees? And those companies sent proactive letters explaining to the companies that premiums would reflect the new offset benefits that they would receive. And I have definitely heard from the authority and also from others that there might have been confusion with certain employees and employers. And one thing that I think everybody can recognize, and I will admit we recognize, is that education needs to be greater in this area. You know, we will point to the fact that you entered into a contract, and as a sophisticated party, it is your responsibility to understand the contract. But on the same token, we do need to explain, and we need to explain to employers, and employers need to explain to their employees. And perhaps within employers, depending on the size, the human resources department is not in as much of a knowledge area as, say, the division in the company that actually makes the purchasing decisions and makes those financial decisions. So I know that's a little long-winded, Tim, Representative Acker, let me be, I'm sorry, but that's where we are.
And I appreciate that answer. What I'm looking at is because there's two criteria is different between the two insurances in terms of somebody has a disability insurance, you know, what you may go out on a disability insurance is different what you may get to be able to collect on the FMLA portion of it. So I can see how they can collaborate together, you know, for an employee. And so if you want to remark on that, but that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, go right ahead.
So typically the PFML program will cover lots of different instances where somebody might want to take time off. Short-term disability policies, as I understand it, only cover personal illness or injury. So it's a medical issue that the employee themselves has. So it's a supplement to what the employee would get under the PFML program. And the way it works is, in most cases, if an employer negotiates for a contract, an insurance policy, or a self-funded policy, depending on what kind of employer benefit plan they have, the employer decides at the outset when they first contract for those benefits what specific benefits they want to provide. And the benefits they choose will determine how much they're going to pay is in terms of the premium. So if an employer said, okay, I want to provide my employees 80% wage replacement benefits, then the premiums are going to be higher to pay for that. So in most cases, short-term disability policies will provide like a 60% wage replacement, and it's based on your normal income of whatever the employee makes. So paid family medical leave provides a specific amount of wage replacement. And if you also have an STD policy, the STD policy will provide what is in your policy, what your employer bargained for and negotiated for at the time that they bought the insurance policy and signed up for that, up to whatever the requirements are, the policy limits in the contract at the time. In most cases, the reason why they have an offset, it's just like any deductible that you pay for insurance. Insurance is based on risk. And when insurance companies decide how much they're going to provide to somebody to reimburse them for their loss, usually there's a deductible, and that is to prevent it's to encourage people to reduce risk, right? So if you get in a car accident, they're not going to pay for the entire amount of your loss. You'll have to pay a deductible. And that's because they want you to have skin in the game. So you are careful to reduce your risk. And you're going to drive more carefully if you have a premium or a deductible that you have to pay if you get in an accident. It's the same thing with your homeowner's insurance. You have to pay a deductible. So that if a tree falls on your house, you have to shell out money. And if they've covered your entire loss, you're not going to be careful. You're not going to come have somebody cut down the trees around your house. You're not going to take steps to, reduce your risk. And so in the same vein with short-term disability policies, they don't typically reimburse everyone 100% of your wages, because we want to reduce risk. And the reason for that is the whole insurance industry is based on the concept that everyone pays into one pool of money, and that pool of money spreads the risk out between everyone so that the unfortunate people that suffer from risk can get reimbursed for their the unfortunate incidents in their life where they suffer issues. So to keep the cost down for everyone, that's why we have to pay deductibles. And that's why we don't provide 100% wage replacement to everybody under the program. It would just be very, very expensive for everybody. And that's why we're concerned in this case that if you change the statute to require that wage replacement benefits be paid to 100%, and you require short-term disability benefits to go up to higher than what is right now, usually 60%, and you eliminate offsets, it's going to be extremely expensive and cost prohibitive, not only for employers, but for the employees who pay their own premiums to afford these policies. And they'll just drop them because the prices are going to go up if this happens.
Thank you very much for that information. And I appreciate you being here and testifying. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you guys for being here today. Appreciate the testimony. I want to explore that 100% reimbursement expectation also, but before I even ask that, can you tell me what the status of the short-term disability marketplace is and how it's been affected by the implementation of the paid family leave policy? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sampson, thank you for the question. I'll do my best. I mean, the plan had the CT PFML plan has been only operational for a period of time. So we have I guess, let's say a specific data set. It's not as robust as say 5-10 years. Evidence does point to, as CEO Aaron Choquette stated, that about approximately of all of the PFML mandated benefits out there in employers, there's less than 1,000 that are provided by the private market. That's my understanding. Would not swear to it under oath, but that's my understanding. That number was more robust prior to the advent of PFML. So By the way, this is not any woe is me. That is not what is intended here. You asked a question, so I'm just trying to provide that answer. So has there been a reduction in the market? Yes, there has. I guess from our perspective and what we have heard is if Senate Bill 1179 moves forward as is, the cost that will increase for short-term disability policies and the premiums that will raise will likely incent many employers to stop providing this voluntary benefit. And I'll tell you, yeah, the employer will make a financial decision, and the person who's going to get hurt is the employee. Because the employee will then have access to the paid family medical leave program, which is either 12 weeks or 14, depending. But they currently have a program and a private voluntary program that can provide up to 6 months of leave. So if an employer is looking at a situation where they're seeing double coverage, they're seeing double insurance, I mean, employers make financial decisions all the time. And the employers that I am aware of and have spoken to are not interested in providing for something if it's already provided somewhere else. They're always looking to cut costs. In most industries, there's a pretty competitive market out there. Every industry is different in competition levels, but you always have to differentiate yourself. I would argue that the short-term disability programs that employers have provided have been tremendous in terms of attracting talent. We know, I'm not here to speak on behalf of the employer community. Okay, let me just explain. I'm here to speak on behalf of the insurer community. But we know that employers can go so far on salaries in certain instances. So they do look for ways that would attract talent that might not just be an increase in salary. Sometimes it's flexible work schedules. Sometimes it's other types of benefits. And in those benefits, short-term, long-term disabilities are definitely offered to employees, because that is a benefit that, sure, the employee could probably do that on their own, but if your employer is providing it, it's a great thing.
Hey, thank you very much for that answer. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate what you gave me as far as an answer, what's happening in the marketplace. And you certainly said there was a reduction. I need to get a sense of that reduction. If you've got any advice for me on where I can go and kind of find out what has actually happened as far as the number of people selling these products, the number of actual short-term disability policies being sold, and what premium volume we're talking about. And the reason why I ask is because, I mentioned to the CEO earlier when we had the conversation that, my main concern about the paid family leave policy was about the fact that it was a mandate, a payroll deduction on every working person in the state effectively. And only a small percentage of people will ever take advantage of that. And it should have been an opt-in. But the other side of that issue was, to me, what it was going to do to the private marketplace. And I think that's why you are here before us, because the private marketplace is now reacting to the imposition of this state mandated policy, taking the place in some cases of a portion of what short-term disability insurers offer. And I really want to be able to paint a picture and see what happened and what, the trends going forward of what's happening to the pre-existing marketplace. Was it, affected in a moderate way, or is it being decimated because of, the creation of the paid family leave program? And I guess today what we're trying to figure out is, if we expand that program, what is the next impact on the short-term disability providers, the employers that offer those products to their employees, and ultimately to those employees themselves. And I think your point about the length of the policy benefits is very, very important, that the most you could ever get out of the paid family leave program is 12 or 14 weeks, where short-term disability might extend far beyond that. Yeah, I appreciated my back and forth with the CEO. And she was very good at making points that benefited the program. One of the things she said, though, was that employees have this expectation that they would be 100% compensated, and they were disappointed, that after they got their paid family leave benefit, that the short-term disability policy paid very little or nothing at all because of the offset situation. And you've already spoken to that to a degree. But I don't know, and full disclosure, I have never sold a short-term disability policy in my life, but I am an insurance agent. I've been an insurance agent for something like 20 years. So I've been around the industry. But I don't know that anyone typically has an expectation that they're getting the full 100% benefit for the reasons that you guys stated, which is that the insurance product is sold not to create a disincentive to people actually returning to work. And I guess that makes sense. I'm very confused, though, because and this is the main point of my question that I'm giving you all this background about. And I'm sorry for making a speech up here. I'm not
I trying to. followed every word, just so you know.
Thank you very much. I hope my colleagues on the dais did as well. This is all a setup for my question, which is the CEO said that if this bill is passed, what's going to happen is people will get to their 100% because they will get the benefit from the paid leave authority, and then they would get the balance because there would be no offset. So without getting into the details of the bill language, it seems to me that your position is that that's not what's going to happen. And I'm just trying to understand what the bill language says. Also trying to understand what the folks that are responsible for the bill, what they're trying to achieve, and what your perception of what the bill says currently. So please fill me in on what actually is going to happen if the bill gets passed the way it is with regard to the offsets. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to do my best. So I'm going to defer to my attorney if I get things wrong or if she disagrees. So the bill prohibits offsets that are not in compliance with, I believe it's subdivision 1. And subdivision 1 of the underlying statute is the reference that you cannot exceed more than 100% of salary. I think I have that correct. So that is the prohibition on the offset. So that's what the bill does. What would happen is that the current short-term disability products that are out there that have had their premiums reduced would have to be refiled. And they would have to be re-rated, if you will, to reflect that removal of the offset. We have heard, and I will admit it's anecdotal at this time because, again, the data is nascent. We're dealing with a year and a half of data. So it's not a robust 5-10 year look. But the data shows a significant increase that will happen to the short-term disability policies. In terms of, and I'm going to go back to your beginning of where you can look for information. I am thinking of, honestly, this is off the cuff. I'm reacting to this as the question was posed. The Department of Insurance will have a wealth of knowledge there, but over and above, each year or almost each year, PricewaterhouseCoopers prepares a Connecticut insurance marketplace snapshot. And I don't know if since the advent of the Connecticut Paid Family Medical Leave program, they have looked at how the short-term disability and other voluntary benefit income disability replacement programs have been impacted, but that's something that they definitely could. We deal with the folks who put that report out. I can absolutely talk to them about it. I think your point is extremely important to make. I wish I could give you definitive data. We're still so early on in the program that I just can't do that. But I try to answer your question the best of my capability.
Yeah, well, thank you very, very much. And I appreciate that information. I think we've got to do a little bit of research, all of us, over the next several weeks. If this bill comes out of committee, to be able to truly understand the impact. I think not enough of that was done before the law was originally passed. And I'm concerned that we're going to make a significant change to it in its infancy effectively, without knowing really what, how it's going to affect the voluntary marketplace. But I appreciate your testimony today very much. Thanks for the information you provided. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kushner.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Great. How are you, Senator?
I'm doing well. I have a couple of questions. I think I understand the insurance world pretty well, having dealt with it for a lot of years, both professionally and personally. What I find confusing is that you project that there would be an increase in premiums or the cost of the program because of the offset. But right now, what I see happening is that there are these short-term disability programs that are already in place that have been either collectively bargained, several years ago, or programs that the employer has, contracted with the insurer several years ago. And what happened this year is where the short-term disability might have paid, let's say, $600 a week to someone for the, let's even take 26 weeks that the person might have been out. Now, the first 12 weeks, that $600 came from another source, a source that the employee paid for through their payroll deduction. So wouldn't that mean that the cost to cover that person was dramatically reduced for the insurer in that case? So wouldn't that mean that the cost of the insurance should go down?
Thank you for the question, Senator Kushner. And I believe you were here when I initially said this, but just to reiterate, the answer is yes. So with the advent of the Connecticut Paid Family Medical Leave Program, insurers knew that they were going to need to explain to their customers, the employers, that the benefit structure was going to change. To your point, there was going to be less of a benefit provided because of the mandated stay program, and that their premiums would be reduced in accordance with that. So they sent out proactive, and I have copies for many reasons. I have them redacted, so they're just what they would be like a form. I can find out if I'm in a position to share those. I'd like to be able to share those because I think that they're important. But they knew proactively they would have to be involved to explain how this system is going to be impacted. Important to recognize in any coordination of benefits, not unique to the Connecticut Paid Family Medical Leave Program. Wherever you have a state mandated benefit, and regardless of the state that you're in, and you have an overlapping private system, a private plan, there is always going to be in the beginning stages of the unveiling of that state mandated program, confusion, because it's a changed system. Brokers are going to be confused. People working in the human resources are going to be confused. Employees are going to be confused. It is incumbent upon the employer and the insurance company to help bridge that educational gap. And that is one thing I truly believe that, while we have done a lot in terms of trying to educate, I think more education is needed. I think the authority has actually done a really nice job of educating employers as to how the PFML system works and how the programs work. They've done workshops, they've done webinars. I know that they've done a tremendous amount of outreach. Now, doing a tremendous amount of outreach, even if you get a few hundred employers to go, you feel good. But then you look at how many companies are in the state of Connecticut, and your touch points that's not enough. There are too many companies out there who, a lot of them are small, and some of them weren't even aware that the Paid Family Medical System program was in place and that it was a requirement. So these are, to some extent, natural issues that you deal with. But to your point, yes, premiums were reduced because benefits were reduced.
So I know in the insurance world that I've known, when costs go up, when the cost of a plan goes up, where experience was evaluated over a period of years, and they're seeing that this employer, that their employees are costing more than the employer is paying, oftentimes the cost of the insurance goes up too. to cover that risk that they're taking. We heard testimony this morning from someone who pays for her own short-term disability program. And to the question of whether or not there's an expectation that you would get more when you're paying more, that seems pretty simple to me. So this person thought, you know, she would get more because she's paying 5%, 0.5% out of her pay, as well as paying for the short-term disability program. She did get, in that case, the full amount of her salary, but she thought she'd pay less for the short-term disability program, and that hasn't happened yet. So insurance companies tend to charge more to make up for the losses that they had if their risk assessment wasn't on point. Do they ever give the money back? Like in the case of the person who is paying for her own short-term disability, she used it during this year because she had a necessary surgery. Would they say, okay, we would have expected to have paid you for the whole 12 weeks, your, you know, $1,000, but instead we only had to pay $200. So we're going to give you back some of that premium that you paid. We'll reduce yours next year and give you some of that back. Is that the way it works as well?
So as we said, as the benefit levels changed, the premiums were changed to reflect it. You asked if there are instant, and I want to get back to that in a second because I believe I know the instance that you're referring to, and I've done some research there. So let's pause on that for a moment. In the instance of are there areas where insurance, because of such a change, that money goes back to the policyholder? The answer is yes. And it doesn't take that long to look back at when we entered into the COVID pandemic phase. And everything was, you do not go to work, you do not do this, you stay home, go to the grocery store, don't do much else. Traffic on the roads dramatically reduced. And some of the largest auto insurance carriers were submitting monies back, rebating monies back to their policyholders. So that was the first, example that you brought up. In the instance that you were referring to, if I understand the situation correctly, the comparison of the premiums that were paid originally and then after the advent of the PFML system was not an apples to apples comparison, because I believe that individual you're referring to was changing from a self-insured plan to a fully insured plan. And those two programs are fundamentally different. Fully insured plans, the insurer takes upon itself all of the risk and obligation to pay the claims. In a self-insured plan, the employer, the group, if you will, doesn't have to be an employer, it could be a different type of group. The group is going to pay the claims. They will contract with an insurer to do the administration, because that's not in their purview. They make widgets. They do this service, whatever it is. They're not savvy to do that. They're not ready to do that. So they'll have an insurer to just do the administrative component. But I believe in the instance that you were referring to, it is a difference in comparison of a self-insured to fully insured. We can extend this conversation beyond here to hammer that out, but that is my understanding, Senator Kushner.
Well, thank you for that answer. I would hope that we would see large reductions in the premium costs because of the paid family medical leave program and the fact that it's now being paid for entirely by the employees, that we would see a corresponding reduction in the cost of premiums to employers and to the employees, to the extent that they share some of that cost in the next year as this program matures. Because I do believe that it was never intended by the legislature for insurers to have a windfall from the replacement. And I'm not asking a question, I'm making a statement.
So I'm not allowed to respond?
Oh, you certainly can when I finish. But I do think that that we will see some changes in this industry and in this market. And I know that from talking to the paid leave folks, I know that there are more private plans that are emerging. So to the concern that we would be impacting the market, seeing a reduction in, the number of people that actually now contract for short-term disability, we may see that market change as the insurers change to maybe expand on the benefits that are currently provided. I think that the point that you made about short-term disability sometimes attracts talent. I think that that is true. I think people do look at the complement of benefits that they're going to get when they're considering multiple employers and where they choose to work, particularly when we're talking about higher level positions and professionals. They are looking at that totality of benefits. Of course, the paid family leave program as it's currently constructed benefits low wage workers the most, because they get 95% of their income, which is a benefit that most of these low wage workers did not have short-term disability programs to pay when they went out on maternity leave or took care of a sick parent. So, but for those professionals, I think you're accurate that this is something that they will look at to see if it's an attractive move for them. I think that to my understanding, it's going to attract more workers to want to come to the state of Connecticut when they see that we have these benefits in place. But to the point of whether or not short-term disability programs will still be out there and beneficial, I would hope that the industry would look and the employers would look to expanding on what we currently have in order to really attract more talent. I don't think this is a disincentive to having better programs like this, and maybe they'll expand the coverage to include family members as the paid family leave program does as well. So hopefully we might see a short-term contraction while the industry adjusts, but hopefully it would expand again to meet the needs of our employers and to meet the needs of our workers.
I do appreciate your comments, Senator Kushner, and I was not trying to be rude or anything. Hopefully you don't take that as.
I did not take it that way.
Good.
I took it as excited to have another answer.
You know, what does your coach say? What does your coach say? You can act with emotion, but you can't act emotional. And I guess sometimes there's always that line, play with emotion, don't play with emotionality. So I get to be a passionate person every now and then. In terms of the evolution of the marketplace, yes, the marketplace will always look to fill needs. When needs are out there, there will always be an incentive to fill needs. In terms of, I think what you were suggesting was a windfall to the insurance industry. With a reduction in the premiums, I think that would cut against that argument. I would like to extend that conversation beyond today. I don't know if you and I are going to be able to convince either one of the other of our points of view, but I respect where you're coming from. That's why the premiums are reduced, to make sure that employers are continuing to provide these benefits and buy these policies, quite frankly. And, I am encouraged that, this committee does look at really, really difficult issues. I represent the insurance industry, a flagship industry in the state of Connecticut. Our governor and many of our legislative leaders have wanted to take steps to grow our insurance industry, to grow the talent pool that we have here, the extremely high benefits, well-paid, very sophisticated jobs that the insurance industry provides. And it is incumbent upon me as the advocate on behalf of the industry to express our points of view and to provide information when we feel that a proposal might undercut that effort or create disincentives. So it is in that vein that we provide our testimony. I know you know that, but I just wanted to make sure that it was stated.
I do. I appreciate that. I do want to make one other point, though, concerning.
We could do this all day.
Yeah, I
have
know.
nothing else to do.
I know.
Until UConn plays at 2:30, and then come on.
I know, and I'm supposed to go present a citation in a couple of minutes to a very worthy young girl from Danbury, and I don't want to disappoint. But I do want to say that, I think the comparisons that you made earlier in your testimony about the fact that when there is a deductible or an offset, it disincentivizes people from maybe staying home longer. I do believe there are safeguards written into the program that employees are not able to take advantage and stay home longer. They have to be qualified by a doctor to need this time off. And so I think that really what we're talking about here, when you're talking about the human beings that are using this benefit, in many, many cases, it's because of a tragic illness or the illness of a loved one or the loss of a loved one. And so I don't think we need to incentivize people to go back to work. I think that this is about really making sure that we're taking care of people when they can't be at work and when they need to be with a loved one or take care of themselves. And so it's a little bit different than, you know, if I have a deductible on my car insurance and I have a fender bender, I can decide whether or not to pay that deductible or just drive with a fender that has a little dent in it. This isn't really that kind of insurance. It's not that kind of a situation. Workers are really, they don't have a lot of choice in these instances, whether or not they stay home. Or whether, yeah, I mean, yes, they have a choice. I talked to one worker who had for years been working with a bad foot and had just suffered the pain because she couldn't afford to take off time from her low-wage job and have the surgery and still pay her rent. So she chose to work in pain for several years. And so, yeah, I'll take back what I say. There's some little amount of choice, but that choice is usually with great pain or penalty to the worker. And so in this case, I feel like we want to be careful what comparisons we're making because people don't choose to be sick or to take care of a sick loved one. It's usually something that they have to do. So with that, I do have to go present a citation, but before I turn it back over to Mr. Chair, I do want to welcome the newest member to our legislature and to our committee. And we welcomed you before you got here today, but Representative Belton, it's just wonderful to see you here. Thank you for joining us. So back to you, and I'll be back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And no offense, Eric, but my question is going to be directed to Brooke because her testimony, she touched on something that Brooke, you touched on something that had not really come up in previous testimony. That was really the differentiation between insurance and the PFLA program, and the fact that insurance is our premiums are based on a management of risk. So if everybody in the state went out and had a crash tomorrow on their car, and I would not, hopefully everybody's okay, we would expect our costs to go up. And that's just how it works. And I know that as a business owner, we've had vehicles crashed, and the next year our policies went up when there's accidents. Having children of driving age, we had automobile accidents and our premiums went up. And I just contrast that against this program where there's really no incentive to manage risk. I mean, it's looked more of as a benefit than as a I guess I'm making more of a statement than a question, but I wanted to thank you for kind of contrasting that, because I hear the advertisements on TV, on the radio, advertising the benefits of this program and encouraging people to use it, and really no discussion of managing risk or yes, I just have to recognize that these are two completely different things. And I think there is some, as I stated before, I want to be sure that we're not creating a competition between two entities that really are not. You talk about level playing field; they're not on the same playing field. So I will be certainly looking at that as we consider this. I know we'll be having a careful discussion, thoughtful discussion on this, but just recognizing kind of what are we dealing with. You got two different entities. I want to make sure that we're not interfering and competing. So thank you for that test. Thank you for making that clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up to speak, we have Representative Porter.
What's that look about? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Ranking Member Sampson, and to the esteemed members of the Labor Committee, my favorite committee in the building. And I would just like to echo Senator Kushner with a special welcome for our newest member of the Labor Committee, Representative Belton. Welcome. Yes, why not? She deserves a hand clap. So I am going to be ceding my time, but I do want to state up front that I am actually in support of all the bills on the agenda today. But I do want to especially point out 3 bills that I will be submitting written testimony for. So I won't belabor the issue, but starting with House Bill 6859, an act concerning predictable scheduling. Senate Bill 1177, an act concerning one fair wage. And then Senate Bill 1178, an act expanding Connecticut paid sick days. And I'll just say in short, before I do concede my time, I've been listening to the testimony this morning, and I do believe that, we always push back on change, and that's just what we do. It's human nature. But I really do support the bills before us and the policies that are being presented, because I believe that, not only will it help workers and in turn help families and communities, but it will also help the employers. I do believe that it will bring about a profit margin that people just can't imagine. Because when you have folks that are working and they're able to sleep and take care of their families and show up to work and provide good customer service and satisfaction, it's a win-win for everyone. So with that being said, I'm going to concede my time to Francisco Diaz, and he will be testifying on HB 6859 and that concerning predictable scheduling. Francisco?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Co-Chair Sanchez, Co-Chair Kushner, Ranking Member Sampson, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. On behalf of the Center for Popular Democracy and the Fair Workweek Initiative, I speak in support of HB 6859, an act concerning predictable scheduling to protect hourly workers in Connecticut's service sector. We provide technical assistance to policymakers and enforcement staff on the development and enforcement of Fair Workweek and scheduling policy, including laws in Seattle, New York City, Philadelphia, Chicago, the state of Oregon, and most recently, Berkeley, California, and Los Angeles, California. We have deep expertise in the industries where unstable work hours are most prevalent, including the business models that have generated these practices and the impact on workers and their families. Just-in-time scheduling is the practice of publishing work schedules just days in advance and tweaking those schedules until the last minute in an attempt to precisely calibrate staffing to match expected demand. For over 317,000 Connecticut residents who work in retail, food service, hospitality, and nursing home care, where just-in-time scheduling is pervasive, this practice means unstable hours that make it impossible for workers to plan their lives and adequately take care of their children and families, leading to unnecessary suffering of and harm for children. I wanted to highlight just 2 pieces of empirical data that were already highlighted this morning. So the first one is 74% of workers want a more predictable schedule, and 72% of workers report that their worker hours conflict with their caregiving obligations. Moreover, these burdens do not fall equally on all workers, as the representative from the NWLC noted. Due to discrimination from managers, people of color, especially women of color, bear the brunt of schedule instability. We only have evidence that these trends continued throughout the pandemic, when we called these workers essential in the middle of the worst of that pandemic. Predictable scheduling is a common sense solution that preserves employers' flexibility and management discretion while establishing basic standards that allow working families to thrive. We know that predictable scheduling works for both employees and employers. The companies that would be covered by this bill are already complying with similar laws elsewhere and reaping the benefits. Workforce management technology company Deputy, which submitted written testimony for this hearing already, has noted that among their clients, they are reporting positive impacts as a part of the compliance process. Fair Workweek laws generally result in a 14% increase in hours for workers. Absences and tardiness have gone down by over 30%, and covered employers in Fair Workweek jurisdictions have seen a 3% decrease in labor costs. That's a bigger bottom line. And as you heard from Dr. Schneider earlier, evidence from 2 years of academic study of Seattle's ordinance showed significant changes in the lives of covered workers. And I'm not going to go over them more here, but I'm happy to answer questions about those. And just fundamentally, when working people have schedules they can plan around, enough hours and income to pay their bills, a voice in when they'll work, and healthy hours with time to rest and care, for their families and their communities, Connecticut's economy as a whole will benefit. Thank you. And thank you to Representative Porter for ceding her time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Diaz and Representative Porter. A couple of questions. Talk to us about the federal landscape around the policy like this.
Yeah,
implementing
absolutely.
that.
So I've mentioned there's at least 9 cities and 1 state that have established these laws. As we've seen, the sky hasn't fallen, but even on the federal level, especially for the national government, Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro has proposed a bill called the Schedules That Work Act that actually is kind of the golden standard and the North Star for the Fair Workweek movement and for just scheduling practices. She has also submitted testimony actually for this hearing, indicating why she supports it and why this bill brings forward a new model for the rest of the country to start it following its example for the state level. And my hope is, and this bill also includes features of another bill, another federal bill called the Part-Time Worker Bill of Rights, ensuring that workers have more access to hours, to full-time hours, which is critical for establishing the good paying, good quality jobs that we know we want all Connecticut residents to be able to have access to.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, franchises have been included in every Fair Work Week that you mentioned of those other states or municipalities. Do you feel in your expertise that they need to be included in this bill?
Absolutely. I think there has, as we've heard earlier this morning from Joan Moriarty and also from Professor Schneider, I think there is a lot of evidence to show that for several reasons, fast food franchises are widely prevalent and extremely profitable, benefiting from a great business model that it connects them as as essentially chain operators of a much larger chain operation. And they operate like highly standardized chains. They control many aspects of franchisees' daily operations. They create deep incentives to adopt certain types of systems. And we've also seen them, and among those systems includes a set of software programs that really facilitate both the just-in-time scheduling that we're concerned about, but also actually make compliance incredibly easy for them. It allows companies like Deputy to basically turn on a switch in their algorithm and to comply with Fair Workweek laws in other municipalities, because a lot of them, whether that's Subway, whether that's McDonald's, whether that's Dunkin' Donuts, I go to the Dunkin' every other week to treat myself to a mocha in South Philly where I live, and I am able to get and I know that those workers are getting predictability pay when their schedules change randomly, but that Dunkin' is still in business and has been in business both before and after. And so the other thing I want to just mention is that franchisors are also being legally held responsible for franchisees' employment practices. So they're often being considered joint employers in several court cases. And before the NLRB, we know that that's the case with McDonald's. There was similar accusations and a current litigation around Sonic Burger franchises. So these are all reasons to consider them not just kind of a regular small business, but actually a larger part of a much larger operation.
And finally, if I may indulge me, you said something about the full-time hours versus part-time hours. And in your experience with implementation, is it flexible enough to allow employees to opt into more extra hours?
Yes.
In this Fair Workweek scenario?
Yes, and I think the way that I would like to think about the way this bill works is it codifies flexibility for employees in a deep way, right? Whether you're a housekeeper at a hotel, or a barista at a Starbucks, you have access to hours, you have the right at the beginning of the hiring process to be able to provide an estimate of the schedule of the hours that you want. And even if you're not able to get the full-time hours or more at hours that you want, you know that you've put that on the table and that your employer has an obligation to go first and ask you before they go about hiring someone new. And I think that really is about what flexibility matters, what kind of flexibility matters for employees, as we've seen from studies, despite what we've heard from concerned employers that when they talk about flexibility, I think there is a real concern the flexibility they're off seem to be talking about is mainly control from their perspective over the schedules that they have, direct control and primarily unilateral say, and obviously primarily in non-unionized workplaces.
And one thing I was thinking about, if we excluded franchisees, if we raise the bar, the floor in this relatively small state and ecosystem of, hospitality and restaurants and fast food workers, by excluding certain franchisees, would that create a downward spiral, or would it lift because the competition to get a decent job with predictable scheduling is out there with, better benefits, I suppose. I'm just wondering, in a small ecosystem like Connecticut, what are the unintended consequences of excluding franchisees?
I think it could lead to confusion on the part of workers as they're trying to get hired at a given location. Yes, a worker can look at a potential pay stub or ask whether or not they're working for a franchisee or directly with a corporate owned location or unit, but that is a very real danger, because I think when we create confusion for workers, they don't know what their rights are.
Right.
And that's one of my biggest concerns about leaving out franchisees, especially when there's lots of evidence to say that they actually stand quite a bit to benefit. And the other thing too that I want to mention is that the constant pursuit of the short-term profit is leaving out the possibility for a long-term gain by decreasing turnover and ultimately benefiting our communities. And I think the other thing that I want to mention about, that have been brought up earlier in this hearing by the ranking member, I think, was about the competition, or Representative Weir, about the competition between small independent businesses and franchisees. My understanding of the anecdotal data so far, and from early conversations with a variety of researchers, is actually that small independent businesses already practice Fair Workweek because that's just what makes sense, and they don't have the capacity to be adopting, sophisticated technologies that are almost always a part of the franchise package or practice, or the chain practice or package. And so this is really also about, I think, leveling the playing field for everyone in these industries to really ensure that there is fair competition, and also giving a chance and a leg up to independent small businesses that are trying to innovate.
Great, thank you. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Carmen Lanch.
Próximamente tenemos a Carmen Lanche.
Lanche. Okay. And we will be adding more time to your testimony for translation.
Y vamos a agregar más tiempo a su testimonio para que haya interpretación.
Gracias. Estimados miembros de la Comisión de Trabajo y Empleados Públicos, mi nombre es Carmen Lanche y vivo en Norwalk. Soy miembro de Comunidades Sin Fronteras. Soy la directora ejecutiva de esta organización, que tenemos más de 300 miembros en el estado de Connecticut. Nuestra organización lucha por los derechos de los trabajadores. Pertenecemos también a la organización Recovery for All, una coalición estatal que lucha por el futuro mejor para Connecticut y que reúne a más de 60 organizaciones comunitarias, religiosas y sindicales. Y también nuestra organización es parte de la coalición de Justicia Campaña de Trabajadoras del Hogar. Estoy testificando en apoyo de HB 6859, SB 1177, SB 1178, SB 1180. Como el estado más rico del país, Connecticut debería ser un brillante ejemplo para la nación, donde cada familia tiene lo que necesita para vivir una buena vida. Pero en lugar de eso, tenemos un estado en el que cientos de miles de trabajadores luchan por sacar adelante a sus familias, mientras que un puño de empresas se hacen más ricas. Y hay muchos residentes ricos que se enriquecen aún más. La magnitud de esta crisis exige una respuesta audaz. Los trabajadores están sufriendo y nuestro estado tiene la responsabilidad y los recursos para promulgar políticas que protejan a todos los trabajadores de Connecticut. Como organización servimos a muchas personas con diferentes necesidades, dentro de las cuales las trabajadoras del hogar no tienen los mismos derechos como cualquier trabajador. Ellas trabajan a diario sin faltar a su trabajo, aún estando enfermas porque no tienen otra opción. La desigualdad en el acceso a los días de enfermedad pagados no hace sino agravar los daños y la injusticia económica. Todos los trabajadores tienen derecho a un empleo bueno y estable, que les pague un salario digno y les trate con respeto. El trabajo debe ser una fuente de orgullo y oportunidades, no de ansiedad, miedo o explotación. Los trabajadores con propinas también sufren tasas especialmente elevadas de acoso sexual. El proyecto de ley de CDU garantiza que las empresas solo reciban el 15% de la tarifa, los conductores el 85% o $1.30 por milla o $0.60 por minuto, tanto por el tiempo de envío como por el de transporte. Les pido que apoyen los proyectos de ley HB 6659, SB 1177, SB 1178, SB 1180. Por favor, den prioridad a los derechos de los trabajadores de Connecticut y apoyen estas políticas que en este momento es muy crítico para todas las familias. Gracias.
Dear members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, my name is Carmen Lanche and I live in Norwalk. I'm a member of Comunidades Sin Fronteras. I'm the executive director, and we have 300 members in the state of Connecticut. Our organization fights for workers' rights. We belong to the Recovery for All coalition, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for Connecticut that brings together more than 60 community, faith-based, and union organizations. We are also members of the National Domestic Worker Alliance. I am testifying in support of HB 6859, SB 1177, SB 1178, and SB 1180. As the wealthiest state in the country, Connecticut should set a shining example to the nation where every family has what it needs to live a good life. But instead, we have a state where hundreds of thousands of workers are struggling to support their families, while a handful of wealthy businesses and wealthy residents get even richer. The magnitude of this crisis demands a bold response. Workers are hurting, and our state has the responsibility and the resources to enact policies that protect Connecticut workers. As an organization, we serve many people with different needs, among which domestic workers do not have the same rights as any worker. They work daily without missing work, even when sick, because they have no other option. Unequal access to paid sick days only compounds harm and economic justice. All workers have the right to a good, stable job that pays them a living wage and treats them with respect. Work should be a source of pride and opportunity, not anxiety, fear, or exploitation. Also, tip workers experience particularly high rates of sexual harassment. We should fix this. The Connecticut Drivers United bill ensures that businesses only receive 50% of the fee, drivers 85%, or $1.30 per mile, and 60 cents per minute for both shipping and delivery time. I urge this committee to support all these bills. Please prioritize the rights of Connecticut workers and support these critical policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias. Up next, we have Judith Paz.
Estoy aquí.
I'm here.
We have Judith.
Buenas tardes.
We have Judith Paz first.
Tenemos a Judith Paz primero.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Perdón.
I don't see her, so Julissa Lopez.
No la veo, así que Julissa López puede continuar.
Oh, está bien, gracias. Buenas tardes, estimados miembros de la Comisión del Trabajo y Empleados Públicos. Mi nombre es Julissa López y vivo en Norwalk. Soy miembro de Comunidades Sin Fronteras y tenemos 300 miembros en el estado de Connecticut. Nuestra organización lucha por los derechos de los trabajadores. Pertenecemos a Recovery for All, una coalición estatal que lucha por un futuro mejor para Connecticut y que reúne a más de 60 organizaciones comunitarias, religiosas y sindicales. Estoy testificando en apoyo a SB 1178, una ley que amplía los días de baja por enfermedad remunerados en Connecticut. Soy trabajadora del hogar, cuido personas mayores. Cuando me enfermé de COVID, tuve que estar sin trabajo durante unos días, pero ninguno de estos días me retuvieron mi salario. O sea que día trabajado, día pagado. Pero ¿qué pasa con nosotros? Somos trabajadoras esenciales. Hay un déficit de cuidadores de aquí en unos años. Ustedes necesitan del cuidado de algún familiar y nosotros queremos que se respete nuestro trabajo. Queremos derechos como cualquier trabajador. Hacemos un trabajo importante. Las trabajadoras domésticas han quedado significativamente al margen de las protecciones y presentaciones laborales vitales en lugares de trabajo y no se incluyeron en las protecciones laborales básicas durante los últimos 60 años. La ampliación de los días de enfermedad pagados eliminará el umbral del tamaño de la empresa para cubrir a todos los empleados, independientemente de donde trabajen. Esto garantizará que los trabajadores domésticos estén incluidos en la legislación para que no se vean obligados a elegir entre cuidar de sí mismos y mantener a sus familiares. Cubrir a todos los trabajadores eliminará el umbral del tamaño de empresa y la lista de clasificación laboral que figura en la ley vigente y obligará a todas las empresas, independientemente de su tamaño o sector, a proporcionar hasta 80 horas al año de baja por enfermedad retribuida a sus empleados. Apoyo firmemente que la ampliación de los días de enfermedad pagados en nuestro estado. Espero que el Comité de los Legisladores de Connecticut voten favorablemente este año para que reforzar la ley de días de enfermedad pagados de Connecticut. Gracias por escuchar nuestras voces.
Dear members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, my name is Julissa Lopez and I live in Norwalk. I am a member of Comunidades Sin Fronteras and we have 300 members in the state of Connecticut. Our organization fights for worker rights. We belong to Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for the better future for Connecticut that brings together more than 60 community, faith-based, and union organizations. I am testifying in support of SB 1178, a law that expands paid sick leave in Connecticut. I am a domestic worker. I take care of the elderly. When I got sick from COVID, I had to be without work for a few days, but none of those days paid me my salary. That is a day work, a paid day. But what happens with us, we are essential workers. But what happens with us? We are essential workers. There is a shortage of caregivers here in a few years. You will need to care for a relative, and we want our work to be respected. We want rights like any other worker. We do important work. Domestic workers have been significantly left out of vital employment protections and benefits in the workplace and were not included in basic labor protections for 60 years. Expanding paid sick days will remove the company size, but removing the company size threshold to cover all employees, regardless of where they work. This will ensure that domestic workers are included in the legislation so that they are not forced to choose between taking care of themselves and supporting their families. Cover all workers. Eliminate the company size threshold and job classification list contained in current law. And this will force companies, regardless of size or sector, to provide up to 80 hours a year of sick leave. I strongly support expanding paid sick days in our state. I hope the committee and Connecticut legislators will vote this year to strengthen Connecticut's paid sick leave law. Thanks for listening to our voices. Julissa Lopez.
Thank you, Julissa. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Gracias por su testimonio.
Up next, we have Beatriz Moncada.
Próximamente tenemos a Beatriz Moncada.
don't see her. Go back. Misael Silvas.
Misael Silva.
Is she?
Misael, tiene que prender su micrófono. He's on the Zoom. He has his mic off. Oh, there you go. La escuchamos.
Oh, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Estimados miembros de la Comisión de Trabajo y Empleados Públicos, mi nombre es Misael Silvas y vivo en Norwalk. Soy miembro de Comunidades Sin Fronteras y tenemos 300 miembros en el estado de Connecticut. Nuestra organización lucha por los derechos de los trabajadores. Pertenecemos a Recovery for All, una coalición estatal que lucha por un futuro mejor para Connecticut y que reúne a más de 60 organizaciones comunitarias, religiosas y sindicales. Estoy testificando en apoyo de SB 1178, una ley que amplía los días de baja por enfermedad remunerados en Connecticut. Soy trabajadora del hogar y mi trabajo consiste en el cuidado de personas mayores discapacitados. Durante los últimos 6 años, he trabajado como cuidadora de un adulto mayor con discapacidades. La señora está en silla de ruedas. Mi trabajo consiste en mantener a la señora segura, sana, cuidada y alimentada. Mi trabajo es importante. Somos trabajadores esenciales. Las trabajadoras domésticas han quedado significativamente al margen de las protecciones y prestaciones laborales vitales en el lugar de trabajo y no se incluyeron en las protecciones laborales básicas durante 60 años. Es tiempo de que se nos incluya para recibir protecciones y prestaciones laborales. Somos trabajadores esenciales durante y antes de la pandemia. Ustedes tienen la responsabilidad de hacer valer nuestros derechos como trabajadores. Merecemos respeto y seguridad. Hemos trabajado en primera línea durante la pandemia, arriesgando nuestra salud. Apoyo firmemente la ampliación de los días de enfermedad pagados en nuestro estado. Espero que el comité y los legisladores de Connecticut voten favorablemente este año para reforzar la ley de días de enfermedad pagados de Connecticut. Gracias, Misael Silvas.
My name is Misael Silvas and I live in Norwalk. I am a member of Comunidades Sin Fronteras and we have 300 members in the state of Connecticut. Our organization fights for worker rights. We belong to Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for Connecticut that brings together more than 60 community, faith-based, and union organizations. I am testifying in support of SB 1178, a law that expands paid sick leave in Connecticut. I am a domestic worker and my job consists of caring for disabled elderly people. For the past 6 years, I have worked as a caregiver for an older adult with disabilities. The lady is in a wheelchair and my job is to keep her safe, healthy, cared for, and fed. My job is important. We are essential workers. Domestic workers have been significantly left out of the vital employment protections and benefits in the workplace and were not included in basic labor protections for 60 years. It is time for us to be included to receive labor protections and benefits. We are essential workers during and before the pandemic. You have the responsibility to assert our rights as workers. We deserve respect and safety. We have worked on the front lines during the pandemic, risking our health. I strongly support expanding paid sick days in our state. I hope the committee and Connecticut legislators vote this year to strengthen Connecticut's paid sick leave law. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you ask if she knows anyone who has gotten sick with COVID because they had to go to work sick or I'm just asking about her colleagues, her working colleagues without paid sick days.
La representante Hughes le pregunta que si usted en su trabajo ha visto que usted o otros trabajadores hayan contraído el COVID por tener que ir a trabajar sin tener la seguridad de que tienen días de enfermedad pagos.
Algunas personas sí.
Some people, yes.
I know we've reached 12,000 people reported that in Connecticut that have died of COVID. And I'm just wondering what that impact is to your family, Ms. Silva, and the folks that you care for.
Sabemos que en Connecticut hemos llegado a las 15,000 muertes por COVID y quería saber qué impacto eso ha tenido en su familia y en su comunidad.
Sí, muy mal, ¿cómo le diría? Sí, muy mal, impacto muy mal fue. Directamente familia, no tengo familia que haya muerto, pero sí muchos amigos y conocidos.
Yes, it's been a very negative impact. I haven't had family members who have died of COVID, but many neighbors and friends who have.
Thank you. I appreciate your work, working with the elderly and the frail, and I know how hard it's been to try to keep ourselves all protected and safe and continue to do your jobs. And I believe all workers deserve paid sick time so that we can protect both ourselves, our families, and the folks that we care for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias. Aprecio mucho su trabajo, el trabajo de cuidar a nuestra gente mayor y a nuestra gente que está en situación frágil y sabemos el riesgo que cumplen y apoyo fuertemente el derecho a tener tiempo, enfermedad paga, días de enfermedad pagos en su trabajo.
Gracias, con mucho gusto.
Thank you.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Beatriz Moncada.
Siguiente tenemos a Beatriz Moncada.
Estimados miembros de la Comisión de Trabajo y Empleo Público. Mi nombre es Beatriz Moncada y vivo en Norwalk. Soy miembro de Comunidades Sin Fronteras y tenemos 300 miembros en el estado de Connecticut. Nuestra organización lucha por los derechos de los trabajos. Pertenecemos a Recovery for All, una coalición estatal que lucha por un futuro mejor para Connecticut y que reúne a más de 60 organizaciones comunitarias, religiosas y sindicales. Estoy testificando en apoyo de SB 1178, una ley que amplía los días de baja por enfermedad remunerados en Connecticut. Soy trabajadora del hogar. Cuando enfermo tengo que ir así al trabajo porque no puedo permitirme faltar al trabajo. De mi sueldo pago las utilidades de mi familia. Somos las que limpiamos sus hogares diariamente, pero no tenemos derecho ni prestaciones ni protección laboral. Esto tiene que cambiar. Las leyes tienen que estar a favor de los trabajadores. Los trabajadores de color están protegidos en los sectores que no proporcionan baja por enfermedad remunerada y tienen muchas más probabilidades de carecer de acceso a la presión que los trabajadores blancos. Según la ley actual, los trabajadores solo pueden utilizar sus días de enfermedad pagados para cuidar a un hijo o de hasta 18 años o un cónyuge definitivo como marido o mujer. La ley no incluye el tiempo para cuidar de la familia extensa o elegía y deja fuera a los trabajadores que cuidan de seres queridos fuera de la familia nuclear tradicional. Los trabajadores domésticos han querido significativamente al margen de las protecciones y prestaciones laborales vitales en el lugar de trabajo y no se incluyen en la protección laboral básica durante 60 años en tiempos de que se nos incluya para recibir protección y prestación laboral. Somos trabajadores esenciales durante y antes de la pandemia. Apoyo firmemente la ampliación de los días de enfermedad pagos en nuestros estados. Espero que el comité y los legisladores de Connecticut voten a favor este año para reforzar la ley de días de enfermedad pagados de Connecticut.
My name is Beatriz Moncada and I live in Norwalk. I'm a member of Comunidades Sin Fronteras and we have 300 members in the state of Connecticut. Our organization fights for workers' rights. We belong to Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for the better future of Connecticut that brings together more than 60 community faith-based and union organizations. I am testifying in support of SB 1178, a law that expands paid sick leave in the state of Connecticut. I am a domestic worker. I clean houses. When I'm sick, I have to go to work like this because I can't afford to miss work. For my salary, I pay the utilities of the apartment where I live with my family. And for 10 years, I've been doing this job. We are the only ones who clean their homes. Daily, we have no rights or benefits or labor protections. This has to change. The laws have to be in favor of the workers. Workers of color are overrepresented in industries that do not provide paid sick days and are far more likely to lack access to the benefit than white workers. According to the current law, workers can only utilize their paid sick days to care for a son who is younger than 18 or their partner defined as a male or female. The law does not include the time that we have to take care of our family for an extended period of time or our chosen family, and leaves out the workers that care for their loved ones outside of the nuclear family traditional structure. Domestic workers have been significantly left out of vital employment protections and benefits in the workplace and were not included in basic labor protections for 60 years. It is time for us to be included to receive labor protections and benefits. We are essential workers during and before the pandemic. Expanding paid sick days will eliminate the employer size threshold to cover all employees regardless of where they work. This will ensure domestic workers are included so that they are not forced to choose between taking care of themselves or providing for their families. I hope the committee and the Connecticut legislators vote this year to strengthen Connecticut's paid sick leave law. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Jessica.
Gracias por su testimonio.
Solamente quería comunicarles a cada uno de ustedes de que cuando yo me enfermé y estuve 4 días en el hospital, estuve hospitalizada, mi hija pidió permiso en su trabajo. Le dieron 4 días, pero ella no le hicieron ningún pago.
I just wanted to add that when I was in the hospital for 4 days sick, my daughter had to ask for time off from work and she wasn't able to get paid for that time.
Thank you.
Okay, gracias.
Okay. Up next, we have Zania Castillo. I don't think I
Zenia Castillo.
don't see her, so we'll go back. Luis Luna is next.
Thank you, Representative Sanchez, Senator Kushner, and esteemed members of the Labor Committee. My name is Luis Luna, Coalition Manager for Husky for Immigrants, an immigrant-led and immigrant-centered coalition of groups and organizations advocating to open up Husky access to all who are eligible regardless of immigration status. We also belong to Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for Connecticut. I am here in support of HB 6859, an act concerning predictable scheduling. Also SB 1177, an act concerning one fair wage. SB 1178, an act expanding Connecticut paid sick days, and SB 1180, an act concerning rideshare and delivery driver minimum standards. So right now, Connecticut has hundreds of thousands of working people who are struggling to get by, to raise their families, even as the wealthiest residents and corporations are getting even wealthier. Our crisis of inequity demands a bold response, especially in one of the wealthiest states in the country. The 4 bills before this committee today begin to close this inequity gap in our state and should be supported by this committee. I also want to make it clear that there's a strong connection between immigration status and workers' rights, as immigrants often face significant barriers to accessing basic labor protections. On HB 6859, so before working for the Husky for Immigrants Coalition, I spent several years organizing workers around the predictable scheduling bill. The hundreds of thousands of impacted workers in Connecticut deserve predictable schedules that they can count on. Many of these hourly workers are earning poverty wages and struggling with unstable incomes week to week due to their changing schedules. This bill will ensure that they have access to a stable job that respects them and their families. I'm going to move on to the other bills within the 3 minutes. On SB 1177, an act concerning one fair wage. Tip workers experience particularly high rates of sexual harassment, and the practice of tipping itself is often discriminatory, with white service workers receiving larger tips than Black or Latino workers for the same quality of service. I know this from my own personal experience. Working in the service industry for over 10 years, I worked in many restaurants, and even though I was experienced, I often was given harder tasks and noticed that my white counterparts always made more money than I. So unpredictable schedules forcing tipped workers to rely on the tips for their wages creates unstable income flows over time. On SB 1178, one of the most important rights for workers is access to paid sick days, which allows employees to take time off to take care of themselves or their loved ones without risking their income, job, or security. Unfortunately, many immigrant workers, particularly those who are undocumented, are often excluded from sick leave policies due to their immigration status. This puts them in a difficult position when they or their family members fall ill or need medical attention. The absence of strong sick leave policies have broader implications for public health. When employees are unable to take time off when they are sick, they are more likely to spread illness to their co-workers and customers. And then lastly, on SB 1180, many rideshares and delivery drivers are recent immigrants, and this bill would ensure that these and all workers are paid for fair wages for their work. For the first time in our state, this bill sets minimum pay standards for rideshare and delivery drivers. It requires tech platforms to be transparent on what they're both charging customers and paying drivers, and ensures that our drivers are treated with reciprocity by neighboring states.
Mr. Luna, your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
Yes, communities of color have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19 pandemic, both in terms of health outcomes and economic consequences. So the lack of access to paid sick leave, having access to predictable scheduling and fair pay only exacerbates this inequity. So I urge this committee to support both bills, and it is time that Connecticut must lead on all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Luis, for your lived experience bringing it to the table for a number of bills. What do you say to folks that are concerned that these measures would eliminate their flexibility in terms of, flexible hours, workers that want flexible hours and, last minute picking up hours, or especially to ride share, that the minimum standards would jeopardize that. What do you say?
Well, thank you, Representative Hughes. So for one, I would refer to a study that was done with GAP workers. I have to look at the year, but they did a study, they made GAP workers have a predictable schedule, and they saw that at the end, when they finalized this sort of like experiment, they saw that workers were happier, they were more productive, and that GAP was able to get more. That the profit that GAP had was better, and I can look at that study. I don't have it in front of me, but it was done a few years ago. So I think, like, in general, when workers are able to have a predictable schedule, when they know that they're going to work Monday through Wednesday, if they have children, they're going to be able to have a schedule that will allow them to take care of their families and themselves as well. So in my work, I've seen also students that often have to work, and on top of that, they're going to school. But then sometimes these corporations or companies, they do not take into consideration their schedule. So sometimes they're missing classes, they're working long hours, and then their school suffers. So we have seen that, across in my experience as when I worked on the Fair Workweek campaign, I saw many stories of folks who would have preferred to have a schedule, to have a fixed schedule, so they can take care of their families and the things that they care about.
And in your experience, that went that applied to the students too, that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Same time?
Yeah, for sure. Often we see that some students pay their way through college, and in order to do that, they work, and they often find works in retail or the restaurant industry, and it's very difficult to manage those two things if there is no strong regulations that says, hey, you can have up to 2 weeks of a predictable schedule, so you can plan your life around your work schedule.
I'm especially interested in some of the remarks you made through you, Mr. Chair, about the discriminatory practices and having been a waitress, I would say a bad waitress myself, but I have huge compassion for any server, bad or good, because of how hard it is and the amount of basically harassment and all kinds of things that you put up with. But I just want to delve down with something you said about the discriminatory practice in how also maybe because we've normalized this exploitation, especially of the immigrant community to serve in these industries, and perhaps have we've normalized not having rights, not having workers' rights, and not having paid sick time, not having a basic salary, and having to really rely on tips. I wonder if you could say something about people understanding their rights and what this would do towards, raising that bar across the entire sector, the entire economic sector.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Representative. I think in my experience as a server, I worked in a few restaurants in the New Haven area, and what I remember is that there used to be the good tables. I'm not calling them the good tables. Tables usually that are by the window. They have the most space, and I often found that my coworkers who were white often ended up having those tables, and I saw that it was a pattern. It was systemic. I often saw that my tips were less than what my other counterparts made as well. And I know that I'm usually also a good tipper when I had to tip out the bartender, or when I had to tip out the kitchen. I would give them extra because they're working really hard. And I would notice that my coworkers who were white, they tipped more because they made more tips that night. When we also look at service industry workers women, especially women of color, that is the same thing. They are seeing these things, and I think leveling and having a fair wage for tipped workers is the right thing to do. And restaurants often rely on workers who can be there and be happy about work, that they have the energy to work with all of the patrons. But when you have bad wages, workers have to work even more, find another job, and you have a more tired workforce. You have a workforce that's been discriminated on. So I think that if we are able to address that, workers are going to be happier. They are going to be more productive.
And hopefully lower the turnover rate, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. We will move on to Saru Jayarman.
Thank you.
You just turn on your mic. Yep, thank you.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the committee, and I especially want to thank the Connecticut AFL-CIO for showing such incredible leadership on all three of these bills. I definitely want to speak in support of all three. But I have spent my life working on the issue of the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers, so wanted to speak to you about that in particular. The restaurant industry has been one of the largest and fastest growing private sector employers in Connecticut and the United States for decades. It was over 100,000 workers pre-pandemic, still is about 110,000 workers, but it's been the absolute lowest paying employer in Connecticut and across the country for generations dating back to emancipation. At emancipation, the restaurant industry sought the ability to hire newly freed slaves, newly freed Black people, Black women in particular, not pay them anything and have them live exclusively on something new that had just arrived from Europe at the time called tipping. Tipping in Europe was always an extra or bonus on top of a wage. At emancipation, restaurants mutated the notion of tipping from being an extra or bonus to becoming a replacement for wages in order to continue to access free Black labor, not pay and essentially just have them work on tips. There was another industry that did this. You may have heard about them. The Pullman Train Company tried to hire Black men as Pullman porters. Those workers under the leadership of A. Philip Randolph won the right to an actual wage rather than living on tips. The Black women in the restaurant industry were not so lucky because of the formation of an entity called the National Restaurant Association in 1919, which lobbied to have these workers exclusively, Black women, excluded from the Fair Labor Standards Act when it was passed in 1938. So we got $0 an hour for tipped workers in 1938. Fast forward 100 years almost, we are at $2.13 an hour at the federal level. And of course, a sub-minimum wage here in Connecticut. Connecticut continues to be one of 43 states that persists with this legacy of slavery that creates a real problem for a workforce that is over 70% women in Connecticut, 40% people of color, disproportionately women of color to this day, who largely work in very casual restaurants and bars, IHOPs, Denny's, Applebee's, small mom and pop restaurants, struggling with the highest rates of both poverty and sexual harassment of any industry in the United States. I'm a professor at UC Berkeley. I work very closely with Professor Catherine McKinnon, who's the legendary law professor who coined the term sexual harassment. She has named this industry as having the absolute highest rates of sexual harassment of any industry because these women have to tolerate so much to get tips to feed their families. We have the highest rates of single moms also of any occupation. There have always been 7 states that did this differently: California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Minnesota, Montana, and Alaska. So not all blue states, some red states all over the country. These states require full minimum wage with tips on top. And despite everything you may hear from the opposition, these 7 states have higher restaurant sales per capita, higher job growth in the restaurant industry, higher small business growth rates. The chains grow faster in these 7 states. We have higher rates of tipping in these 7 states and 1/2 the rate of sexual harassment, because it turns out when you pay a woman a full wage, she doesn't have to put up with as much from customers because she can count on a wage from her boss like every other worker in every other industry. During the pandemic, these issues got so much worse. 6 million workers lost their jobs. 2/3 of these workers told us they couldn't access unemployment insurance in states like Connecticut because they were told that sub-minimum wage was too low to qualify for benefits. Then they went back to work in the summer of 2020. They found their tips had gone way down because sales were down, harassment way up. We heard from thousands of women. I'm regularly asked, take off your mask so I can see how cute you are before I decide how much I want to tip you. And then they were asked to enforce COVID protocols on the same people from whom they had to get tips. It was an impossible situation and they started leaving. 1.2 million workers have left this industry nationally. 9,000 workers have left this industry in Connecticut. That is more than 1 in 10 restaurant workers in Connecticut have left. In response, thousands of restaurants nationally and hundreds here in Connecticut, we have a list, have voluntarily moved to paying a full minimum wage with tips on top. Something that the Restaurant Association said was impossible. Now hundreds of restaurants are doing it because they have to recruit staff. We have an association of 2,500 restaurant owners across the country, independent small business restaurants, that have said to us, we are raising wages to recruit staff, but we cannot do it alone. We need policy that will create a level playing field so that we're not at a competitive disadvantage with Denny's and IHOP, and also to signal to millions of workers, these are going to be permanent wage increases. It is worth coming back to work in restaurants. As a result of this upheaval, we are winning. In addition to the 7 states that have already done this, 76% of voters in Washington, D.C. in November voted to raise the wage for tipped workers from $5 to $16.75. Our nation's capital has ended this legacy of slavery once and for all. And now there are 13 states moving bills and ballot measures. Connecticut is one of 13 states this year moving bills and ballot measures to end the subminimum wage for tipped workers in the context of this mass exodus, this great resignation, which our members call a great revolution, and the fact that so many employers are having to raise wages to recruit staff. We are winning. We are winning across the country. We know Connecticut can lead on this issue. And in fact, you have to. You've already lost 1/10 of your workforce. As New York and neighboring states, Massachusetts, move on this issue, you will lose even more unless we end the subminimum wage for tipped workers now.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Kushner.
Now, you all know we're not supposed to be clapping in here. And I'm looking at my friends who know this well. It's so great to see you. And I appreciate you being here. You had a lot to say and you did it very quickly. One of the things that was said this morning that caught my attention by one of the other speakers is that you're not sure this is really a problem in Connecticut. You underscored the 9,000 people that have left this field just in the state of Connecticut. But I know personally, back in 2019, when we raised the minimum wage, the issue caught my interest. Unfortunately, not in a good way, that we were not going to be lifting the minimum wage for our tipped workers. So I know I started going to restaurants and trying to engage wait staff in a conversation about this. And I was very careful because I had been a union organizer most of my life. So I didn't, I made sure there was no supervisors or employers around when I asked the question, but I still found that wait staff were incredibly reluctant to talk to me about it. And so it's very hard to know what these workers are really feeling, because I think that it's hard for them to talk about it at work. I did have the occasion recently where I was in a back room having a private meeting, and the wait person in that diner came in, and I did ask about whether there are days that she didn't make the minimum wage. Because I'm sure you know this, but employers are supposed to pay the minimum wage if the tips aren't realized in a given day or a given pay period. She actually then really did open up and say that she felt there were many days she didn't make minimum wage, that she would never complain about it, because if she did, she was afraid she would have retaliation, either get fired or maybe not get a good shift. And I wonder what your experience is. You've been out there, you've talked to workers. How do you do it? Where do you find them? What do they say? What are their fears about talking and coming forward? Because this has been an issue here in Connecticut.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. Just writing some notes. Look, tipped workers, and we have surveyed tens of thousands, literally across the country. How do we do it? We actually wait outside at late night when workers come out of their shift. We talk to them as they're going home. And we have surveyed tens of thousands of workers this way. Pre-pandemic, there was a lot of fear. First of all, even pre-pandemic, overwhelming support, especially when you do like confidential telephone polling. 80% of workers say, of course, I want a full minimum wage with tips on top. Always supported this. But there was a lot of fear pre-pandemic that was spread by the Restaurant Association. In 2017, the National Restaurant Association created what we call an AstroTurf PAC, a fake corporate created PAC called Save Our Tips, and started spreading messaging to workers. This is going to be bad for you. Your tips are going to go down if your wages go up. And that was based on zero evidence. In fact, the 7 states that have a full minimum wage with tips on top have higher tipping averages than Connecticut and the 43 states with a sub-minimum wage. Why? Because it turns out when you pay workers in this immense workforce a higher wage, guess what they do? They eat out. They are consumers. They take their families. They eat out. And when they eat out, they tip better than other people because they know what it's like to be a tipped worker. So tipping goes up. It doesn't go down. And in fact, you don't even have to go to California, Oregon, or Washington to see that. Here in Connecticut, hundreds of restaurants have raised wages to a full minimum wage with tips on top, and tipping is exactly the same as it was beforehand. So the workers always supported this. There was some fear mongering that the Restaurant Association engaged in, post when Trump was in office. But following the pandemic, that has just gone straight out the window. Look, with the pandemic, when I said 6 million workers lost their jobs, and we surveyed, 300,000 workers came to us for relief post-pandemic, including 2,000 or 3,000 workers here in Connecticut. And we surveyed 2,000 or 3,000 tipped workers here in Connecticut post-pandemic. 60% of them told us we're having great difficulty accessing unemployment insurance because of this sub-minimum wage. And at that time, we heard from so many workers, wait a second, if the government is telling me I earn too little to qualify for benefits that every other working person is getting, probably I earn too little and I should never have accepted this to begin with. We saw thousands of workers at that point say, I'm going to leave this industry and I don't want to come back unless I get a full minimum wage with tips on top. And then we saw mass exodus. With the mass exodus, we did survey 3,000 workers across the country, including several hundred here in Connecticut. And what they told us was that 60% of the existing workforce, look, 9,000 workers have left, 60% of those who remain say they're leaving. 80% say the only thing that would make them stay or come back is a full livable wage with tips on top. Why? Because the cost of a gallon of gas is approaching their hourly wage. When the cost of a gallon of gas is more than what you're going to get when you get to work, particularly when tips are way down because sales are down, you are going to make an economically rational decision not to pay more to get to work than you get when you get there. And so it is far beyond, do workers want this or don't they want this? They have left the industry in droves because they're saying we can't work anymore for sub minimum wage and tips, and they're saying we won't come back without it. Now, to the point you made, Senator Kushner, about the law, the federal law, state law that requires employers to ensure that tips bring workers to the full minimum wage, and if they don't, they have to make up the difference. Under the Obama administration is when we saw the highest levels of federal enforcement by the U.S. Department of Labor of that law. They tried very hard to enforce that law. They found an 84% violation rate with regard to employers actually enforcing that law, actually counting, do tips bring you to the full minimum wage, and making up the difference. At that time, the Solicitor General of the U.S. Department of Labor, Patricia Smith, declared the issue unenforceable. She said it is impossible for us as the United States Department of Labor to ensure that every restaurant is making up the difference. And therefore, the Obama administration changed their stance on the issue during the Obama administration for being for a sub-minimum wage to being for a full minimum wage with tips on top. In October, we had a cover story on the cover of the New York Times citing data that we just released showing that 60% of women are saying that at this time, post-pandemic, they're regularly experiencing tips not bringing them to the full minimum wage and the employer not making up the difference. That is the highest I, in 20 years of organizing, have ever seen that statistic go. It's a tough time. It's a tough time for these workers, and it's a tough time for employers. Because it's a tough time for workers, they are leaving, and thus employers cannot find enough people, and they are saying, we need to do something to bring these people back.
Thank you for that answer. I do want to continue with a few more questions because I know you have a lot of experience. One of the things that is raised as a concern is the cost to small restaurants, to the owners of these restaurants. You know, of course, I frequent a lot of restaurants and I try and do that, especially with the smaller restaurants in our community. What have you seen happening in those cases?
Yeah, one of my colleagues, Nyla, was here earlier and she had to step out, but she's actually a small business restaurant owner herself, and she leads our association of 2,500 small business restaurant owners. As I said, many in Connecticut, but all over the country that are actually now paying a full minimum wage with tips on top, and very supportive of this issue for several reasons. One, they want workers to come back to this industry. Two, they want a level playing field. They want everybody to do it. Three, there is federal law that we got passed that shows that if you pay everybody a full minimum wage in the restaurant, you can actually share tips with non-management back of house staff. That is how it's done in California and the 7 states. It's a much more equitable system. It creates a sense of team. Employers want that. Even the Restaurant Association wants that. And so that is something that happens when you get to pay, when you pay everybody a full minimum wage. So employers have actually, it's small business employers that have led the way in terms of pushing for change on this issue in multiple states. We have dozens of employers here. We have dozens of employers in New York that are going to state capitals saying, we want this. We want a full minimum wage with tips on top. It's the only way we can bring enough workers back. It's the only way to create a level playing field. It's the only way to allow us to tip share. Now, what would we say to small business employers in Connecticut? We've created a pretty comprehensive training program with former small business restaurant owners like Nyla that has a calculator that actually allows a small business to put in your menu prices and your staff size, and it shows you how to profitably switch to a full minimum wage with tips on top. So we have the resources, the experience, even the peer association of small businesses to show small business restaurants, to support small business restaurants in Connecticut in making this transition. We can help them do it. Instead of it being, no, we're not going to do it, we're scared. Instead, why don't we figure out how? And we have all the tools to show small businesses how that small businesses themselves have created.
Thank you. I have one more question, and I'm sure that some of my colleagues want to ask some of the same questions. But the argument has been made that it will cause prices to go up and that will hurt consumers and ultimately lead to people not going to restaurants if the prices go up. What's your experience been with that?
So we have worked with economists at UC Berkeley and Cornell and various schools across the country to study menu price increases with minimum wage increases. First thing is we look at chains. The chains, Applebee's, IHOP, have exactly the same menu prices in California as they do here. And I encourage you to, anybody could go on their phones and look at Applebee's, Fresno, or Bakersfield. You'll see exact same menu prices there as you do here. And it is because in those states where wages go up, again, there is a boon that everybody seems to forget, which is that this enormous workforce eats out. So you don't have to believe me. In 2021, there was a Newsweek headline, Newsweek expose, because the CFO of Denny's was caught telling shareholders on a quarterly analyst call, if the federal $15 minimum wage bill passes, which included tipped workers, it'll be perfectly fine because Denny's California, where the wage is $15.50 plus tips everywhere in the state, outperforms the system. He said Denny's has grown faster in California than in any other state in the United States. Why? Because we pay people more and consumer spending is higher, and therefore the restaurant is growing faster. And so that is how, with greater revenue, with greater business, they have not significantly raised prices in Denny's compared to Denny's Connecticut because the business is actually growing. It's growing faster. So we looked at menu prices across the country, and they're pretty comparable. But even if you want to look just in the state of Connecticut and you don't care about anywhere else, you don't want to compare anywhere else. If you look even just in the state of Connecticut, if you compared the restaurants that have recently moved to a full minimum wage with tips on top, and again, I can share the list with anybody who wants to see it. We were able to get this data by scraping job postings from Indeed.com. So many hundreds of restaurants right now are posting 15 and up plus tips in order to recruit staff. Their menu prices are pretty much exactly the same or comparable to restaurants that have a lesser wage. And it is because, again, there are enormous savings that come from paying people a full wage. First of all, restaurants that are paying people a full wage right now are doing much better in this staffing crisis moment, the worst staffing crisis in the history of our industry. And so they're not paying for extensive amounts of marketing, recruitment, retention. I heard you talk about retention. We have data that shows turnover in this industry can get upwards of 300%. That's 3 turns in one position in 1 year. And it costs, we worked with Dr. Rose Batt at Cornell University School of Hospitality Management. That can cost companies millions of dollars in recruitment, retention, retraining. You can save money in worker retention, upselling. Workers upsell when they're doing better, meaning they sell food and they sell wine better. And also in terms of employee theft and morale, all of these things are savings that occur when you pay people more. And so that is why menu prices don't have to go dramatically higher. Now, we are looking at, even in an extreme situation, if you were to pass on 100% of the price increase of the labor cost to customers, what we're seeing is about a 12 to 18% at most price increase from a $2 wage, we were looking at federal, $2 wage to 15 over 5 to 8 years. So that means your burger would go from $10 to $11.80 at most over 5 to 8 years if you were to pass on 100% of the labor costs. And that doesn't happen. They do not pass on 100% of the labor costs because there are savings that are accrued when you raise wages. The last thing I want to say is that restaurant prices have gone up already due to food costs, gas costs, rent costs, and we as a society seem to accept that. Somehow it's only with regard to human costs that we put up our hands and we say, no, we can't allow menu prices to go up because of human costs. And what we seem to forget is that those humans are facing those same inflationary cost increases that the restaurants are facing. And so we can't allow for menu price increases for every other factor, but not the human costs. Because what ends up happening to the industry? They end up paying more for recruitment and retention because nobody can afford to work in restaurants anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one more question, but I know that my colleagues are dying to ask their questions. So come back to me, please.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Weir, then Representative Hughes. Go.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure I got a couple of things correct as we're discussing this going forward. And I have one of the, I guess one of my occupations is I have a small farm, and we have seen prices of everything across the board go up, although albeit a small farm. Everything, I think everybody's struggling with, it's on the costs across the board. So I certainly am sensitive to that. I just wanted to confirm something that you mentioned early on, that sharing of tips with the back of the house workers, that's currently allowed voluntarily, correct?
No. Federal law only allows tip sharing with back of house workers if you pay everybody a full minimum wage. And this was actually something, Representative Weir, that we ended up working with Mitch McConnell on. I worked with Mitch McConnell on getting this bill passed in Congress. It was a very strange moment, but we did it. And basically it said that tips are the property of workers now and forever. And if you pay everybody a full minimum wage in a restaurant, that is when you're allowed to share tips with back of house workers. The reason why you cannot, and frankly should not do that if you're paying a sub minimum wage to the front of the house, is that the front of the house relies on tips to bring them to the full minimum wage. And so they shouldn't have to share with the back of the house unless they are paid a full minimum wage like the back of the house. So law only allows that to happen if there's a full minimum wage, which is why this policy, this bill would be so great, because it would allow so many more restaurants to do what they want to do, which is to be able to share tips with back of house, non-management back of house workers.
Just want to get a clarification. In your case, the example you just gave, the restaurant, the business owner would take the tips and share it with the back of the house. I'm referring to it. Is it allowed for a server at the front of the house to voluntarily share with somebody at the back of the house?
I mean, any person can donate a portion of their wage, but at this time, what happens in 99% of restaurants is that the employer controls tip distribution. Technically, per the law, workers can own tips and are supposed to control tip distribution, but that is not how it happens in any restaurant in Connecticut. Because workers are often, moving from restaurant to restaurant, we have very high levels of turnover. The employers often set the policy for tip distribution. Workers can protest it, but generally employers set the policy for tip distribution. And what is not legal for an employer to do right now is to have part of those tips shared with the back of the house if they are paying a sub minimum wage. If they're paying a full minimum wage, they can share tips with the back of the house.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chair, can you remind me how many approximately restaurants in Connecticut are paying full minimum wage plus?
We've tracked over 100 at this point, and we can send you a list.
Okay, that would be helpful. So I think I'll just, as I question what is our role up here, it's always to say, certainly to consider, is education on this to other restaurants, if they're shown that, hey, this does work and this is beneficial, do we need this legislature's involvement? And that's something I question every time we sit up here and kind of bring the heavy hand of government down versus the opportunity for businesses and employees to choose what may work best for them. So,
Yeah,
thank
I
you.
hear you. And certainly Representative Weir, the market is way ahead of the legislature right now on this issue, certainly. But those employers, many of those employers that we are working with, and I see Nyla has returned, small business owner herself, many of those employers are the ones saying we actually need policy at this time. We need policy for two reasons. One, again, to create a level playing field. As small and medium-sized businesses raising wages to recruit staff, we can't be at a competitive disadvantage. We need Denny's and IHOP and Chili's to also, we need all boats to rise at the same time. And in fact, this has been a framework of the Restaurant Association for a long time. If we're going to impose policy, let it be across the board. But the second thing, and frankly, more pressing thing we're hearing from employers is that I can raise wages to recruit staff, and I do get more than my colleagues who aren't doing it, but it's actually still not enough. We had a restaurant owner actually recently from Queens tell the governor of New York, it's like we're fishing in an understocked lake. No matter how great our bait is, if the fish won't come back to the lake, we'll never have enough fish. And what he said is the fish won't come back unless workers are guaranteed a full wage with tips on top. They are worried, rightfully so, that employers might offer higher wages right now and go back down to a sub-minimum wage next year because they're not required to do it. And unfortunately, some of the chains have been very vocal. If you turn on Bloomberg TV, you'll hear some of these restaurant corporations very broadly saying, don't worry, things are going to settle down. We can go back to paying lesser wages next year. So when they are that vocal about it, it's again, very smart and very rational for workers to say, I don't trust that these higher wages are going to stay, and therefore I'm not going to come back. You have lost so many workers that this is not about individual restaurants finding people to come back. This is about a mass of people who've changed their lives to go do something else that now would need to change their lives again to come back. And the only thing that's going to bring them back is a guarantee of an actual livable wage.
Thank you. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Saru. A couple of questions. One thing you didn't touch on, and I'm just so curious about this. In the states where this has been implemented, minimum wage plus tips, what experience or what is the successful practice of educating the consumers about really how we've been subsidizing an entire industry that was based on basic, quite frankly, racism, systemic racism that we inherited and that we've normalized. So what attempt has worked, I should say, for consumers to understand that we are shifting to an ethically sourced workforce ecosystem and economy?
Yeah, we've done so much consumer education across the country, not just in the 7 states, where we are, honoring restaurants that are doing the right thing. We're providing them with recognition. We've worked with governors and mayors across the country. This is something perhaps we could do with you to honor restaurants that are doing the right thing and encouraging customers to eat at those restaurants. We've put out diners guides. We've done PSAs. We've done a lot of consumer education. But I do have to say, in the 7 states that have done this, it actually hasn't. What the best consumer education is the law. Passing a policy that requires everybody to pay a full minimum wage with tips on top, consumers barely notice. They adjust. And now, if you ask consumers in any of those 7 states, and I have, do you know that in these other states, workers are paid a sub-minimum wage? They say, what? Are you crazy? How could that possibly exist? They're flabbergasted by the idea of a sub-minimum wage or a $2 wage, because in those states, it's been custom and practice for so long that these workers get a full wage, like every other worker in every other industry, and that tips are on top of that. The idea that this one industry would be exempted from paying the wage that everybody else has to pay is ludicrous in those states. And so ultimately, the best consumer education is policy that just lifts all boats at the same time and says, we as a state reject this legacy of slavery, reject the idea that anybody could be paid less by a minimum wage by their employer. I mean, the word minimum implies that it's the least you can get paid by your employer.
And the second thing I'm wondering about is you said something about the Obama administration could not enforce this good faith effort if you're not making your tips for employers to make it up. I mean, that coupled with so many employees afraid to speak up, afraid to seek recourse, not knowing what their rights are, not knowing that they are owed a minimum wage.
That's right.
That this has sort of been a casual across the board disregard. And, most people get away with it and most workers just accept it. How do you think that this could be better enforced across the board?
Well, you don't have to take it from me. You can take it from multiple departments of labor that have said, this is not an issue of enforcement. In fact, as the Solicitor General said, it is unenforceable. The best way to correct this issue of wage theft is to require that everybody pay a full minimum wage. The two-tiered wage system creates enormous liability and complications for small business. If we're really concerned about small business restaurant owners, it creates enormous amounts of liability and HR headaches for small business restaurant owners. There are numerous laws that small businesses are supposed to comply with. Not only are they supposed to ensure that tips bring you to the full minimum wage, there's something called the 80-20 rule, that employers are supposed to ensure that anybody getting the sub-minimum wage spends 80% of their time interacting with guests. That has become such a headache for employers across the country that numerous employer side plaintiffs' attorneys have come out in favor of a full minimum wage with tips on top because they say it's too much liability. How is any individual employer supposed to go ensure that every worker is spending 80% of their time interacting with guests? There's a third law that's been very onerous. Anytime you hire or change a wage, including a raise, you're supposed to tell the worker, I am hiring you at less than the minimum wage. I will ensure that tips bring you to the full minimum wage. Most employers don't know that. Most workers don't know that. There's been enormous liability and class action lawsuits over that. And it's Tom Colicchio got sued for this very thing and came out in favor of a full minimum wage with tips on top because he said it's too onerous. The rules regarding this two-tiered system are too onerous. It would just be cleaner, simpler, easier for everybody to just be paid one wage with tips on top. But I do have to say, even if the Restaurant Association likes to say this is not an issue of changing the law, let's just enforce the existing law. Let's enforce those rules. And the Obama administration said, we tried and we got an 83% violation rate. But even if that they found a 16% compliance rate, 16% compliance, even if they had 100% compliance, you'd still have a workforce that is overwhelmingly women, overwhelmingly single mothers, having to put up with so much from customers to get tips to make up their base wages. It still leaves them incredibly vulnerable, even if the tips are bringing them to the full minimum wage.
Finally, have you seen an escalation in violence and harassment in this industry of customers?
I am so glad you asked me that because I rushed through what happened to workers during the pandemic, and it is incredibly critical for people to understand what these workers suffered during the pandemic. First of all, they died. 1 in 3 of the 300,000 workers who came to us for relief, 1 in 3 said somebody in their restaurant died. These workers went to work when the rest of us were staying home for a sub-minimum wage. The CDC named restaurants the most dangerous place to be as adults, more than hospitals. UCSF named restaurants the #1 most dangerous place to work, higher than hospitals. Everybody else was getting hazard pay. Everybody else, we were clapping for them. These workers were getting a sub-minimum wage working in the most dangerous place to work during the pandemic. So as I said, they went back to work after they found they couldn't get unemployment insurance because they were told their benefits were too low. They found tips went way down because sales went down. They found harassment went way up. I mentioned that so many women reported. I'm regularly asked, take off your mask so I can see how cute you are before I decide how much to tip you. Take off your mask so I can see the pretty face of my server before I decide how much to tip. We had a bartender in Washington, D.C. standing at the bar. The customer says, take off your mask. I want to see your face before I decide how much to tip. She said, sorry, sir, I cannot. My manager's standing right here. He said, I guess we know who's not going to eat tonight. That is the kind of power customers were trying to wield over these workers. And when they were asked to enforce COVID protocols, sit 6 feet apart, wear a mask, show me your vaccination card, on the same people from whom they had to get tips, they got tipped much less. 70% of workers said they got tipped less. 85% of Black workers said they got tipped less when they tried to enforce these rules. People were not trying to hear from a Black server, wear a mask, sit 6 feet apart. But even worse than getting tipped less, we heard from so many workers, they were screamed at, they were yelled at. We had a member who was punched in the face for trying to enforce these rules, and one in upstate New York who was shot for trying to enforce these rules. The level of hostility reached such extremes that is when workers said, I am done. You are asking me to do so much more for so much less. I am getting a sub-minimum wage, and I am not just a server bartender, now I'm a public health marshal on top of that. That's it, I am done. And getting those workers to come back will take, there's only one thing that are going to get those workers who suffered that to come back. It is the state recognizing through policy that they have value, that they have skills, and that you recognize that they are worth being paid what everybody else is getting paid in this state.
Why do we normalize wage theft by customers, and there's no accountability or enforceability there?
It's so interesting. My colleague Mamdouh, he may testify soon. He's worked in the industry for 17 years. He always likes to say, and so many workers have said this, you know, if the customer doesn't pay the bill, that is a crime. And the employer may, sue, may call the police, may go after them. If the customer doesn't tip, the worker is not even allowed to say anything. If they say anything, they can get fired. But those tips are supposed to bring that worker to the full minimum wage.
Has the Supreme Court ruled that tipped wages are property?
Supreme Court, well, under the Trump administration in 2016, late 2016, early 2017, Trump tried to pass a rule through his U.S. Department of Labor to make tips the property of owners rather than workers. We mobilized 400,000 people. That is when we worked with Senator Mitch McConnell, because the Republicans realized that was way too far and, yes, violated various Supreme Court decisions. And so we passed a bill in Congress saying that tips are the property of workers now and forever. And if you pay a full minimum wage, tips can be the property of all non-management staff in the restaurant.
So if tips are the property of workers and the customers don't pay what they owe their work, what is their recourse?
Zero. There's no recourse for a worker who doesn't get tipped. We have seen so many workers get disciplined, fired, or retaliated against for speaking to a customer to say, I'm sorry, where's the tip? Because the customer's always right. The customer is always right. That not only means the customer has the choice not to tip you, it means the customer has the choice to tip you based on whether they like your face, whether they like frankly, your breast size. I'm not being crass. There's a professor at Cornell named Michael Lynn who has spent his life studying tipping data that he has received from major corporations. And the data shows that tipping in this country is not actually based on the quality of service. It is based on the race and gender of the server. It is based on the look of the server and whether she or he pleases the customer. It is whether she allows herself to be touched. There are so many other factors that go into whether somebody gets tipped. And as a result, creating a sub-minimum wage or allowing a sub-minimum wage to persist, what that does is it puts workers, women and people of color, and women of color especially, at the mercy of the implicit biases of customers. For those of you that don't know what implicit bias is, it's our unconscious bias that we all have in this country growing up in a racist and patriarchal society. And so customers have that bias. The data shows that Black women always get tipped less than white men, even when they provide what's called perfect service, resulting in a $6 per hour wage gap between white men and Black men, Black women and white men, even in the same restaurants, even when they work side by side, because of this implicit bias. So what we are doing with a sub-minimum wage is subjecting workers, especially workers of color and women, to the biases and the harassment and the vagaries and the tastes of customers who can decide to not tip at all because something didn't please them, or to tip a lot because they were pleased, or to tip very little because they didn't like the server's face. It is entirely up to them, and it results in people not being able to know whether they're going to pay their bills or their rent the next month.
And I would characterize that as normalized violence. So that makes the case for the policy that you're advocating for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Christopher Anderson. Is he online? Okay, we'll go back. Shelley Davis.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. My name is Shelley Davis, and I'm proud to serve as the Executive Vice President of AFL-CIO, a federation of hundreds of local unions representing 250,000 active and retired workers in the private sector, public sector, and building trades. The Federal Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, passed in 1938, improved wages and working conditions for millions of workers, but it was discriminatory from the onset. Among those excluded were agriculture workers and domestic workers. These mostly Black and brown workers were intentionally omitted to preserve a system in which employers could profit from racist and gender exploitation. Connecticut's wage law continues to embrace policies that propagate racism, ageism, ableism, and gender bias. Today, the minimum wage is $14 per hour, but our minimum wage law allows employers to pay sub-minimum wage to workers under age 18, employees with physical or mental deficiency or injury, servers and bartenders. The overwhelming majority of workers earning a sub-minimum wage in Connecticut are tip workers. Approximately 70,000 tip workers are employed in Connecticut's restaurants and hospitality industry. There are 70% women and 36 to 40% of the workers are of color. It's important to remember that working for tips is a legacy of slavery. After the Emancipation and Civil War, employers, largely in the hospitality sector, looked for ways to benefit from the work of formerly enslaved persons without having to pay them. They were hired in hotels, restaurants, railway stations, and in other services-related enterprises, but they were not paid a wage. They worked for tips. This practice cements a racial stereotype in service jobs in which workers must please both customer and employer to earn anything at all. Several states sought to end tipping in the early 1900s, often in recognition of its racial roots. But the restaurant industry fought back and tip workers were excluded from the FLSA. The restaurant industry continues to lobby to uphold two-tier pay systems. Just last month, the New York Times Investigate report found that the National Restaurant Association and its state affiliates collected fees from 3.6 million tip workers for required safety training and used those funds, more than 25 million, to fight increases to the minimum wage and sub-minimum wage. We've seen their power on display in Connecticut. When legislation gradually increased the minimum wage to $15 per hour by 2023 was passed, the sub-minimum wage for tip workers was delinked from the minimum wage because of heavy lobbying from Connecticut Restaurant Association. As a result, the sub-minimum wage for tip workers has been frozen since 2017, providing employers with a significant discount. The Connecticut Restaurant Association will likely testify that eliminating the sub-minimum wage will put their member restaurants out of business. They will tell you that they are struggling to recover from the pandemic, but passing SB 1177 will force them to close doors. They probably won't point out that their 2019 lobbying effort saved them $3.10 per employee per hour for every server they employ and $4 per hour for every bartender they employ. They might not also mention that Connecticut taxpayers have provided over $1 billion in financial assistance to the restaurant industry since the pandemic. SB 1117 ends the practice of subminimal wages, requiring all employers to pay one fair minimum wage to all type of workers. 7 other states and the District of Columbia already do this. I urge the committee to close this long and painful chapter of discrimination and pass SB 1177. All workers are entitled to a good and stable jobs that pay a living wage and create a sense of pride and dignity. The anxiety and fear and exploitation that hundreds of thousands of low-wage hourly workers, predominantly women and people of color, face daily is inexcusable.
Ms. Davis, you have gone up to your time. I'd request that
Okay.
you complete your remarks promptly.
So I will
Thank you.
leave it at that. I think you all have my written testimony. If you'd like, I am here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hughes.
Madam Vice President, can you talk to us a little bit more about what you know about you mentioned 1 billion in taxpayer funded support. Is that for Connecticut?
That was for Connecticut, yes.
And just to compare apples to apples, what we're really looking at is how did the workforce benefit from that $1 billion in taxpayer funded support? And I'm just wondering if you have any breakdown of what, what that is.
So the breakdown I have is there for you on page, actually the beginning of page 4 and 5, that gives you the minimum wages and the links and everything to the employers. I don't know if you want me to go through all of that,
No,
but
I
it's
got
in a
it.
graph.
I got them. And I'm just curious by your bringing up the legacy of how this started uniquely in the United States in 1938. And if you're aware of why this doesn't have a parallel in European countries of sub-minimum wage.
I can't really tell you about the European countries. I know they have had some of the same issues, but I know about the roots of slavery, being a Black woman. That's the history that I come from, and my grandparents, and before them, I understand how they started the work that they did and that they didn't get paid. I understand that after they were free, and they didn't know that for a whole year, this is what took place because they still didn't want to pay Black people, people of color, people that were enslaved. And so we're still rooted in the same racism. And like, as you said earlier, it's normalized. And that's where we are. And I think we all have a duty to change that, knowing what we know. When we know better, we need to do better. And I think we all know better.
So I really appreciate that you framed this not as an economic cost, but something that this country economically owes entire communities that we've stolen from.
True. And I do have a couple of figures that I can give you. 5,563 Connecticut restaurants receive paycheck protection programs. The PPP loans totaling $684 million with the average loan of about 122. 96.9% of those loans have been forgiven. 1,302 Connecticut restaurants receive Restaurant Revitalization Fund grants totaling $300,000. The average grant amount was $231. 4,660 restaurants were allowed to keep more than 9,325,000 of the sale tax they collected during one of the 4 designated between 2021 and 2022 on the sales tax relief for sellers of meal programs. 1,485 Connecticut restaurants received hospitality industry support grants. 272 Connecticut restaurants and food and beverage businesses received an 18-month 0% interest Connecticut Recovery Bridge loans. And so this is where the body has been held hostage long enough by the threats of this restaurant industry.
And we heard earlier testimony that 1 in 4 died in this industry of COVID. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Shelley, thank you for your testimony. Truly appreciate it. My concern is twofold, actually. One is that, and maybe I enjoy tipping, you know, and it just if you know, if there's, you know, even if a server's having a bad day, you just say, you know, we'll chalk this up, but I still think they deserve a decent tip. And when I look at when I go to and look at how many tables they're serving and how much I'm tipping, I'm sure the others are similar. My concern is that we're going to lower the wage of these workers. That we actually are going to, because the tip does not have to go to the worker if it's paid to the restaurant. That doesn't have to go there. And our legislation doesn't speak to that. So if somebody's getting a minimum wage, I don't think restaurants will be able to hire them if they're getting them but so that's what I struggle with right now is that, and I just did a quick view, all our surrounding states, we pay more than all the surrounding states, I believe, except one in the tip wage. So this is what I'm struggling with a little bit. You know, I think that people deserve a fair wage. I think the servers I know are doing pretty well typically, and they don't, you know, a lot of them will take up a lunch break and you know, work 4 hours and make a day's pay at a busy restaurant. I get it. There's days that restaurants, you know, they're not making much, but they have to by law be paid minimum wage, or they're in the business in wage violations. So this is what I struggle with, is that I think and I don't live in a rich area of Connecticut. So this is what are your thoughts on that?
So I appreciate what you're saying, but my thoughts on that, I'm not sure how accurate that is, because in a lot of places, and I know I was a waitress at one point, okay, and being a Black female waitress, I dealt with issues that had nothing to do with me. I'll never forget the day that I quit. It was a table of 12 people that came in and they ordered steaks. I mean, they ordered all this food and I did everything to please all of them, right? Because the guy who was cooking the steak didn't get 2 of their steaks right. I came out and they left pennies, right? They left pennies on the table. And I was so humiliated by that. What I did was I picked up all the pennies and I went to the door because I actually thought they had to have forgotten them. They could not have left these pennies for me, which was less than 20 pennies, which would have been 20 cents, right? So when you say to me that, you know, people are getting good tips, everybody's not getting tipped in every restaurant. And I know that for a fact because I was in the industry. You have people that get great tips, and it depends on what you look like in some areas, but everybody doesn't get a tip every day. There are some days that people go to work and they get no tips at all. So I'm not sure of the restaurants that, you know, you've been at, but there are other restaurants where that's not a guarantee. The rent is not going to be guaranteed on, maybe I might get some tips today, maybe I won't. What we're looking for is to give people the dignity and respect to know when they get up and they're going to work, that they're actually getting paid for what they do, not based on if it was a bad day or a good day, or if the other people around them are getting tips. And I think that's why in some places they chip in to help each other out, to give them tips, because dishwashers, there's certain people that don't get tips and they have really hard nights. So for us as consumers that go out to eat and think that everybody's having a good night, it's not true. I need to tell you that all of the people in the restaurant industry worry about how they're going to pay their bills. And if not for today or tomorrow, for next month. And so I think the best thing that we can do is just stop this injustice and really stop making excuses as to why we should have low wage earners. Not in the state of Connecticut, not as rich as the state is. We shouldn't. We should be an example and we should set the tone. And I'm urging this committee to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley, and thank you for your advocacy. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Gary Desai. I don't see him. Okay, we'll go back. Patrick Hennessy. Okay, he's remote. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Patrick Hennessy. I live in Milford, Connecticut, and I'm here in support of HB 6859, the act concerning predictable schedules, which would positively affect employees and their families. I was born in Bridgeport. I was raised in Stratford and educated at Housatonic Community College and the University of Bridgeport. After working at various newspapers and radio stations in the state, I moved to California and I worked at the Hotel del Coronado. I was a vice president of communications there, part of the executive committee which ran the hotel, and I handled media relations for the National Historic Landmark property in San Diego County. I saw the disruptive nature of shifting schedules there. It was hard for many of our employees to adapt to variations in workload and variations in schedule. However, there were ways to give our employees more stability regarding their schedules. Many tasks involved pre-booked convention work, presentations and banquets and events. So we were able to predict to some extent how many hours the work would take, when it would need to get done, and how many people would be needed to do the work. Now, that's not always possible. There's always walk-ins, and that's where we had to be able to predict what would happen in terms of staffing. Over time and with experience, we as managers were able to make educated guesses. The nice part about this bill is that it includes the flexibility to allow management to vary schedules if necessary by paying employees more. In a way, it's an incentive for management to plan ahead. One of the best aspects of this well-written bill is that it likely would provide for better recruitment, better retention. Employees talk to one another. They communicate with those working at other hospitality and food service companies. They know which companies are good to work for and which aren't. The stable companies that will be able to properly plan ahead will have a leg up on those who are not able to give their employees stable, consistent schedules. I believe this bill would be a positive step for families, employees, and businesses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Patrick.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Jose Diaz. I don't see anything. Catherine Bradley. Nope. Okay. Sapna Mehta.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi.
So, good afternoon. Chair Sanchez, Chair Kushner, Ranking Member Sampson, Ranking Member Eckhart, and members of the committee. Thank you for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to submit testimony today. My name is Sapna Mehta, and I'm a senior policy analyst with the Center for Law and Social Policy, CLASP, based in Washington, D.C. CLASP stands in strong support of HB 6859, an act concerning predictable scheduling. CLASP is a national, nonpartisan nonprofit advancing anti-poverty policy solutions that disrupt structural racism and remove barriers blocking people from economic justice and opportunity. Our work includes improving job quality for low-income workers. HB 6859 will help ensure workers have access to stable jobs with fair and predictable schedules, as well as a path to economic opportunity and security. Unfortunately, volatile work schedules have become the norm for too many low-paid hourly workers in Connecticut, who are disproportionately women and people of color. The majority of workers in hourly retail and food service jobs report having irregular or variable work hours, and most receive their work schedules less than 2 weeks in advance. Many have no say in their schedules, and employers can change their shifts with little advance notice. When workers are forced to contend with this unpredictability from week to week or even day to day, it wreaks havoc on their economic security and their family life. They face significant difficulties arranging childcare and transportation, as well as seeking education or job training opportunities. They cannot budget effectively to meet their bills and other financial obligations. It's hard to know whether they'll be able to pay their rent or keep their lights on next week. Women are disproportionately affected by unstable work schedules because we hold many of the low-paid hourly jobs in industries where these practices occur. Women also shoulder the bulk of family caregiving responsibilities and are often forced to cobble together childcare from friends or family or other informal providers in order to work erratic hours for a paycheck. Black women and Latinas are especially likely to be breadwinners for their families, and they are also more likely to experience unstable schedules than their white counterparts. HB 6859 will provide Connecticut employers and employees the stability they need, creating a more stable, reliable workforce for businesses, heightening Connecticut's competitiveness. As the first state in the nation to pass a law guaranteeing paid sick leave, and one of only 11 states and Washington, D.C. to provide paid family and medical leave to employees, Connecticut has been a national leader in building economic opportunity and security for working families. Legislation to provide predictable schedules, as well as the legislation being considered today to end the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers, update the state paid family and medical leave program, and expand the paid sick leave law would help the many families across the state who are still struggling. CLASP urges the committee to support and pass this legislation. Thank you for your time and attention on this important issue.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Taylor Beniraj. Lost my list. Okay, good.
Members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, my name is Taylor Biniars. I am in Ellington, Connecticut. I stand in support of House Bill 6859, an act concerning predictable schedules. This bill will help to stabilize working families and those without by limiting on-call scheduling. I actually work in this field, politics, but without a degree, it's tough to find full-time employment. So I often search for jobs that happen to be on call during the off times. I once worked in a job in the making and selling products in the manufacturing beverage service industry. When I worked there, I was given two types of schedules. I was either told my schedule at the beginning of the week, or I was told about the next day on the present day. Both of those schedules consistently changed. I was often either told that I wasn't needed on said day or cut early into one day, but then was also called in on days I wasn't scheduled. I felt like I couldn't say no because early on I was asked to, and when I stated in the group chat that I had plans, they were questioned harshly by a coworker, the owner's son. When I was told I didn't have to come in on the next day, I felt like I could not make plans or even sleep in just in case I was called in, especially due to my close proximity. I drove to work and found out I wasn't needed many times. I was scared every time I had to leave early or come in late due to my therapy, which I always let them know in advance. My mental health suffered greatly, and I had to call out sometimes because of it getting worse, causing my lack of sleep and affecting my physical health as well. I received several overdraft fees due to the automatic bills being taken out of my account due to some of my hours being shorter than expected, which coupled with the fact that at the time I wasn't making a living wage made it worse. If I had to cancel a therapy appointment, I would have had a $75 fee. To put that in perspective, when I learned about the same hearing for this 4 years ago, I had a therapy appointment that day, and when I canceled it to go testify, I was within 1 hour of a cancellation fee. Honestly, I would have taken the fee 4 years ago because this bill is important enough to me and the working people across this state. This bill would have helped me by being more financially consistent, but it would have helped my mental health more by not making me suffer significantly. I do not have, nor do I want children, but I cannot imagine working an on-call job if I did. I strongly support this bill. I hope that this committee and Connecticut lawmakers will finally vote favorably this year to empower Connecticut's hourly workers by limiting abusive scheduling practices. For years now, I have ended my testimony with the same statement, and I want all of those in opposition to hear me state this. To say that this will hurt businesses isn't a just statement. because it will not hurt good businesses, because a business that cannot treat their employees with the respect and dignity they deserve is not a good business anyways. I also want to voice my support for Senate Bill 1177. As a busser, I actually made minimum wage at the time, plus was tipped out at the end of the night. So I actually do have that experience. Thank you for your time. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Andrew Garza. Okay, Carrie Honey.
Good afternoon, Representative Sanchez and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Carrie Hona. I live in Torrington and I'm Executive Vice President of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 371. I can talk in length about many of the bills you guys are discussing today. We have had many of the provisions of House Bill 6859 in our retail contracts for decades. They're easy for the employers to administer, and they give our members the predictability that they deserve of a minimum amount of hours. For many, it's a guarantee of 20 hours if they're part-time. They know their schedules 2 weeks ahead of time. They have guaranteed pay. If they show up and they're sent home for any reason, they're paid for their shift. And as a city councilwoman in Torrington, I'll tell you that when our families in Torrington have predictable schedules, they're able to volunteer more. They're able to come to public meetings. They're able to participate in PTOs. And in general, it makes our communities stronger. We also are very much in support of paid sick leave policies and in expanding those. Those have been great for our members when they first get hired and before they're able to enjoy union benefits. So expanding that makes sense to all of the other workers in our state. But before I worked for the union, I was a waitress. And so I'm here today mainly to speak in support of SB 1177, an act concerning one fair wage. Our union represents workers in retail food and food processing primarily, but we also represent over 200 tipped workers at Foxwoods Casino. While Foxwoods is not directly subject to our state laws, we've seen firsthand the challenges that come with a sub-minimum wage for servers and bartenders. And we've seen that when minimum wage increased in Connecticut, Foxwoods was pressured to dramatically increase their wages for their non-tipped workers. Our members are lucky enough to have union benefits there, so they have health insurance and they have retirement security, but they must pay their health insurance premiums, their retirement contributions right out of their paychecks, which consists of only the sub-minimum wage. That means then more times than not, they end up with a zero paycheck and sometimes still have to pay out of pocket for their benefits. Casinos often make the most desirable shifts for tips only available to part-time or flex workers. Our members often have to choose between full-time work with benefits on an overnight shift with very low tips because they need the health insurance, or part-time work on the busy shifts because they need to make the tips. And when they choose the latter, who do you think pays for their family benefits? We all do, as taxpayers, more often than not, making this policy one of many that often benefits employers at the expense of taxpayers. When I was waitressing my way through high school and college, I was paid $3.89 an hour, which at the time was 61% of minimum wage. The rest of my income was earned through tips from the wealthy Northwest Connecticut patrons at the restaurant I worked in. And I was a white girl. I was getting plenty of tips and it wasn't so bad. I was living at home. I was trying to pay for my prom dress and maybe later books for college. But I bring this up because 20 years later, the sub minimum wage is $6.38, which is only 45% of the current minimum wage. So in 2 decades, we've effectively cut waitresses' base pay by 16%. Connecticut is a state that has a history of valuing its working families. And now is the time for us once again to prove it by supporting and eliminating the sub-minimum wage. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Susan Warzeka.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Warzeka and I'm from Oakdale, Connecticut.
I am currently a union representative for UFCW Local 371. But before that, I was a cocktail waitress at the casino for 27 years. And prior to that, I was a bartender server in local restaurants and bars in Southeastern Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of SB 1177, an act concerning one fair wage. As a waitress and now as a union representative for waitresses and bartenders, I can tell you that at least 80% of the grievances and issues we have at work are about who is entitled to what shifts in which work locations, because where and when you work is so closely tied to the money that you can earn. Oftentimes, that means that the workers are fighting against each other rather than working together. It's no secret that tip workers undergo particularly high rates of sexual harassment. And in my opinion, nowhere is it more noticeable than on the casino floor. There's a tremendous power balance. Sorry, I'm nervous. Power balance when a server must wear a revealing outfit and high heels and then pay their bills using the tips they've received from often intoxicated patrons. I have years of stories from working at the casino and the local bars, like men asking me to answer trivia questions before they would give me a tip, asking me to twirl around so they could check me out before they would give me a tip, asking to touch my hair or to give me a kiss on the cheek to get the tip, or opposite, they wanted me to kiss them to receive the tip. But my all-time personal favorite is when they would ask if they could insert the tip into my bra. Eliminating the sub-minimum wage would reduce the sexual harassment currently endured by tipped workers, the majority of whom are women. Yes, waitresses and bartenders can make a decent living during the busy days and months, but we need to carefully plan and budget the money for the warmer months or for the holidays when people would be rather outside or spending their money on holiday gifts. Even something as simple as changing the slot machines that used to pay out coins to a paper tip made a huge impact on our income. Of course, nothing could have prepared our members for the pandemic, which came with the inability to financially survive on unemployment alone when the casino was closed and the challenges faced attempting to earn a living when everyone was wearing masks and were afraid to take them off to take a drink. Our industry is extremely fickle and subject to the whims of the wider economic, weather, and hospitality landscape. Eliminating the sub-minimum wage would give thousands in our state the ability they deserve. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Sandy LaMonaco. See Sandy. Okay. Next up, we have Mark Natty.
Good morning, Representative Sanchez and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Mark Natty, and I've worked at Pratt & Whitney since 1985, and as a proud member of the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers. I am testifying in favor of Senate Bill 1179, an act amending Connecticut paid family medical leave. I've been through 12 collective bargaining negotiations. Never once has the summary plan come up for discussion in short-term disability. That's the fine print of the short-term disability. Now the company is only allowing us to use short-term disability after the state program has expired at 12 weeks, and then they deduct that 12 weeks from our negotiated benefit. The company says that's how it works in other states. But they're not really comparing. I heard the guy from the insurance industry say apples to apples. They're not comparing apples to apples, because in those other states, the employer also kicks into that program. This is the only state that it is fully funded by the employee. Therefore, should be treated, and that should not be allowed. The summary plan language was put in place back when Social Security was enacted as an offset, so you couldn't, once you started collecting Social Security, you couldn't be collecting short-term disability. And again, that's a plan that is paid for half by the employee, half by the employer. When this plan started, the employers didn't want any part of it, so it's all on our backs. So we believe that we should be able to collect both our short-term disability and the paid family leave if we're out a full, that full 12 weeks, and then continue on with our short-term disability after that. We don't believe collecting both will keep us out of work any longer than you should anyway, because right presently, I had a guy I work with had his knee replaced, and because of how hard it was going back and forth between the two programs, after 5 weeks, he still hadn't received any money. So he came back to work limping and should have been still in physical therapy. That's not right. You know, he should have been, when I had my knee replaced a few years back before this program, I didn't even miss a check. My short-term disability kicked right in. Bada bing, everything worked out beautiful. But at the end of the day, this family medical leave was supposed to be a worker benefit paid by workers. It has become a corporate giveaway paid by workers, because presently 90% of all the short-term disability claims, or what would be, are taken care of by the paid family medical leave. And Pratt & Whitney, being one of the larger employers in the state, is self-funded, like most of the big companies in this state. So most of the big companies in this state have been getting a corporate giveaway. I mean, it's sickening. They're 90% of them, they pay nothing now, and it's all on the worker. And we've taken less money through these negotiations to have this short-term disability. Just not right. With that, please fix and clarify this bill that will help the workers stay afloat during their time of need, and pass this bill. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Rose Reyes. And I need to mention that anyone that was skipped will be able to speak later. I forgot to mention that a while ago. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Rahim Abazi is next. We have James Williams.
Hey, good afternoon, committee. I'm with the Republican Town Committee of West Haven. I'm here to express my support for Senate Bill 1180 Act concerning rideshare and delivery minimum standards. Uber and Lyft, as you know, are rideshare platforms in which you can get paid to transport people to where they need to go for a fee. Uber claims they only take 25% of the fare, but in my investigation, when I was working with them, Uber, I have proof that they was taking more than 25% of the fare. Even in a time of surge in which passengers will pay 2 times the regular rate. How I know this is the passengers I purposely pick up will be friends of mine, and they will inform me what they are being charged. Also, if you do an airport run out of state, they only pay for the tolls to the airport, not the tolls you would incur coming back to Connecticut. Because you're not allowed to pick up any you're not allowed to pick up in any other state than the one that you signed up in. You are forced to pay the tolls that occurs with sometimes more than like $20 and gas to be back in the area in which you could pick up and start making more money. And yes, there should be a minimum pickup because in some instance, you will get a job that only pays $2 to $3, but have to transport 4 people, which if you get into an accident, your insurance company will be liable for 4 people, but you only get paid. You're only going to be compensated for 1 ride. When it comes to delivery gigs, I investigated DoorDash. I signed up for a delivery account and then had my friend sign up for a customer account. I will stand by the restaurant that he's going to order from, accept the order and deliver it to him. Then each time discover I have not received the full tip that I asked him to leave me. These are both examples of breach of contract. And by forcing these gig economy companies to be more transparent with their independent contractor, it will assure that the contractor is getting the proper compensation.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Representative Acker.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate that. One of the pieces that we are working on is the going cross borders and coming back. That's a simple fix. Do you have any concerns at all if we go to the rates that are in here that it will reduce the people actually using the services at all?
Well, people have to get to where they got to get to, and a lot of people, even during the surge, when it costs like 2 times. Like some people will go down the street and they tell me that when it's not like peak hour, it's like $8. Then when it's like a surge, it's like $20. But people still have to use it because a lot of people don't have cars. And sometimes it could be more cheaper to use the Uber than actually get a vehicle, pay insurance, pay for the car where cars are expensive, and gas. Sometimes it's more cheaper, so people use it. Some people are forced to use it, especially in like areas that I more so drive in, like let's say like Nuggatuck area where there's not a lot of bus service. So you can go to those areas, you can make a lot of money in those areas. But a lot of those type of people, they're forced to use the service. So I don't think it would make a difference. But we do, because of it is a contract between the independent contractor and the actual company, that they're only gonna take 25%. And because we're getting ghost paid, that's why I call it a ghost pay, because we don't know how much they charge the customer, that we don't know that we're getting compensated the right amount of money. And I actually have proof, like over 25 pieces of proof, that Uber is taking more than 25% of the ride. Because I would purposely pick up friends of mine. They would set up a customer account. I got my driver account. I would take them somewhere, and then they keep it, even if they tip. I noticed that the numbers don't add up. It's a breach of contract. And I'm using you remember these people, we're using our own vehicles, our own insurance. And like I said, sometimes you could go pick it. You say 1 person and you pick it up 4. You get into an accident, you're liable for everybody that's in that vehicle. Your insurance is, and even you if you get sued. So something needs, they gotta be forced to pay us, a right wage for what we're doing. It's only fair.
I thank you. And you got some pretty good friends that'll pay you to give them a ride around,
Well,
so
I investigated them. I was investigating these gig economy companies on my own, to see, because I heard like there was like different in different states like California and a couple other couple states where they were suing them for that. I'm into consumer protection, and I just would sign up for it and see if it's true what they're saying. And I find out it is true that they're stealing more than the 25% they claim they take out just to keep the the computers running. No, they steal money from the drivers, and I have the proof, and I actually have lawyers looking at it.
Thank you. I truly appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions, further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir. Up next, we have Adam Alberg. It's okay. You're not the only one.
I know. My
testimony was going to be much calmer before wide swaths of my business were denigrated with some sort of a half truth. So I'm going to try to not react. Hi, my name is Adam Halberg. I'm representing Barcelona Wine Bar. We are a homegrown restaurant group here in Connecticut. We've got 5 restaurants here in the state. So I'm somebody who's actually dealing with, what are we after? HB 6859 on scheduling, SB 1177, one fair wage. I don't come here often. I don't think I've ever sat in one of these seats. I'm still fascinated by what happens in the middle in the ice skating rink when we're not here. But it does seem that the sides on these issues are really, really calcified. And I'm probably going to upset people on both sides with some of the things that I'm going to say. Because I may be hopeful, I may be overly optimistic, but I think there's a path where we agree on some common goals. I think we should all agree that people who work, whether it's in restaurants or any other industry, deserve high quality, good paying jobs, a reasonable income that is far away from the poverty line. And I think we can agree that the minimum wage as it stands now, definitely at the federal level and beyond, is too low for that. Restaurant jobs cannot be painted with a broad brush as only giving people low paid jobs. We also offer great opportunities. Ask me more. Ask me some questions after and I can go into detail. Access to schedules that work for people's lives. We should be able to have that as a common goal. To my mind, and seeing this happen in other cities and states where we operate restaurants around the country, these 2 bills in front of us seem to share those goals. I don't believe they'll be successful in achieving those goals. Removing the tip minimum wage without a cohesive plan, to my mind, will result in tips being replaced with service charges, increased menu prices, increased replacement of people with technology, and in potentially increased income inequality. If you'd like, please ask me how each of those things can happen. Happy to provide some details. It will not increase earnings for most currently tipped employees. It will not increase the number of higher paid jobs. It potentially does not even decrease dependency on tips and some of the bad behavior we heard described here today. If you would like details, please ask me why. People will tell you that tip work is only an example of this is the only industry that does it. Restaurants and hospitality and tip workers, we're the only ones that pay people a so-called sub-minimum wage. That's not accurate. It's not true. Happy to provide examples. Ask me. Trying to make use of my time. There was a lot of questions asked for some other people, so I'm hoping to flesh that out on the other side. I'd like to talk a second about scheduling. Why do people choose restaurant work? Right? Why do people choose restaurant work? The reality is more than half people in this country work in restaurants at some point during their lives. It's with good reason. Number one, you don't need experience. You don't need a college degree. You don't need a GED. You don't need to speak the language. You don't need any experience before you come in, and you can go from making an entry-level income to a 6-figure salary within 2 years. Doesn't happen for everybody? No. There's a path and it's here, and the right companies can enable people to do it. The other reason why people join restaurants is for the flexibility. I just had my team back in my office look this up today right before I came here. 43% of our hourly employees have an email that ends with .edu. 43% of our hourly employees have an email address that ends with .edu. They're students. They need the ability to say, guess what? My project's not done yet, and I need to take Friday off, even though I had already agreed to the schedule. They need flexibility in their work. People who work multiple jobs, they need flexibility in their work, as we are paying more attention today to making sure that people don't work sick. We have to think about how we broaden our employee base to make sure we can take care of those people who do.
Mr. Halberg, your time is up. Please conclude your remarks.
I will conclude my remarks, and I'm eagerly hoping for some questions that go around these. I will say that the penalties that are included in the scheduling bill are egregious and will shut people down. I'm not here to fearmonger and say that people are going to be shutting down restaurants if they have to pay a little bit more money. But I am saying that the bills as they stand, and I'm happy to provide examples, I do not believe that they're going to achieve these common goals.
Thank you. Any questions?
I hope so.
Why, yes, but you, you could go first.
You
Go.
guys figure this out. All right. Representative
Thank you,
Acker.
Representative. Thank you. Adam, thank you for being here. You've been here most of the time. You've heard my questions and my comments I've made along the way. That what I've seen in places that I go to have dinner, have lunch, grab a refreshment, that the staff there are doing, I would say, much better than minimum wage. And in terms of the times and their flexibility, I know a couple of the areas that you brought up is another key point. That's kind of what I've been trying to get at is here. I think that we're in a way going to move away from, a person making, a day's wage in 4 hours at a dinner time. What are the lengths of some of your shifts that some of these workers come in and work?
Tipped employees?
Yeah, we're only talking tip employees.
Yeah,
because that was the
typically it's
legislation
about
speaks to.
about a 6 hour shift. About a 6 hour shift.
Thank you.
If I could, Representative?
Yes.
Because you have mentioned that a few times, the idea that you go to a restaurant, everybody seems to be making good money. If I could reply to that with a little bit of clarity.
Yes.
Number one, yes, there are good restaurants or rather forget whether or not they're good or bad restaurants. There are restaurants that offer good opportunities for people to make those wages. Our average tipped employee out of Barcelona makes about $35 an hour. The equivalent's about $73,000 a year. That's tipped plus wage. At the high end, our bartenders in certain cities make closer to $56 an hour. That's the equivalent of $116,000 a year. But this is the key. We cannot presume that our restaurants or those restaurants that you're describing that you choose to go to are the same as all restaurants in the capital I industry. We heard a lot of talk here about lower tip average places, lower check average places like Denny's and IHOP and places like that. Those folks are not making those same opportunities. They're not having the experience that you see those servers getting. They're not having the same experience that they are at my restaurant. And legislation, frankly, that tries to treat both of those exactly the same, I think is broken before it gets out the door. The other side is, and this has been brought up as well and sort of feeds into your question about they seem to be having a good time. This has been brought up by a few other people who've sat in this chair. Unfortunately, they're paid to look like they're having a good time. They're paid to make you think that they're having a good time. And there can be real inequity that goes along with that. The question is, do you legislate against sexual harassment by removing a system that allows people higher pay? Well, there's other ways at it, right? We've seen plenty of graphs, most of us in the past, that show sort of a funnel in most industries and worse in the restaurant industry, where you have a massive entry-level hourly income team that is broadly women, people of color, and it gradually funnels down the higher up you go the chain. When you move into management and directors and executives, that pool gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And when you do not have people at the top making the decisions and looking out for the people at the bottom and thinking about them, there are all sorts of terrible things that are allowed to happen. I will share to you, we just pulled these numbers. The hourly team at our restaurants at Barcelona, around the country, 19 restaurants, is 48% not male. Management, 37% not male, but GM's 55%. Our directive pool, 47% not male. Our executive team, 70% not male. That enables you to have an eye to real lived experience from people who have moved through different seats in the restaurant. I would love to tell you that all the people who you're giving tips to are smiling and happy to be there. That may be true. And it is true that there are great restaurants that offer great opportunities for people to make real income. It's not all, and there may be legislation that's required to bring everybody up to the same standard. However, painting the capital I industry of restaurants with this broad of a brush will remove the ability of the restaurants that are doing it right to compensate people the way that we are right now. This just happened. Your question, I think, partly comes to would they want this changed. This just happened in Washington, DC. We have 2 restaurants there. This just happened in Washington, DC, where there was a public vote held. It wasn't done by just a city council. It was held in public. All citizens of Washington, DC got to vote. Not unexpected. Some of the people who sat in this chair led that. They did not engage with the restaurant workers. If you poll the people who work in restaurants and you gave them, this was done by multiple restaurants in Washington, DC. They were given pamphlets from one side, pamphlets from the other side, and said, the good, not everybody, but the good restaurant owners and managers said, how do you want us to land on this issue? We're going to step out of the room. And by and large, those teams got together and said, we would prefer to stay on the tip system. The vote was held. Way extreme, right? Removing the tip credit, bringing everybody up to the full minimum wage, won by far. You know who did not get to vote? The majority of restaurant workers, the majority of tipped employees in Washington, DC, live in Maryland and Virginia. They did not get to vote on their own form of compensation. This in a city which prides itself on saying that it is against taxation without representation. There are, if you ask many tipped employees, they say they want to keep it. I'm sure there are many tipped employees who do not make what they should. They do not make a fair wage. And there should be structures in place that bring them up to a higher level. They should not be making at the poverty line. And if they are, it's an absolute shame. But there's a difference between somebody who's working at a restaurant where the check average is $20. So a 20% tip gives them $3 on a table, and another restaurant where they're working and the check average is $100 and their 20% tip is $20. They're doing the same work. They're doing the same work, but to treat those two people as if we need to manipulate their wages through legislation in the exact same way makes no sense. This person is making $100,000 a year. This person is barely making minimum wage.
Thank you. I think when you said they were having a good time, I think what my comment was is they were doing well. They were doing good, not
Some are.
enjoying themselves, running around, serving people. They
Hey,
wasn't
listen,
having a good,
listen,
work is work.
enjoying
Yeah,
themselves,
work,
sell
work,
salsa.
yeah, work is work. And you may be looking like you're, usually they look a little frantic, like they've got to serve 6 tables. But anyways, I thank you for your testimony. Truly appreciate that follow-up answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Adam, I trust that you're not testifying that we do nothing. I trust that you have some very specific ideas about how to implement eliminating a sub-minimum wage practice, whether you call it tipped credit or whatever. There's whole swaths of largely, low wage, low wealth, Black and brown, largely women, female, that are getting exploited systemically. So again, we've had this passed in several cities. I'm sure you have, or states, you have restaurants in those states. How's that going?
Actually, the only city or state that we operate in right now that has removed the tip credit is Washington, DC, and they're still figuring out now that it's passed how it's going to go into effect. We're actively and have been actively working on opening a restaurant in Minneapolis, specifically so that we can understand better what that looks like, how it operates. I've spent a lot of time talking to people who run restaurants in Minneapolis, who run restaurants in California and other states. I want to learn. I want to see, right, how does the math actually stand up? I'm really bad with technology, particularly the congressional technology here. So I will bring one over to you so you can have this. This is an actual document that gets handed out at a restaurant in Minneapolis. This restaurant owner has about 3 restaurants in the North Loop of Minneapolis. And I'll share it with you real quick. They have a hospitality charge. In their case, it's 22%. And this says that they are replacing tipping. It's explicit. This is not plus tips. This is not minimum wage plus tips. This is not minimum wage and a service charge plus tips. This is a service charge in exchange. And it says on the piece of paper that you're given when you're given the bill that this is intended to replace tipping. And there's a diagram. They have a graph on here that shows you where that 22% goes. 73% of the service charge goes to your service team. 12% go to the people in the back of house that are preparing the meal, and the remaining 15% is used for business expenses. including taxes. Now, there's only two things that I have to say about this. Number one, do the math. If you were making one set minimum wage, whether we want to call it a sub-minimum wage or not, right? You were making one base wage and you were earning 20% on top minus whatever you tipped out. What does that equal? And we can do this together. If we had more time, we could run the numbers. Versus you are now at full untipped minimum wage. There's a service charge coming in at 22% and you're getting 73% of that. Are you getting more or less or about the same? The reality is when people put service charge on like this, the service team tends to run about net equal. They get about the same amount of money. They're not earning more money. Where is the burden? Well, the secret to the sausage here is that 12% that's going to the cooks means that they've probably taken a decrease in their hourly pay. Instead of making $20 an hour, they're making $17 an hour because this service charge is making up the rest of it. The same thing we're criticizing about tips. What about that other 15% that's being used by the business? It's because it's a logistical nightmare. It's a paperwork nightmare, and that service charge, unlike that 20% of tips, is taxed. When we start paying a service charge in Washington, D.C. to replace tips, it's going to get taxed 6%. We have leases with percentage rent in them.
Right,
And
but
this
we're
will,
not.
this will be counted as revenue, and we will have to pay a percentage rent on the added income that comes with a service charge, unless, and I suggest this, if you were to pass something like this law, that you include a law that excludes service charges from.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to get at, because that's not what's before us today. It's
Right.
not eliminating tips.
No.
It's
This is a choice
I
that
see.
happens when we have a city that did eliminate tips. And one of the choices
Right.
that this restaurant group made was, okay, if we don't have tips, we're going to put a service charge. And this is how the service charge is distributed. They have to publish it. It has to go out. They don't have to put the pretty pie graphs.
Right,
But you do. have
but
to
we
put it out
don't want to eliminate tips. What we want to eliminate is exploitation of workers.
there. Understood. But by eliminating tips, one of the choices, unless there's a cohesive
Sub-
plan, unless you
right.
say, we're going to eliminate tips and we're going to replace it with X. Unless that happens, what's getting left is people come up with their own choices on how to do it. This is one of the choices. When I said, and you've heard it from others, that some restaurants will choose to replace tips with a service charge. It's not because I'm making it up. It's because it happens.
I see. So you're not recommending that is what I'm hearing, right?
I'm not recommending this.
Right.
I'm not recommending that this is required, although unless it is framed, you and I have had this conversation before. If we go to a world where you can pool your tips,
Right.
front of house and back of house, and have it be untaxed and have it be not included in your, gross revenues that go into your percentage rent and everything else, then yeah, there's different ways at that. The bill that's in front of us is again, it's a broad brush
Mhm.
that I think it misses the nuance of what's going to happen. What's going to happen is you're going to have places. These are also very expensive restaurants, these guys in Minneapolis. And what happens is the places that increase their menu prices, I think the comment up here was 15% or so in order to make everybody whole. We all know that 15% on $100 per check dinner is different than the burger that was referenced.
Mhm.
And what you wind up with, because I know that hopefully we are all concerned about income inequality, is two things. Number one is we wind up with an increasing split of high-end, extremely expensive fine dining restaurants that give full in-person service, bartenders making their drinks and talking to and everything else. And the split on the other side is in order to make the trade for the added costs. This is already happening. Is restaurants start to remove people and replace them with technology. You can order at the kiosk, there's fewer jobs. And guess what? Who's going to get these jobs versus these jobs? Who's going to get the low paying jobs at whatever the new minimum wage is? They're going to be working here with the kiosk fulfilling this. Whereas the people who are working at the steakhouses and the fine dining restaurants, they're going to be making multiple six figures. And that divide, both in income, will get exacerbated. Your options of where you get to go to eat will also be split. It'll be like having a neighborhood where you can go shopping at a Whole Foods and a neighborhood where you can go shopping at the corner bodega, and the quality of produce in it is different. You will have access to extremely expensive fine dining restaurants. You will have fast food and QSR, and the middle will start to hollow out.
Okay, thank you. I know you've submitted some testimony
I haven't
about.
yet. I have to figure out. how to
Okay,
do it.
so we look forward to your suggestions on improvements on the bill before us, and we'll take a good look at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing that, thank you for your testimony.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Scott Dolch.
Good afternoon, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Scott Dolch. I am the president and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. I represent 8,600 restaurant and food service locations in the state. We currently have 138,000 employees. I am here in opposition of House Bill 6859 and Senate Bill 1177. The two bills, obviously, Adam before me testified as well. On behalf of my industry, I would like to first address this predictive scheduling bill and how this proposal would negatively impact restaurants, caterers, and private event venues across the state. Our industry is known for its flexibility for employers and employees alike. Many employees specifically seek work in our industry for the flexibility it allows. This proposed legislation would eliminate that flexibility and mandate a new system that would hurt both the employers and the employees. For nearly 3 years, our industry has watched nearly 1,000 restaurants in Connecticut close. Even for those that have managed to stay afloat, they have faced incredible challenges, and they are currently still dealing with inflation, supply chain issues, and most importantly, staffing shortages. These challenges have made it almost impossible to predict the future for our industry, but this proposal is unfortunately asking for our businesses to do just that, predict the future. As most are aware, on-call scheduling is a central part of the hospitality industry due to many factors. Reservation or events being changed last minute, weather forcing a restaurant to close, or even just closure of outdoor dining due to rain or lightning. And employees calling out last minute, requiring their shifts to be filled. These are just a few of the many examples that make this one-size-fits-all proposal a burden for everyone. Accommodating employees' scheduling requests is one of the best ways for restaurants to compete for and retain the best talent. Restaurant managers and owners work hard to find schedules that are mutually beneficial for everyone. However, this proposal would restrict the process and create a new rigid scheduling system. Rather than being about predictive scheduling, it would result in restrictive scheduling, and I ask the committee to reject it. Second bill that the committee is talking about is the elimination of tip credit. Not to get into too much, I think stuff has been talked on both sides, but I think for me today, I want to let everyone know, and especially the members here in the committee, that I ran a recent survey in Connecticut. So Connecticut data, we had over 200 restaurants fill out the survey, and nearly out of the 200 restaurants, the results showed that with tips and wages, the average server in Connecticut at a full service restaurant is making $33 an hour. The average bartender in Connecticut is making $38 an hour, both more than double the minimum wage. It proves that the system works and it should not be changed in our state. Both of these proposals would have a negative impact on our industry during normal times, but putting forth these bills as our industry tries to come out of the pandemic is just thoughtless in my opinion. Also, these bills will negatively impact the very people it's seeking to help, as the current system, like I said before, works, and it works for both the employee and the employer. Thanks for the opportunity, and I will welcome any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Ackert.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You've probably heard some of my questions earlier regarding, and you brought it up already, what the base pay is on some of this. There's a restaurant that also did the same thing and said that their average that they're seeing is $29 for the server and $33, I think, for the bartender. And the cost of this with his current staff now is going to be $135,000 in additional revenue. Additional cost to his business, where already food prices have gone up. Two pieces that I've been thinking about. One, and just, we compete border to border. We've done that with our gas prices. We've done that. And in restaurants also, when I look at our neighboring states having the lower wages, the lower wage tip and having tips, has there anybody thought of what would happen, in terms of restaurants that are on our borders if they raise this piece? And secondly, does the restaurant have to provide a tip to the server if we go to minimum wage?
All right, so I'll try to answer your first question, Representative. Obviously, states around us, you heard all the different testimonies today. I've listened to most of them. People coming in saying these states have changed their model, and I can speak probably to that better than most with my colleagues as CEOs across the country with the different restaurants. Our neighboring states do not. Actually, in Portland, Maine, 2 different times they've tried to eliminate the tip credit and has actually been overturned both times by the servers that have come because the model for them works. And there's obviously plenty of research, and I can get that for you. So, we've seen it with Rhode Island, Massachusetts, all of our neighboring states. So it is a worry if we were to eliminate this credit. And we have one of the highest credits in the country at $638 for a server. And we're the only state in the country with an $823 bartender credit, which again, I just reiterate, it is a credit. Every server and bartender in our state is guaranteed to make the minimum wage of $14 an hour, soon to be 15. And I will continue to stand with anyone that if we have bad actors, let's find them and make sure that our service employees are paid the full minimum wage. I apologize. I lost track of your second question. If you don't mind repeating, Representative.
So did I. Actually, I did not. Yeah, so what you mentioned is I did look up each of the states surrounding us, and it was, a lower piece. And I think the piece that I get is that, you mentioned, I think you distracted me a little bit too by saying that the servers don't want, and that's one of the things I'm seeing in this list that we have here. That I'm more concerned that we would move back. If a company, a restaurant pays minimum wage, are they obligated to pay a tip?
No. So yes, this is a good question. So Adam talked about this a little bit and what is happening in other states. I think, some of the proponents of the bill think that you're going to increase these servers and bartenders to minimum wage, then they're going to receive all of those tips on top. So let's take that $33 average, the $7, $8. So they're going to make 41 an hour, 42 an hour, or bartenders 45, 50 an hour. That's not sustainable for a restaurant. You think about where's that money, where's those costs going to come from? Obviously, all they could do is either increase their food costs, and the cost of a hamburger will not go up $1.80, as was mentioned earlier. It'll go up $6, $7, $8, which I don't think our middle class and others can afford. So the models that have happened are that service charge model that Adam had talked about before me, that you're only guaranteed to make sure those people make minimum wage, and you're seeing different models that are out there, but that's the industry, and people could do that now. I know someone said earlier there are restaurants, they have that choice to try those different models. And that's where I look to this, is not looking for legislation, allowing our industry. We don't have servers here saying this isn't working, or we don't have owners. You can choose right now. You can try a model with a service charge, but at the same time, I think it'd be very difficult when your servers, are making on average to the point of $30 plus an hour to say, hey, we're going to pay you now just the minimum wage, and then we're going to do a service charge because we're going to have to deal with all these other increases.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
I do want to, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, Senator.
I would like clarification.
Sure.
A restaurant that pays the minimum wage to its servers can allow customers to continue tipping, correct?
Correct. But what I'm saying is they do not.
I understand you were talking about service credit, which is a different thing.
Correct.
I'm asking about tips for a moment because there is some confusion.
Sure.
There was testimony here that if an employer, a restaurant, allows tipping, and then the worker gets a tip, that tip now would belong to the restaurant if they're paying minimum wage. And I don't think that's accurate. The tips always belong to the workers, and they can be split, as we heard testimony under federal law. It allows, if a person is paid minimum wage, it allows the restaurant to split the tips between the front and the back of the house, but only to non-management employees.
Correct. But what I'm saying to you and to your question is there's always an opportunity for tips. Out in California, Oregon, some of these states, that is still there. Even some restaurants that do it. But the percentage, when you look at your check and there's a service charge of 22% as an example in Minneapolis, people are not tipping another 18 to 20% on top of that. We have one of the largest percentages of tip. It's about 18.13% is the average tip that's left in Connecticut. It's one of the highest in the country. When you see a service charge on, people see the service charge that goes in. They have all that language they get when they walk in. Some still leave a tip beyond that, and you can do that, but that is not what is happening out there, where they're not getting a 20% on top of a service charge as well. So that's more what I meant. Not saying that the employer can't allow that. It obviously can allow, anybody can leave whatever they want. It doesn't have to be a certain percentage. They can leave any tip that they feel that they need. And if they don't leave one, has been talked about here, it is up to the employer. And there are stats. I think just responding to some of the things that were said earlier, as I work really hard for our association with digital technology, with credit cards, with POS systems, it is clear as day that you are protected as an employer to make sure you're meeting that minimum, no matter what your tips have or whatever else. We have stats here that it happens less than once a year on average for a restaurant with all their employees. But at the same time, there's protections in place. And I just want to be clear with that as well as we have this conversation.
So I appreciate that, but I really did want to just clarify that one issue, because it's really important that people not be confused about employers are not allowed to keep tips. They are owned by the employee who is tipped, except in the case where they're all making minimum wage, in which case it can be shared between non-management employees. That's my understanding. The other question I have, you talked a little bit about other states where there's tipping. Do you have the data? Because we heard testimony. I know you were in the room when there was testimony this morning that in other states like California, people are still getting tips. Are you saying that that's not happening anymore, or not happening as much? Or
I think all I'm saying is the model is changing. Obviously, the model of how given the perfect example that Adam talked about in Minneapolis is, it's no longer, when you go to that model of a service charge, and you're still allowing tips, but at the same time, it is different of what a server or bartender is receiving as it is happening here in our state. And I think that's the bigger conversation that you're seeing out there. And it's a much broader conversation and challenge that our industry is working on. But I think with legislation, the way that it is written here today, it is not going to fix the issue by any stretch of the imagination. I think that at the same time, we're talking about people, like I said before, that are making more than double on average the minimum wage. Now, are the people making less than the double the minimum wage? Sure, but they're all making at minimum the minimum wage. These are some of the highest paid people in our industry.
so you talked about your survey of 200 restaurants. Is that information that you can supply to?
Absolutely.
With the names of the restaurants included?
Unfortunately, I cannot because of anonymous. I do not have that, but I have the data of the 200, and I believe it's 295 restaurants. 200 of them were full service restaurants, but they are our members throughout the state. We obviously, but I can get any restaurant, Senator, in your district or anyone's district that we can pull numbers and have those, but obviously that's up to the restaurant for that data specifically individualized for a restaurant, but happy to do it.
I'm certain you maintain a list of your membership in the state of the restaurants. Is that information that we can have access to?
Absolutely. Members of our state, absolutely, yes.
That would be great. And finally, still on the minimum wage issue, do you or does your association represent restaurants in New York City?
We do not, just the state of Connecticut.
And then
some of our, I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't cut you off. Some of our members have restaurants in other locations around the country, New York City, Washington, DC, other parts of the country. But we do not represent those restaurants in New York City.
And you're not affiliated with any national organization that represents those?
That represents restaurants in
New York City?
I am a partner of the National Restaurant Association, but my colleague in New York, Melissa Fleischut, has New York Restaurant Association, so those are her members.
No, I understand that, but you do have a national organization too that you are affiliated with. I had assumed, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
We have the National Restaurant Association, which we're affiliated as a partner as one of 52 associations around the country with all 50 states, DC and Puerto Rico.
And so you would have access to your another affiliate in terms of getting some information for
Mhm.
us, perhaps?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, Senator. I know I've said this to you in the past in offline meetings. Always have colleagues out there in other states and trying to learn and conversation. So always happy to help.
Okay, that's good to know. I want to go back to the predictable schedules.
Sure.
So you had concern about predictable schedules and how that would impact your industry. Have you done any surveys of your employers about whether or not the workers like the flexible schedules as you've stated it? I mean, I know you've surveyed employers, but have you done any employee surveys?
We haven't, to answer your question, we have not done employee-specific surveys.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for now. Thank you. I know where to find you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The next speaker we have up to speak is Keith Baloo.
Good afternoon. It's Keith Bollier. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Keith Bollier, and I'm the owner of the Main Pub in Manchester. And I'm also chairman of the board of directors of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. I'm here today to oppose Senate Bill 1177. As a small business owner and restaurateur in Connecticut, I'm deeply concerned about the potential impact this policy will have on my business, my employees, and my customers. I am concerned because I have a deep firsthand understanding of Connecticut's restaurant industry. Growing up, I watched firsthand as my parents slowly transformed a small tavern in Manchester that originally was only able to serve beer into a thriving restaurant with great food, live music, and a committed base of customers. After more than 4 decades in business, the Main Pub is the longest running family-owned restaurant in Manchester, and it's become a staple of our local community and region. We usually employ between 35 and 40 people, individuals who we deeply value and respect as employees and members of the Main Pub family. On average, our servers currently make approximately $29 per hour, and our bartenders make approximately $31 per hour. Those hourly averages include their tip wage plus their tips. If this bill under consideration becomes law, my average annual payroll will increase annually by $135,000. This is an unimaginable cost increase for a small business that has worked for decades to keep its doors open, serve its customers well, and keep dozens of fellow Connecticut restaurants employed year in and year out. In order to keep my business afloat, my only option would be to apply a service charge to customers' checks to cover this increase in payroll costs, something I absolutely do not want to do, because I know most of our customers have also struggled throughout the pandemic and are working to get back to normal, just as we have. I'm also concerned that the implementation of one fair wage and the removal of the tip credit will make it harder for small businesses like mine to compete with larger chains. Larger chains can more easily absorb these substantial payroll costs this bill will cause, giving them an increased competitive edge. This imbalance will hurt small businesses and could lead to the further consolidation in the restaurant industry, meaning Connecticut customers will have less choice in where they dine and will miss out on the unique culinary experience that Connecticut restaurants now offer. I understand that the objective of this policy is to address income inequality, which is a laudable goal. The fact is, however, this bill will have unintended consequences that will hurt my employees. Many of my servers currently earn a significant portion of their income through tips, and removing the tip credit will mean they will lose out on those wages. Moreover, if a service charge is added to checks, customers may be less inclined to tip, further reducing my servers' earnings. In conclusion, I urge you to consider the impact that these policies will have on small business restaurants like mine. Restaurants operate on small margins, even in the best of times, and the ongoing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has only made it more challenging to stay afloat. We need policies that support small businesses and promote job growth and economic development. House Bill 6859 and Senate Bill 1177 would do the opposite. I appreciate your time today and I encourage questions if possible.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
You talked about the average that your servers earn, the $29. what is the wage that you're paying? So how much of that is tip and how much of that is wage?
Servers in the state of Connecticut make $6.38 an hour.
Right, you could pay above that. So that's why I asked the question. I was asking the question.
Oh, if I
because
paid
some-
above that? Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
some
I-
pay above that.
No,
So you've been paying $6.38 an hour since at least, what, 2017? Is that correct?
you probably are more accurate with those dates than I am. Yes,
Yeah.
but it seems about right.
So there's been no increase in the cost that you have for your servers, the cost the employer has?
Payroll cost?
Yes.
That's not necessarily true at all, actually. I mean, if you're going to talk about tipped servers in regards to their base wage, that has stayed the same, but overall.
I really wasn't asking that question, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I do want to ask you whether your cost, based on the fact that you paid $6.38 for, since, let's assume 2017, which is, it might have even been before that, but I know for sure in 2017, it was $6.38. So since then, you have not had an increase for your servers in terms of your cost, not.
Only in the rare scenarios in that case where the server wasn't made whole by their tips and where I was responsible for making up the delta in that matter because of the increase in the minimum wage in general and how that has.
I appreciate that.
shrinking
That,
gap.
that makes sense. It does. The other thing I wanted to ask you about is you testified at the very end about your objection to predictable scheduling.
I did not actually.
Oh, I thought you
Oh,
did.
I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize. Yes, I just noted that I apologize. You're correct. Yes.
I thought I'd heard that.
Yeah.
I know that I should have asked this of Scott while he was up here, but I hadn't thought of it. But would your restaurant be impacted by the predictable schedule?
Absolutely.
How many people do you employ?
But between, with the restaurant, we somewhere between 35 and 40. That's total employees, including back of house management and front of house.
Okay, but you're not a franchise.
No, ma'am. I'm a single operator in the town of Manchester.
Okay, we have to clarify that because I don't believe your restaurant would be covered by predictable scheduling the way the bill is written.
The way the bill is written currently, but I do sit here as chairman of the board of directors of the Restaurant Association. I do speak for all our restaurants at this time.
Oh, that's fine.
And that's why I would stand in regards to against that bill.
And I really wasn't challenging your right to support or oppose any bill, whether or not it impacts your restaurant. That would never be, it would never be my place to do that. I really was just trying to figure out whether you personally, as the owner of a relatively small, but I've been in your restaurant, I've eaten in your restaurant. It's very good.
Thank you.
It's been quite a few years, but
We should come on back.
well, I just don't get to Manchester as often as I used to. I had 4 grandchildren born in the Manchester hospital, so I went there a lot for a few years, but the youngest is 10, so I haven't been there for a while, but I did think that I wanted to be sure that I understood that your restaurant we have a carve out for smaller restaurants in our state, and that's why I wanted to make sure that you weren't one of the franchisees or that you didn't meet that 500 person.
No, I come nowhere close to meeting that employee threshold, but again, I in reference to my role, I do speak for other restaurateurs, and then on my own in that regard, I object to the bill because unfortunately I just have seen too many times where things can be a slippery slope and it may be looking this way this year, and then several years later, it doesn't look quite the same the way that it does currently in its current writing. And so, and again, the facets of it, I don't think work for our industry. Our industry is the cornerstone of the hospitality industry is the flexibility of the schedule. It's definitely one of the little pillars of what makes it work. So in regards to how that would have a negative effect on restaurants, I think it would be unfathomable.
Well, I do know that, we're sensitive to the flexibility and the need for flexibility in not just your industry, but in a number of industries. And for that reason, we know there's a lot more part-time work today than there was 50 years ago, because there's been shown a desire to have flexibility on the part of the employers. We've also heard from many employers, and I'm sure you're one of them, that are good employers that want to keep their people, that you try and accommodate the needs of your workers. And for those employers, we probably wouldn't see a huge impact by this bill. It's really the ones that maybe are disregarding the needs of their workers that would be impacted most greatly.
I have to respectfully disagree with that because the best employers do exactly what I do. When we take on a new employee in the hiring process, we get their availability and we want to make sure that, the relationship works both ways, that it's something that, is beneficial not only to, providing a service for us that we pay for, that it's also something that works for them. And again, things like you've heard here today come up, you know, whether it be an exam, whether it be, you know, we had a catering party. It's happened just last week. I had a catering party planned and we had people on for it and people pulled the rug on us and they canceled it. So I didn't need to have all those people in the restaurant because obviously I'm not going to be in a position to try to run financially sound and pay for things we don't need to do. I think it works both ways very well. And I would say more often than not, I'm in a position where I'm, you know, facilitating and happy to do so for staff that are looking to, you know, switch up where it works for them. And at least in the way that I've read the bill, the logistical aspects of what that would now look like definitely becomes burdensome, specifically for a small restaurateur like myself. But again, as you stated, it's not currently in its writing form of something that would affect me, but I do want to make clear that I feel like it's an improper policy for our industry, and one of which that I think majority of people and from the worker side would be very is not something that they're looking to implement or looking for. I think feel that it needs to be a change.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions? Representative Acker.
And Keith, thank you for coming. I was just at your place a couple Wednesdays ago, so
Awesome.
after tennis.
This is
So
great.
just quick, and then I know you're a great support of the community. Your restaurant has been for the times that it's been there. But how many of the businesses, how many restaurants, and you may not know this, but being at the levels, this and the other, not just your, but the position that you hold. How many restaurants in Connecticut are more like your Connecticut, a single owner type of restaurant rather than a franchise?
I'm glad you asked that statistic. And I'm glad I wrote it down in my notebook here. We're actually fortunate, and I think I'm so proud to say this, that 97% of Connecticut restaurants are non-franchise locations. We are the #1 in the country for that rate. We are small. We are single business groups, single operators, mom and pops, unlike anywhere in the entire country. 97% of our restaurants are single entity businesses or non-franchise businesses. And that's phenomenal. I think that speaks so much to the people in this state. It speaks so much to the entrepreneurship in this state, the hardworking people in this state that, again, at the end of the day, do what like I do, like you say, and that provide jobs for so many people. And I can't let this go unstated or noted, is that we are literally an industry unlike any other, where you can, like as Adam spoke about, you can come in the door making minimum wage, being at $15 within 2 years, making 6-figure salary with no experience whatsoever, other than with just the urge to want to become better, learn more, do more, and have incentive to improve your life. And no other industry can. We don't care about your background when you come to the door. And I will tell you, because of the hiring strategies, that has become even more so. Literally, we are taking people with zero experience but if they show up and got the right attitude and they want to show us that they want to be on time and learn something new, and creating them into people in our working staff. Because as very clearly stated here today, we still continue to have a major staffing shortage. And so we are looking out of the box in different ways and different people that maybe we wouldn't even looked at before in regards to, and I'm taking people with less experience on their resumes that you would have looked at before. Again, it's just a phenomenal industry, and I'm very happy and proud to have been in it as long as I can and have the amount of people and lives that I've affected and touched and brought up to become bigger and better and restaurateurs of themselves or move on. It's just exciting. I could sit here and talk about it all day long, so I'll refer back to your questions, but it's a very special industry, and I think that that can't go unchecked here in regards to what we provide.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. I wasn't sure what the percentage was, but that's important. So again, thank you for taking the time to be here, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kushner.
So I'm sorry, I was distracted slightly, but I heard you say 97% of, and were you talking about 97% of the members of the association or restaurants in Connecticut?
Restaurants in general.
That's what I thought you said, but I wanted to make sure. So 97% of the restaurants in Connecticut are not part of a franchise.
Correct.
Okay, so mostly then they would not be impacted unless they are really big. I'm talking about the predictable scheduling.
Yeah, again, like I said, that doesn't mean that they're all single operators like myself. They could have restaurant groups, as you know, around here. They could have upwards of 7, 8, 9, 10 restaurants that still aren't chains. Those are, in some of those cases, again, that would apply.
Right. And according to this bill, they would have to have at least 30.
Correct. Again, I understand what your point you're making in regards to this. My concern is where this goes going forward and just
And that's
being
fair.
very cautious.
That's totally fair. A lot of times we hear that slippery slope argument on all kinds of bills,
Of course.
from public health to now labor. But I did, I just wanted to clarify that because it is, I think we're trying to get a handle on how many workers would be impacted by this bill. The other thing you were just testifying about 6-figure salaries. So I know you testified that the average server gets $29 an hour. How many hours are they working?
Just to clarify, when I'm talking about, there's a multitude of positions in a restaurant that would not be server positions. I'm obviously talking about becoming executive chefs, management positions, partners and whatnot. Back to your second question, how many hours are the servers working? Most servers tend to, in my restaurant, which obviously I can speak to with much clarity, tend to work somewhere in between, 30 hours is probably a good portion, probably somewhere between 25 and 30 is probably a good ballpark to be accurate.
Okay, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
can
Senator.
I-
Any
Oh,
further
go
questions?
ahead. Well-
Representative Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you, Keith. I appreciate you bringing your restaurant experience here, and I'm just a little curious. So you don't support the bill as written, and I hear this, I hear you talk about if you brought your sub-minimum wage to minimum wage across the board, it would cost you $135,000 a year.
That was based on last 2022 numbers. Yes.
Okay, so, and the only way you could because you're right, the margins are very slim, is to add a service charge and have tips on top of that. Or you don't see a pathway towards making
No,
that.
I think as has been stated here, I can't control what a guest would do, and I would hope to believe that they would. My assumption and what we've kind of seen from other areas that have done this is that I would institute that 18% service charge, which would be on the check. The guest would see that. Now that's obviously equivocal to maybe what they were going to leave close to anyways in a gratuity. Now, are they going to choose to tip on top of that? Now I assume most would. Now, will it be another 18 to 20%? I highly doubt that, specifically in my blue collar town. I feel like you're asking a lot from the consumer to go ahead and do so. So I do believe that ultimately the wages that my staff would make in that $29 to $31 range that I mentioned to you, I don't see how that is it would be staying comparable.
I'm just curious about what a just transition would look like. Like, clearly you've heard testimony that there is a lot of systemic exploitation. I'm not saying that's happening in your restaurant. And it sounds like you've worked really hard to cultivate a culture where people are paid equitably. They're not regularly needing for you to make that sub-minimum wage whole. But I am interested in what it would look like to transition from a normalized sort of sub-minimum wage. I mean, we heard the same thing in this committee around, I think it was in this committee around paraprofessionals, paraeducators in our school are making an average of $20,000 a year without benefits and so forth. And I think most parents have no idea. And I think most customers maybe have no idea that we've been subsidizing a fair wage or minimum wage for tipped workers for forever. I think most folks don't really see that the customer has been subsidizing that. So what would it look like, in your opinion, to transition to, a just wage? Like you said, would most people tip on top of that? There have to be some education about really, how we can get to an equitable thing that isn't on the backs of
Right.
the restaurant owners, which are operating at a small
I may
margin.
disagree with you that the customers don't understand that. I think that most customers recognize that tips are important to the servers, and that's what they're working for. At least that's in my experience with the people that I've come in contact in my almost 4 decades in this business. And again, I'm not so sure there's a need for any solution to a problem that I don't believe exists. Again, I'm talking about people. You've had Adam talk about some of his staff making, $45 an hour in some of their finer end restaurants. My staff is making in the $30 range in our restaurant. And also what, as much as one thing that's they've also probably gained value in their income over time because of the cost of that have arisen for us restaurants outside of the cost of the inflationary stuff. You have the inflationary stuff, you have the cost of goods, the cost of labor, everything has gone through the roof. So therefore our menu prices have climbed. You know what's also climbed when the menu prices climbs? The amount that the servers are taking home as well. We're doing well business wise right now, but I can tell you, as much as you might go out to restaurants and see them very full, that doesn't mean that those restaurants are making money. We, prior to the pandemic, a well-run restaurant was making 3 to 5% profit margin. Think about how small that is.
Yeah, no,
right?
I know.
And
That's
so
what
I
I'm
can
saying.
tell you that that number is not the same anymore with everything we've had to deal with over the last 3 years. And all that being said, the challenges to keep staff have continued to be a little bit more of a challenge because, as has been stated, many people did leave this industry. I'm not so sure 100% of them left this industry due to the fact they weren't making a good wage. I feel it scared them in regards to we had to shut down for a year. We were mandated to shut down for a year, and they just out of our control, obviously, right? And they lost their income because there was no job to be had in that on our field. As far as a solution that you're asking for, I don't know if there's necessarily one that's needed here. I don't see anything broken with the system. The system works.
Well, according to many folks that we hear testimony, especially on the low wage end of low, largely like we're hearing, largely female and maybe single parent, they are routinely exploited and subjected. I know as a server, I was subjected to harassment, and that's normalized when you're dependent on tips, completely. And if, and the customers know that. I guess you're right. The customers do know that. And that's a power dynamic that has escalated and the status quo in the thousands of people that we're hearing from is not okay.
I do believe that unfortunately there are bad actors and bad behaviors in every industry. Do I believe that it's a large portion of what we're dealing with in our industry? I don't see that. I don't hear it. I haven't heard complaints about it. It's not something that's ever really been put in front of me. And then again, I think that there's, like I said, you can choose any industry and talk about things that are done. I don't think that it's as prevalent as maybe is made out to be. And at the same time, I'm not seeing many people here servers wise complaining about any of these issues. So I'm you're referring to constituents of yours that have spoken to you on that matter.
Again, there are people in this industry that are afraid of retaliation, of losing their job, of getting, put in poor situations for earnings, and don't even know that they have a right to speak up when they're not earning the minimum wage during an hour. They would never in a million years speak up. And again, these are not people in the same status as you and I.
Right. So I think there's also, and you're making the point that maybe this broad brush shouldn't be used across the entire industry as well. I would say in regards to these bad actors, the government currently has, the state of Connecticut has a department to handle these things. It's the Department of Labor, and put them into effect to do so. And hopefully there would be an outlet or that these individuals could make a phone call to a Department of Labor agent and say, hey, this is happening in my location. As Scott has mentioned before, we would encourage also to give us those names of those operators. We would gladly go ahead and start those conversations and help facilitate getting proper action made. That would be what I would say about that.
Okay, so that would be your suggestion, maybe get more Department of Labor wage enforcers and
I would say that would be a great place to start.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Keith, I wanted to ask, obviously, with your servers in that range of around $30 an hour, what do they know that this legislation is on the table? Do they know maybe what's being considered for their outcomes? Through you, Mr.
I
Chair.
unfortunately, I would say most of them know, but I think that you would ask someone on a bevy of topics, they wouldn't know a bunch of things. I think unfortunately, engagement in public policy on all levels is not where it should be. Just look at voter turnout and on general, right? I think that is representative of what I see or what I hear or what around me. I think that until a policy has hit them in their pocket, do they recognize it? And most of the time in these circumstances, they look at the employer as the person who's responsible for doing that detriment to them. Although most of the time the employer is just enacting the policy that was forbidden. I'll use the 0.5% coming out of their paychecks for the paid family. So I would tell you that 80% of my staff had no clue about that and came to me and asked why that was coming out of their check. And I had to share with them what that policy was and what that was. So my answer to your question is, unfortunately, I don't think there's many people that are paying much attention beyond, unfortunately, the length of their arm and what's on the most recency of their app that they happen to be checking out with. So it's unfortunate because I think in the long, again, as stated here by a previous restaurant tour, that they wouldn't be interested with it. And they would recognize that it wouldn't be worth their time to work in my industry anymore. If they're going to go ahead and be regulated back to a lower wage, might as well go do something else than go ahead and stay in this industry and do that.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, you mentioned slightly off topic on 6859, talking about the flexibility of the schedule, that in some cases you may have a wait staff or an employee who has an exam or something and needs some flexibility on the time. And in the other case, you had a catering job that fell through. And in both cases, it sounds like, hey, you're both life isn't perfect and you're working with each other to try to solve this amicably, professionally. And there's a choice there that you have a choice, they have a choice. And so I appreciate that. And again, I've said this before, probably a broken record, but when we're up here deciding these types of things that interfere or affect a small business's ability to operate freely, affect the ability of a worker to decide their fate, I think we have to take that very seriously. So I'll make that statement. I listened to Representative Hughes during her questioning, talk about, perhaps education. And I think, I guess you can only educate if people are willing to be engaged. But I think if people were aware how this would affect them and that type of education, that might be something I can get behind. But
I would just also say to that, like, if there was a tremendous need for this in our industry, then there might be more engagement. And you might, to your answer, there might be some more people here or more vocal people speaking out on this. And again, like, there's not a single person in my restaurant or any of the restaurants we work with in regards to the restaurant association that have come to any of us and stated, hey, we got a real problem here. Can you help us fix this? We're not making the money we wish to be making. Again, I don't see it.
Okay, thank you very much. I know that we'll give this careful consideration. I think a lot of businesses, a lot of different industries, mine included, were affected with COVID, really hampered. And I remember doing takeout and a lot of things we couldn't do, go sit in a restaurant, and the numbers are down. So we appreciate you being here on the back end to tell that story and look forward to having this discussion.
And if I could just finish, like, again,
Yes.
we're talking about, I want to make it clear that, like, I'm a single operator, and there's a lot of us out here in the Connecticut, like I talked about, right? And you're talking about an enormous cost you're about to throw on us on top of, we're all part of how badly the hospitality industry got decimated through COVID because of what we do in the livelihood of our business as a place where people group and meet, and that wasn't allowed. And, I won't go into the stories of what a living HALL that was for my family to get through that and still be here today to talk to you about that. But to think that there's more policies now coming down on us and coming to continue to make our jobs harder to do just that, provide a place that cultivates a great culture of work, and people come and they make good money and they like what they do. It's just, I like to take a breath for a minute. I like to be able to continue to do what we do and do it well, because we do it well. We do it real well in the state of Connecticut. So thank you for your questioning in time, and thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate
Thank you for your perseverance. And I too have maybe enjoyed an adult beverage at your facility. So thank you.
Absolutely.
I'll join you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have, I think she's virtual, Yannette Lathrop.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, members of this committee, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jeanette Lathrop, and I am a senior researcher and policy analyst with the National Employment Law Project. NELP, as we are called, is a national advocacy organization with expertise on workforce issues, including the minimum and the tipped wage. NELP testifies today in strong support for SB 1177, an act concerning one fair wage. This year, Connecticut will reach a 15 minimum wage, but its cash wage for servers will stay frozen at $6.38 per hour. And its cash wage for bartenders will also be frozen at $8.23 per hour. That means that the gap between the server wage and the regular minimum wage will be 58% at the end of this year. And the gap between the bartender wage and the regular minimum wage will be 45%. These gaps will widen as Connecticut adjusts its regular minimum wage each year to keep pace with the cost of labor. The practical implication of this wage disparity is not only the tipped workers will increasingly depend on the whims of customers for a greater share of their income, but because a majority of tipped workers are women and a significant percent are workers of color, this diverse workforce will be faced with increasing higher barriers to pay equity. The solution to this challenge is adopting and implementing a one fair wage. In doing so, Connecticut will not be alone. As you have heard before, 7 states have already a one fair wage, and Michigan will actually be one of the states joining this pack of 7 soon. The one fair wage movement, as you may have heard already, is gaining traction. In addition to Michigan, Washington, D.C., and Flagstaff, Arizona are also in the process of phasing out their tipped wages. And there are advocates in Massachusetts and Rhode Island and New York and several other states are also calling for on their state legislatures to adopt a one fair wage. And in Arizona and Ohio, there will be a chance for voters to also weigh in on the issue next year. I'd like to point out that the bulk of research on the minimum wage, which finds that higher wages increase workers' earnings without job losses. And because the restaurant industry pays some of the lowest wages, some of the most recent research has focused on the effect of wage policies on restaurant workers. Those studies came to the same conclusion that workers' earnings go up and their employment is not affected. I will like to point out one specific research from 2017, which looked specifically at the impact of higher wage policies on menu prices. This is something that has been brought up before during this hearing. This specific study found that a 25% increase in the minimum wage led to a very small 1.5% increase in menu prices. Obviously, the minimum wage is a policy that really has a benefit for workers and does not really pose a great challenge to employers as far as the data is concerned. I will conclude there. Thank you so much for the time, and I will be here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Okay, you've probably been listening and there's been a lot of questions here today. So that's one of the advantages, I guess, of testifying later in the day. You don't get as many questions, but thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Natalie Petrucci.
Good afternoon, co-chairs and committee members. My name is Natalie Petrucci. I'm based in Colorado and I'm a staff attorney at A Better Balance. We are a national legal nonprofit with 4 offices across the U.S. that provides legal and policy support on workers' rights laws, including fair scheduling laws, that advance the ability of workers to care for themselves and their families without jeopardizing their paychecks. A Better Balance strongly supports the passage of House Bill 6859 on predictable schedules. Connecticut workers are struggling to earn a living and care for their families while holding jobs with unfair and unpredictable schedules. Unfair scheduling encompasses a range of abusive practices from which Connecticut workers currently lack legal protections. Unpredictable scheduling practices like these make childcare and caregiving a daily struggle and reduce opportunities to take classes, work a second job, or maintain one's health and wellness. Low-wage workers are the most likely to struggle with inflexible and unpredictable work schedules. Workers of color, and women of color in particular, also disproportionately face scheduling instability. Unstable schedules are also particularly burdensome to parents and caregivers. The vast majority of parents with children under 18 are in the workforce. Additionally, 4 in 10 adults care for sick or elderly family members, and 60% of these caregivers are employed. Precarious scheduling practices upend lives, make affecting budgeting impossible, interfere with family caregiving, and jeopardize access to benefits and financial resources. These practices are also associated with poor health outcomes in adults, negative consequences for parents' well-being, unnecessary complexity in childcare arrangements, and behavioral problems in young children. If passed, House Bill 6859 will provide critical protections to covered workers employed by large employers with over 500 employees in specific covered industries where workers are too often subject to unstable schedules: retail, food services, hospitality, long-term healthcare services. Importantly, this bill covers franchises. As part of a franchise network, an individual franchise generally has at its disposal the means and technology to easily comply with this law with minimal burden, often by employing sophisticated scheduling software to meet requirements. HB 6859 would give covered workers greater control over their schedules, more financial stability, and the level of predictability needed to effectively manage both the responsibilities of work and family life. While this bill protects workers from a range of unfair scheduling practices, I'd like to highlight just two provisions today that are of particular significance to the workers that my organization serves. First, Section 5 provides access to hours for involuntarily underemployed workers. This is significant because part-time workers are often disadvantaged by lower hourly wages relative to their full-time counterparts, as well as lack of access to benefits and job opportunities. Second, Section 3E would create a right for Connecticut employees to request modified work schedules or flexible working arrangements. And this right to request will have significant positive impacts on families juggling caregiving responsibilities and personal health needs. It gives covered employees in the state a greater voice and opportunity to self-advocate, and it encourages more employers to engage in a deliberative process around such requests. This is a sound policy modeled on successful Fair Work Week and right to request laws enacted around the country that have dramatically helped workers and have not been a burden to employers. I urge you to vote yes on HB 6859, and thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any questions from the crew here. You mentioned you're from Colorado, but I know Better Balance has worked on a lot of legislation that we've done here in Connecticut, particularly when Better Balance was really helpful with the Paid Family Leave Act that we passed, and I think has continued to work with the authority. So I really appreciate that work that you've done. I don't know, are you familiar with some of the jurisdictions that have predictable scheduling?
I am to an extent. I wouldn't say that I am a national expert, and some of those experts have been here testifying today, but I am to an extent, yes.
Yeah, I think I'm curious, and if Better Balance, if you have access to this information, and as we sit here, we think of different questions for different witnesses, but it would seem to me that getting information about the franchise businesses in New York City, that would be helpful, because there are a number of franchisees in New York, and I believe they're covered by the New York City law. So that would be helpful if you could get information through your organization to the committee. That would be helpful.
Thank you, Senator. And yes, I also did provide written testimony in which I spoke in more detail about other jurisdictions that have similar laws that cover franchises, including New York City, and A Better Balance or other organizations on this who have testified today would be happy to follow up with regard to how New York's law covers franchises. We would be happy to get you that information.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Seeing none today, we'll let you go, and we'll take the next witness or the next person testifying. You're not really witnesses. And I believe that's James. Is James, oh boy,
Dimitriadis, you got it, Senator.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is James Dimitriadis. I am an attorney at the firm Ferguson, Doyle, and Chester, and my firm represents AFT Connecticut and their affiliated locals, including public and private sector employees. As you may know, AFT Connecticut represents more healthcare workers at acute care facilities than any other union in the state of Connecticut. And I am here today in order to support the changes proposed in Senate Bill 1179. When the Connecticut Paid Leave Act was initially passed there were multiple provisions in that statute that were intended to protect collectively bargained rights, especially in our private sector employees. So for example, section 3149S notes that nothing in the act shall be construed to, and I'm going to paraphrase just a bit, prevent employers from providing benefits that are more expansive and diminish any rights provided to any covered employees under the terms of the covered employees collective bargaining agreement, or interfere with, impede, or in any way diminish an employee's right to collectively bargain. Many of our local unions have negotiated for short-term and long-term disability policies as part of their collective bargaining process. Yet the insurance companies and the employers in applying Connecticut paid family leave denied members access to the short-term disability policies, despite clear statutory language, which says the intent of the statute is to not impede or diminish existing rights under CBAs. Now, when a local negotiates, they make certain sacrifices. They choose which things to pursue, what to trade for. And many of these locals have decided that short-term disability prior to the implementation of the Connecticut Paid Leave Act is something that they wanted their members to have access to. These short-term disability policies may allow for 60%, or in some cases they can buy up to 75%, but they bargained for the ability to access these benefits. They are now being blocked from using benefits that they bargained for. And even more egregious is that despite statutory language in Section F of the existing statute that allows for the benefits to run concurrently, our members have been blocked from supplementing their short-term disability policy to this Connecticut paid leave. Our members are paying for two benefits, but only getting one. The proposed changes in Senate Bill 1179 will address this problem and allow our members to get access to the bargain for benefits, which were not supposed to be diminished. Later today, you will be hearing from a number of AFT Connecticut local leaders, as well as AFT Connecticut nurses, who will explain the impact and the harm that being denied the benefits that they bargained for and paid for have created. I urge passage of this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone on the distinguished committee may have.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm looking to see if there are any members here, or I don't see any hands. So thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you for your time.
Next up. Louise Gibson. Louise, is Louise here? Oh, there you are. Good afternoon. It's getting to be late afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Hi, I'm speaking in favor of SB 1179, an act amending Connecticut paid family leave. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Louise Gibson, and I am the Secretary Treasurer for Local 1298 of the Communications Workers of America. Local 1298 represents more than 2,000 telecommunications workers in Connecticut. The law in current statute is allowing employers to subsidize existing employer-paid disability plans. Many of these plans are collectively bargained for. The law provides for workers to help each other collectively by pooling their resources to cover the cost of providing paid family and medical leave to all covered employees. The employers are excluded from paying into the trust fund, and conversely should not be allowed to use covered employees' contributions to reduce their own expenses of providing short-term disability to their own employees. The members of CWA Local 1298 have existing negotiated short-term disability benefit plans. Since benefits under the law became available on January 1st of 2022, the employers have sought to use the paid family medical leave insurance program to subsidize their own paid short-term disability benefit plans. The employers seek to do this by deducting from the wage replacement benefit under the negotiated plan with a benefit the employee may have received under the paid family medical leave. And they seek to do this even though the employees themselves have not applied for the benefits under the state paid family medical leave insurance program. This could not possibly have been the purpose of passing the new law. Employers are excluded from paying into the plan, and only employees pool their resources to provide paid sick leave benefits. The guidelines and criteria must make clear that an employee has the right to choose whether to collect wage replacement through the state insurance program or an existing collectively bargained short-term disability plan. The law should be amended to ensure that employers such as AT&T and Frontier, who already provide negotiated short-term disability plans, do not use the state paid family medical leave insurance program to subsidize their own plans. We encourage the committee to support this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have a question for you, and if you don't have the answer to this now, you can get back to us. But your contract negotiations, this I'm sure you know, what period of time was it negotiated for?
Up to 52 weeks,
I'm
depending on
talking
your
about
seniority.
the term of the contract
Other
itself.
4 years.
It's a 4-year contract. And when did you last negotiate that? When does it expire?
We go 2024.
2024. So you've been under a contract for 4 years. So during that time, the paid family leave benefit came into effect.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. I know there was testimony earlier today to the effect that if a company had a short-term disability plan and now they were saying that the first payer is the paid family leave program, that the rates would likely go down for that short-term disability plan because you wouldn't be paying as much out of it. You know, the insurance company wouldn't be paying as much. Do you know if the rates have gone down at all?
We don't have that data yet, but I can tell you that where we're seeing the majority of the problem happen is when we negotiate our contracts, and we have negotiated through the years. What I meant by the 52 weeks is most of our members get up to 52 weeks in a short-term disability plan that, based on your seniority, you can receive full pay for that whole time from your employer. So those programs that have been negotiated throughout the years, I've been almost 27 years with the telephone company, and it's always been that benefit plan. So now that that's negotiated at the table, when we bargain, you know, everything's has a price tag on it. So that's part of what we already paid for that at the table. So now we're paying into a fund. And that fund, we understand it's to, you know, bring everyone up. So we get that part of it. But now you have an employer like AT&T, where a person that's going to be out on short-term disability, prior to them even receiving their first paycheck of being out on short-term disability, once they do get that check, the company has already, in their own calculation, reduced that paycheck by what the state plan would give that person, even though that person hasn't yet applied for the paid family leave. So we're dealing with members that all of a sudden they're out on short-term disability, no matter what the reason is that they're sick, and they're receiving pay, and it's hardly nothing. And when they call up payroll to find out why they have this little bit of money in their paycheck, they're told, oh yeah, we reduced it. You have to apply for Connecticut paid family leave in order to get the rest of your money. I mean, and then the 30-day window, I mean, applying, it just makes it very messy. So, you know, our stance is these employers are using our money. It's like they're getting away with taking the money from a fund and reducing what they have to do. So it's just another corporate greed structure of taking money away from employees and to defray what they have to pay out. So.
Well, we've heard your story, and we've heard these kinds of reports from other employees and other large businesses that do offer short-term or have negotiated for short-term disability benefits. Clearly, this is an issue that I know will be on the table when you go to bargaining next time, but hopefully we can address some of it through the changes that have been recommended in the bill that's before us. Thank you.
And if I could just add that, and that's what the loophole that these companies are using is our plans a gentleman earlier said about the SPDs, the summary plan that explains the benefit, says it speaks about the offsets, and the offsets that were in those plans that came to be many decades ago, or in the case of a person going to a long-term disability program where they have to apply for Social Security. And then if they get approved for Social Security, it's deduced that amount. So now they're taking that loophole, saying that this is a state disability plan, so.
Right,
Mhm.
and I do think that the Paid Family Leave Authority has been very clear in drawing the distinction that this is not a government provided benefit in the sense that it's not like some other benefits where there are tax dollars going into it, or whether an employer is paying a tax for those benefits. This is a very different kind of program because it's entirely employee paid.
Mhm.
So thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any hands, so thank you. Thanks for being with us today. Next up, we have Kim Forte. Did I get your name right? Your last name right? Is it Forte? Because you know that first preferred pronunciation of F-O-R-T in the dictionary is Fort.
It is.
And I know my husband, who's a killer on grammar and pronunciation, corrected me a long time ago when I said that's not my forte, and he said, no, it's Fort. And I'm sure not very many people in the room knew that, but my husband knew it. And so I wanted to make sure I got your last name correct.
It is Forte. My Italian heritage.
Wait till I tell my husband when I get home. I was able to use that example today in a hearing.
Anything I can do to help you with your husband and then being right on that, I would happily do.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good almost evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and the distinguished members of this committee. My name is Kim Forte. I'm the executive director of A Better Connecticut Institute. ABCI is a nonprofit organization, research and reporting on equitable policy solutions that build healthy communities, high quality education, and economic security for all Connecticut residents. I'm also testifying in coalition with Recovery for All. I've submitted written testimony on a number of bills, but I'd like to take my time to focus specifically on Senate Bill 1177 and House Bill 6859. I am also a resident of Norwalk, so I'm not just executive director of a nonprofit here, but I am a resident of the state, and I want to talk a little bit about my personal history. I am a child of a cocktail waitress. My mother worked over 20 years as a cocktail waitress so that I could have a roof over my head. I was able, based on her hard work, to get to law school. And I did. And I spent my years of service in the law representing people of low income at the Legal Aid Society in New York City. And I did most of that work as a child's rights lawyer. So I'm gonna take a little time to talk about the people who aren't here today, and those are the kids that will be affected by this bill, of which I grew up one of them. When my mom didn't have predictability in her schedule, when she didn't know how much money she'd make on a daily basis, the people who lost most were her 4 daughters. We lost our mom to hours of work. I don't remember an open school night that my mother could attend because she had to take a shift. I don't remember my mother meeting my teachers or volunteering when she was working as a cocktail waitress at my school. I don't remember her being able to do my homework with me. And I remember many nights of her not even being able to make it home before I went to bed or be there in the morning when I woke up because she was either sleeping or at her day job. In the times when waitressing was seasonal, when my mother worked in the winter months or in hard summer months when there wasn't enough customers, my mother worked 7 days a week. And she picked up shifts at retail working so that she could make up for the tips that she didn't get. I was a little girl watching my mother slap on makeup, short skirts, tight dresses, tiny shorts, so that she could pull extra dollars in the door so my sister could have braces, I could get sneakers. And all this time I would spend my weekends shuffled from one caregiver to another, or hiding in a bar, doing my homework under the bar or in a corner table so that my mom could both work and parent at the same time. Then I grew up and I represented people who would miss court dates, visitation with their children, because of their schedules, because somebody would call and say, you got to come into work today. And they'd have to explain to a judge why they didn't show up there, but instead chose more economic power to be able to pay their rent. And we as lawyers had to continually explain to courts, you have to give my client a break. You can't hold their ability to go show up for work or to come see you. You can't have them make that choice.
Ms. Forte, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
So in conclusion, I will say, I'm asking you to think about the kids who will benefit from these two bills. When parents have predictable wages and predictable schedules, they can be there for their kids. And our schools are suffering and need parents in place helping out. If you have any questions for me or want any more of that story, I'm happy to share it with you.
Thank you for your testimony. It is good to have a perspective of someone who grew up in a family whose mother was working in this industry. We've heard a lot of testimony from the Restaurant Association about the high wages of servers. And I think we all appreciate that there are some restaurants that are very high end where servers may be making really good wages. Admittedly, not the six-figure wages that some people are led to believe, but good wages nonetheless. But that's not true for everyone. And it obviously wasn't true for your mother. So appreciate your testimony here.
Thank you.
Representative Weir.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. You brought back some memories because I had my father at one point he was working 3 jobs and to keep food on the table, and so I can remember driving in the middle of the night in a large truck delivering chickens to the grocery store. So it's a appreciation of your story and a recognition for people, parents who were sacrificing a lot to provide for us, so it's not lost on me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I wish you somewhat of an early evening, but I'm sure that's not going to happen. Good night.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, Eric Getty from CBIA.
Thank you and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Eric Getty here on behalf of CBIA. I've submitted testimony on 5 bills. I'm going to focus today my testimony on just 3 of them. The first one is Senate Bill 1179, and this deals with the interplay between short-term disability and paid family medical leave. My testimony is limited to just Section 3 of the bill, which would prohibit the offset of short-term disability benefits by benefits received under the paid family medical leave program. Short-term disability is a voluntary benefit provided by the employer, often at no cost to the employee. Before paid FMLA passed, the business community predicted that most businesses would drop short-term disability policies. However, insurers have responded by reducing the price on these policies to reflect the savings from the coordination with paid family medical leave. And as a result, I can tell you many businesses have told me that they have opted for that reason to keep this reduced cost benefit. I am concerned about the significant public policy implications of eliminating this offset. For one, I think workers will be incentivized to stay out of the workforce as they will receive the same wages for not working that they would if they had returned to work. And this will profoundly have a harmful impact on our economy that's already suffering from a workforce crisis. Second, and definitely more importantly, eliminating this offset will result in many employers no longer being able to afford to both comply with paid family medical leave and offering short-term disability policies. They will drop these policies and employees will have to rely on paid family medical leave alone. This will reduce both the wage benefits and the number of weeks available for employees that need to take time off for a disability. And given that neither of these outcomes are favorable, we ask that you take no action on Senate Bill 1179. The next 2 are Senate Bill 1178 and House Bill 6688 on paid sick leave. Connecticut's paid sick leave law has proven very costly to Connecticut businesses. This includes those that already provided paid sick leave before the law went into effect. Studies after passage in 2011 show that 90% of those businesses were already providing this benefit. Yet because of the rigidity in the law, a majority saw an increase in administrative costs. Both of these bills attempt to expand this law to include Connecticut's smallest employers, and these businesses are already struggling with many challenges. Connecticut is the 6th costliest state to run a business. Small businesses are dealing with inflation, unemployment debt, supply chain issues, high taxes, and not to mention new mandates passed into law every year. Businesses in Connecticut are already providing great wages and benefits, but in ways that work for both the employer and the employee. These bills will only do more harm than good to Connecticut's smallest businesses. And given all of the challenges they face, now it's time to be helping these small businesses. So for that reason, we urge the committee to oppose both of these bills. And of course, always happy to take questions from the committee.
I just have one question. You testified that somehow workers would be incentivized to stay out of work if they were receiving both the paid leave program and a short-term disability program on top of that. Can you give us an example of a situation where you think someone would be authorized to stay home and collect the paid leave program where they would be incentivized to stay home longer? I don't quite understand how that works.
Well, I think in some cases that's happening now. Sure, certainly not in every case. You know, I think for the most part, people are honest, but in want to get back to work, want to get their full paycheck. But as we continue to tick that reimbursement rate up even higher, I mean, it's at 95% now, but I think it's just natural that if you are being paid the same to stay home or you're being paid the same to go into work, the one you're going to choose, of course, is to stay home. So that's what I'm concerned about. Certainly, I don't think that that's what happened in the majority of cases, but there are, of course, bad actors out there. And you know, that is something that we're just concerned about encouraging rather than keeping what the offset that we have in place now.
So the 95%, I know you probably know this, but it only applies to the lowest wage people because as you earn more, you get a smaller percentage of your income from the fund. So it's not 95% for most people, for all people, but certainly is for some. So wouldn't that be fraud if they did that?
It would, but
You have to get a doctor. I mean, in all cases, to get the paid family leave, you have to have authorization from a doctor that this requires you being home or being out of work.
That's correct.
So would the doctor be guilty of fraud in that case?
Potentially, or they could just be listening to their patient. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we know there's very little mechanisms in the law. This is something we testified to when the law was being debated in this committee back in 2019, that there is absolutely zero real mechanism for fraud prevention within this program. There's very little there's very few tools for employers to be able to take action on that. So certainly if you're suggesting that we should tighten up those fraud protections, then, you know, I think that's something that we would be interested in discussing.
Well, certainly if you have proposals to avoid fraud, that's something we're always interested in. I don't remember any proposals back in 2019 specifically to address fraud, but, you know, I might be not remembering them. I know I do remember you saying back in 2019 that the program would not be solvent, and you've never corrected that in your literature, even though we've had time and time again that the actuaries have predicted a solvency of this program and say that it's in very good health. So I hope someday you will take that up and change your literature on that. That would be helpful.
Well, Senator, absolutely. I mean, I'd like to give it more than 1 year before we determine whether it will be solvent in the long term. So, you know, if we're still around in a few years, I will probably come in and if that's still the case, I will definitely make sure to note that on the record.
And I do appreciate that. I do know that the actuaries, when they do an actuarial study, it's really obviously always based on future projections, and the projections that they have made, even taking into account that there might be underutilization as it stood up. But they have made projections based on high usage that would still project this as a solvent plan for many years, I think, down the road. And so, you know, it'd be worthwhile for you to take a look at that again.
Yeah. Hey, let's hope they're right. And of course, you know, and let's hope they are right, because that would just, you know, kind of demonstrate the fact that there isn't a need for an employer match.
There wouldn't be a need for what?
An employer match on the program for employers to contribute.
Great need for an employer match like other states do, where workers aren't paying the whole 100%, but we knew that that wasn't going to fly here. So we didn't go down that road. But I think there would always be a need for an employer picking up some of the cost of this. But of course, we disagree on that. But I do see a couple of hands by my colleagues. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Eric, thank you for your testimony. So I got you may or may not want to weigh on this. So obviously, many of your members probably have, as a benefit to entice employees to come work for them, they offer this disability insurance. And then obviously the employee also pays in for the benefit also to the state plan. But we are hearing from union members that, you know, this is something that they pay in a way of through bargaining, that this part of their, you know, instead of getting maybe more pay, that they pay through bargaining. How do you react to that? Because it's a little bit different. If, you know, if I'm a small employer or a large employer, you know, I'm paying for that plan so I can, you know, entice employees or keep employees, but the unions have bargained that as part of a benefit package. And I know you're only speaking on behalf of your members, but this bill overlaps both the union and non-union. Your thoughts on that?
You know, I did hear some of that testimony, and of course, I obviously don't know the specifics of that situation. I definitely have heard from a number of CBIA members, however, that actually fully fund this benefit for their employees, and have testified to the fact that they have seen a reduced cost of these policies, and which is why they have chosen to continue on. So with them, you know, and if there isn't that offset and thus that cost goes back up, they have made it pretty clear that they will just no longer offer those policies. So I can speak to those situations. I simply cannot speak to some of the testimony I heard earlier today.
And that's fair. And that's fair. It's just that we got to weigh it because it includes all employers. So thank you, Eric, again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric, thank you for your testimony. One of the stats you gave midway, I believe, was that Connecticut is the 6th worst, I don't want to put words in your mouth, toughest place to start a business. Where did you cite that from?
Yeah, I would certainly never call Connecticut the worst at anything. This is my state. I love this state. I was saying that it was one of the costliest states to do business. And this was reflected in any number of national polls. I mean, one of the ones that we routinely cite at CBIA is the CNBC Best States for Business, where cost of doing business and cost of living have consistently been in the mid 40s out of 50. So you know, certainly that is one of the sites that we're looking for. Then I saw a poll just the other day about Connecticut having the highest tax burden as well. I haven't looked into that study quite as much, but that also just reiterates a lot of the literature we have seen. So the point at the end of the day, though, is that Connecticut businesses are, especially the smallest businesses, are really struggling right now. I mean, we have national economic issues that are impacting us, but we also have a high number of mandates and other things that we have to comply with that just make doing business here very difficult. And I think you tend to see the larger businesses make headlines when they choose to leave the state for other reasons. But you don't see those headlines when it's small businesses. And I think if you add the high costs, the high taxes, and now you're adding this workforce issues that we're struggling with, it's just a lot for these businesses to contend with. So that's what we're concerned about.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, if you have any of that data, and I didn't mean to say worse, costliest is a better word, but if you could forward any of that data, I think you referenced CNBC, whatever else you have, I'd like to see what you're referencing, and I get to the clerk, Madam Chair. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely. I think there are some questions about the studies that you cited. I'm getting some questions about that too. So any studies that you cited in your testimony here today, could you provide them to the citations to us?
Absolutely. I know I was talking about one related to the impact of paid family medical leave, or I'm sorry, paid sick leave. That study, I'm actually looking at it right now. It's Center for Economic Policy and Research. That was done in 2012. But actually, I have a study that looked at all the studies of paid sick leave, and I can certainly forward that on to you so you can see all of the literature related to that. Happy to do that.
Thanks very much. Any other questions for this speaker? Thank you for being here. Next, we have Jivan Sabrina Wheeler. And I don't think I got your last name correctly either. Is it Sabrino? Okay.
Sabrino, thanks. Yeah, we anglicize it in my family. I'm Jeevan Sabrino Wheeler. I am the Progressive Governance Director for the Connecticut Working Families Party, and I'm here to testify in strong support of HB 6859, an act concerning stable scheduling. Stable scheduling is really the bedrock of opportunity for workers across the country and in Connecticut. Without a stable schedule, it's difficult to plan childcare. Even in the best of times right now, even with a 9 to 5 predictable schedule, it's really difficult to find affordable childcare. Add to that, not knowing your schedule for the week until 24, 48, 72 hours in advance, getting last minute changes, it can be extremely difficult, especially for workers trying to find non-traditional hour care. Scheduling a doctor's appointment is very challenging without a stable schedule. When you schedule a family doctor's appointment or a specialist, they're often asking you to schedule weeks or months ahead of time. And then if you get your schedule and it's at the same time, that is really tough. You cannot make that appointment. You may not be able to make the appointment when you reschedule either. Many workers at the types of businesses covered, chain restaurants, retail, hotels, long-term care facility, they're also going to school part-time. And it's really challenging to balance work and school. And the best of times, add to that an unpredictable schedule, studying for tests, showing up for exams, doing homework becomes really difficult. These are the kinds of jobs that we think about folks sometimes taking while they're trying to, get that RN degree, get that bachelor's degree, get the master's degree. Doing that when you don't know what your schedule is going to be like the week ahead of time, getting a last minute change becomes really, really difficult. Just to speak on the family costs of unstable scheduling briefly, we know from research from the SHIFT project at Harvard University that we heard from earlier today, children at families with workers that have unstable scheduling are more likely to experience emotional issues, have trouble in school. Workers with unstable scheduling are less likely to sleep well, especially workers who have the clopening shifts, where they're asked to close at night, go home, and then come back 6-7 hours later to open the next day. This bill would mandate that workers have 11 hours rest between shifts. And that sleep really does make a difference for the health of workers and their families. All of this adds to opportunities for residents. Conversely, allowing more than a 250,000 workers in the state to continue to struggle with unpredictable scheduling is a policy choice, and it's shifting the cost of an unstable schedule onto workers. We know that jurisdictions with thousands of workers and businesses right now, Philadelphia, Seattle, others, this is working now. The types of businesses that would be covered here in Connecticut, hotels, retail, long-term care, same types of businesses that are covered there. It works in those places. It can work here in Connecticut as well. And I hope the committee and the legislature will move forward with this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I don't see any questions for you today. As we go on, there are fewer and fewer questions. That's probably a good thing because we're going to be here a long time. Thank you for testifying. Next, we have Pastor Johnson. Is Pastor Johnson in the room? I know he was here earlier, but I don't see him. So if he comes back, we'll call him up. Next, we have Greg Adler. And Greg, I see you're here. So if you're listening, can you unmute and you can turn on your camera? Oh.
Yeah, it's bright in here. Here I am.
There you go. Thank you.
Hi, I'll be brief, which is not my best thing, but I'll try. I'm a lawyer with a firm in Hartford, Livingston, Adler, Polda, Meiklejohn, and Kelly, and we represent a number of labor unions. Most importantly, for purposes of this hearing, we represent the Metal Trades Council and the Marine Draftsmen Association, UAW, at Electric Boat. And I've been asked to speak on behalf of the amendment in Senate Bill 1179 to Section 3 regarding disability benefits. And I think several people have spoken quite articulately about this. Maybe I'll just explain what happened in Electric Boat and why the unions I represent pushed very hard for this amendment. So Electric Boat provides 26 weeks of short-term disability pay as part of the collective bargaining agreements for all the unions there. It's been in the contract for years and years. In 2019, the last contract negotiations, kind of at the end of the negotiations, which is pretty typical when all of the economics are discussed, the short-term disability cost factor for the employer was part of the calculations, and the unions were basically told, well, we'll keep doing the 26 weeks. This is about what it costs, but the wages are impacted by that. So that's kind of typically the way collective bargaining works. The economics at the end, if you give up money someplace, you get money someplace else. And in this particular situation, this was a few weeks, well, a month or two after the act was passed, but 2 years before it became effective with respect to actual payments being made. And nothing was discussed about the act. And then when 2022 came here, the company told the unions that basically we're not paying any benefits at all for the first 12 weeks because if you're eligible for paid family leave. So obviously, so that took away basically 12 weeks of the benefit. So instead of the company paying short-term disability benefits for 26 weeks, now it pays for 14 weeks if you last that long and you need the benefits that long. So basically this gets to the set-off issue because the company decided that what folks get from the state would be a set-off on what the company pays. And because the state pays more than the $600 a week, it's gone up since then, but it was $600 a week at the time when the year started, 2022, that the state pays more. So therefore the company, it's a set off against what the company pays. So the company pays nothing. If this bill were passed, what would happen in that situation, the company could decide whether it was primary or secondary. So presumably they would decide that they would be secondary. So the company would pay the difference between what the state pays through the paid family leave and what 100% of the employer's pay would be. And that would still significantly reduce what the company pays from what it was paying in 2019 when the contract was ratified.
Mr. Adler, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
I'll just be brief. So basically from the union's perspective, all this does is kind of set an even playing field to essentially the way things were before, and that because this benefit is paid for by the workers, not by the company should not be able to reduce what it pays as a result of what the employees get under the statute.
Thank you for your testimony. And I do want to ask you a few questions because I know this is an issue that is very important to the way this developed. It was very important to our decision to look at amending the plan and the program that we currently have in effect. When you say benefits that the state pays, the state administers the benefit, but it's paid for by the workers. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, it's different from like a Social Security benefit or workers' compensation benefit, this is a completely different thing than what the set-off was designed to address. So because of the way it's funded and paid, it is the reason for our position that it shouldn't be a set-off on what pre-existing short-term disability benefit the employer may be paying.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was clear because I know at Electric Boat, like other employers, the employees are paying the 0.5% of their wages into the paid family leave authority, so that it is entirely, it's not like there's an offset from the employer on that. They're paying the full 0.5%.
Correct. So it's 100% savings for the employer off of what they negotiated when they agreed to collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that they would likely still get a reduced premium even under this approach where it's considered to be where there would still be a payment from the paid family leave program. In most cases, employers would require that, and they would be basically plus up. They would pay the additional on top of the paid family leave program. In the case of Electric Boat, they refuse to pay anything, as you testified.
Right. And they're self-funded, so it's just their money. But the same, if you look at it from an insurance perspective, basically, if this was an insured plan, the company's liability would still be way significantly less than it was before the statute was passed.
Right. Well, thank you for clarifying that. I think it is an important change that we're seeking to make here because it does address especially the self-funded programs like you're speaking of that were negotiated benefits. But I assume when your unions go into negotiations next year, you'll get all that, or whenever the contract expires, you'll get all that information about how much savings was generated from this approach.
Yes. And it's like overall, we've been told, I don't think it's a huge amount of money either way, which is partly why the unions were so upset that the company was even doing this, because their savings are not even that much.
That's interesting. So they didn't reap that much savings from this approach, but it cost the workers who are out on leave quite a bit.
That's what we believe. We don't have all the data.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Good to see you here.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Next up, we have Lori Ladon. And can you turn on your mic? Just before we start, there's the button there to turn on your mic. Great.
There we go. Good day, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and ranking members, Senator Sampson, Representative Acker, and all the distinguished members of the Labor Committee. My name is Lori Ladon. I live in Shelton, and I'm a smart justice leader with the ACLU of Connecticut. I am here to testify in support of House Bill 6859, an act concerning predictable scheduling. Every person should be able to work in an environment that treats them with respect. Last year, I worked in a restaurant that is part of a national chain. This was the first job I had after serving some time in prison, and it was the only job I was able to find that would hire me. Even though I have a long resume and a great work history, I had no choice. I had to take what I could get, and at this particular restaurant, nearly every employee was formally incarcerated. And when we were hired, we began at one wage. But for our second paycheck, our hourly rate was dropped by $2 an hour. And when I questioned the boss why, his response was, because I could. I realized he was using my marginalized situation for his financial benefit. The manager at this restaurant frequently changed staff's work schedule on the fly. Eventually, I was fired after my manager texted me at 1 a.m. to come in for a 9 a.m. shift, which I did. But he couldn't find coverage for the rest of my shift later that day. Otherwise, I would have to work another 13-hour shift. I had also just worked a 93-hour work week. I have screenshots of his text messages where he told me it's a full-time job. You have to understand that there's always priorities. And with threats like, I'm willing to give you one more chance, the offer ends today if I didn't come to work. It was a horrible working environment. The entire staff constantly put up with ridicule, but I have to tell you that at the time, I didn't have any other options. HB 6859 will give workers the stability we all need, ensuring that more than 140,000 retail, food service, long-term care, and hotel workers in Connecticut will have a more predictable schedule and paychecks. More than anything, it will ensure the employers that their employees will with respect by setting their schedules in advance. Workers appreciate stability, and reducing the stress of an unpredictable schedule helps everyone. Whether a restaurant like where I worked or a big box store, I think we've all seen employees who are exhausted and depleted. People clearly need time to rest. And that benefits no one, not the company, not the workers, and not their families. When you can't rely on stability in your job, it makes it impossible to pay bills, plan for childcare, take care of your own health, well-being, and make plans for the future. Working people in Connecticut deserve to have jobs that respect their time while allowing them to thrive and prosper. I strongly urge for this committee to support HB 6859. Please. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have for me.
Thank you. We had heard earlier that there weren't any workers testifying on this bill, but in fact, we do appreciate you standing up and testifying. It really is important to hear your voice. And I know it's not easy for people to do that. So we appreciate you being here. Representative Hughes.
Thank you for testifying. I just have one question.
Sure.
If this bill passed and you had a minimum amount of hours, like you said, you worked 90 hours that previous week. If you had the opportunity to work extra hours, what would that look like? Like, what would you prefer? You had your hours, would it be an opt-in kind of thing that you can volunteer to sign up for extra hours? What would that look like? Or were you mandated to work that?
I was mandated to
Got
work
it.
those hours with no overtime pay
Got it.
and threatened to be fired if I didn't show up.
Okay. And what were there colleagues of yours that did want to work as many hours as they possibly could?
There were,
Yeah.
and they were treated the same way that I was, threatened to be fired.
Okay.
And a lot of them had little small children and lots of bills and a lot of health issues. So we were taken advantage of.
That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Next up, we have Pastor Rodney Wade. You'll be testifying remotely. If you can, please turn on your camera. There you are. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Senator Kushner and the rest of the committee, thank you so much for allowing us to be here to testify. My name is Pastor Rodney Wade. I serve as the senior pastor of Long Hill Bible Church in the city of Waterbury, where we fight for the dignity, equity of underserved and marginalized community members, regardless of their race, their set, and their immigration status. We also belong to the Recovery for All coalition, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for all of Connecticut's residents, bringing together more than 60 communities of faith, labor. And I'm here to testify in support of HB 6859, SB 1177, SB 1178, and SB 1180. I think the larger question, you all have my written testimony, but I think the larger question for this committee to consider, and I've been in a lot of hearings this session, will Connecticut be a state that is more concerned about entities than about people? Will Connecticut be a state that is concerned about the rights of the working man and the working woman? These particular bills help to protect the worker. HB 6859 will benefit almost of 250,000 shift workers in Connecticut working in retail, hospitality, and food services. It will ensure that they have access to stable jobs, that they will have access to their family on a regular basis, SB 1177 has been spoken about a lot, and I just want to speak about this from this standpoint. Coming out of the height of the pandemic, me and my wife went into a restaurant, and it was fairly busy, and the servers were doing the best that they could. And across from us, there was a couple who got a little antsy because they didn't believe that the server was moving as fast as they could. And what I said to that particular couple, these individuals are here to serve us. They are not our servants. And I think that's the larger question today when we begin to think about how we value businesses and how we don't value the workers. Are we seeing them as people who come to serve us, or do we see them as simply our servants? That bill will help tip workers to better their lives, better their family lives. It'll address systemic racism and gender inequality. I support this bill, and I believe that you all should support that bill as well. SB 11778, paid sick days. Over 88% of workers in Connecticut are not guaranteed paid sick days. This should not be in the state of Connecticut. We can, in fact, do better. And finally, all of us are taking Ubers and ride shares, and we ought to do right by them by setting a minimum pay standard for ride share and delivery drivers, requiring tech platforms to be transparent as it relates to how they're being paid. We ought to ensure that Connecticut drivers are treated with reciprocity by neighboring states, that workers aren't being squeezed by rampant inflation and precarious.
Pastor Wade, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you so much. I'm done.
I know that's very hard for Cameron to do. It's hard for anybody to interrupt a person when they're speaking, but it's particularly hard when it's a pastor.
Yes.
I do have a question for you, and I appreciate your testimony here today. We have heard testimony earlier today about one fair wage, about the bill that would get rid of the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers. There's been a lot of testimony that tipped worker servers in our state are averaging $33 an hour, and bartenders are averaging $38 an hour. That was a survey of 200 restaurants that was testified to by the Restaurant Association. And I just wondered if you have any personal knowledge of folks, members of your community, of your church, that are servers, and is that the kind of wage that they're earning?
I would argue that that's not the case, that many are in fact struggling, doing the best that they can to stay above water, in many cases taking 2 and 3 jobs to be able to support their families. And so, you know, that may be the case in some communities, but that's certainly not the case in my community.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there? Yes, Representative Acker.
Pastor, thank you so much for your passion on these issues and for the workers. And you brought out when you started out, you said thinking about the entity and over the employee. And I'm an entity. I have a small business. And I always tell when I speak about my business is that my number one responsibility is to my employees. I want to make sure that they have a good wage, benefits, and they go home safe from my job and go and I do ask them if I can, if anybody wants to work, Saturdays, and most of them say no. And so I respect that. And so, but the entities also have a place here to employ people.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we look at different entities, going under, not making it, that there's a void left in those workers. And that's part of it. Part of this is balance, right? I'm not here to support a business just to support the business. I want to support the business so that they can employ people and pay them and take care of them for benefits. That's what my role here as a legislator. Any thoughts?
So I would argue over the last century, that has been the prominent argument, that we need businesses to make our state strong. But what we learned out of the pandemic, there is no business without workers. And what we also learned throughout the pandemic, you could ride around any city and you would see on the signs of those restaurants offering people to come work in those businesses for a higher amount of money than they had ever been willing to give before. And so if we could do that in the heart of the pandemic, certainly we can do that now. That would be my argument.
And I thank you for those comments, and thank you for taking the time to testify tonight.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Leslie Blateau. Did I say your name correctly? Is it Blateau?
It's Blateau, yes, thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committees. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm a teacher, parent, and resident in New Haven. I'm the president of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, an at-large vice president of AFT Connecticut, and both organizations belong to Recovery for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for Connecticut, along with Pastor Wade, who I'm happy to follow, although he is a hard act to follow. So I am here today to support two bills specifically, SB 1177, an act concerning one fair wage, and SB 1180, an act concerning rideshare and delivery driver minimum standards. First, Connecticut's minimum wage is $14. Servers earn the sub minimum wage of $6.38 per hour. When Connecticut's minimum wage goes up to $15 on June 1st of this year, servers will still earn just $6.38. This is not fair to these workers who provide comfort, kindness, and good service to so many of us throughout our state. Tipped work isn't glamorous or lucrative. Some tipped workers at high-end restaurants do well, but they are the exception, not the norm. Most of these workers struggle to make ends meet. Many of these workers are our students and families in New Haven Public Schools. And some of these workers are members of my union who work in the service industry to make ends meet. Predictable income will provide much needed stability to working families throughout the state. This stability will not only improve their quality of life, but it will also improve working and learning conditions in our schools, because economic stability in working class communities contributes to improved academic, social, and emotional outcomes in our classrooms. Second, now is the time for the state of Connecticut to support our rideshare and delivery drivers, again, many of whom are family members of the students we educate in New Haven and recent graduates of New Haven Public Schools. This important bill will set much needed minimum pay standards, require tech platforms to be transparent with what they're charging and paying, and ensure Connecticut drivers receive equal treatment in neighboring states. And yes, there's opposition to this bill, but let's investigate who opposes this bill and why. Because I know members of this committee are committed to the working families in this state, not to large tech companies who, quite frankly, don't need any additional support like Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash. So let's demonstrate our commitment to working families and pass this bill. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify this evening.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any hands at this time, but you bring up another good point. As a teacher, you do remind us of the effects on the family. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Perla Cardozo.
Hello. All right.
Go right ahead. We can see you and hear you.
Okay. Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Perla Vanessa Cardozo. I am submitting my testimony today to express my support for HB 6859, an act concerning predictable scheduling, and ask you to vote in favor of this legislation. Thanks for your time and attention on this important issue for our state. Every worker in Connecticut should have access to a stable job that provides opportunity and treats them with respect. Tens of thousands of workers in Connecticut begin their work week without knowing their schedule. They work on call with unpredictable, fluctuating work weeks that they can't control. They cannot rely on their jobs to provide stability or a reliable paycheck. They are denied full-time hours, so they don't receive benefits, and they cannot seek another job as they don't have a fixed schedule. The effects are devastating for working families, and this impact has been even more devastating for low-wage workers, especially people of color. When I graduated from high school, I worked at a Latinx grocery store in New Britain, where a lot of high schoolers, young undocumented immigrants, and young moms work there as well. This workplace wasn't and still isn't the best for anybody till even now. Oh man, a lot of young women, whenever they would apply, they would give them the role as a cashier, right? And they would work crazy amount of hours compared, high school students, right, would work crazy amount of hours compared to moms who work the first shift, which would be from 8 to 3 or 8 to 4. But for young cashiers, high school students, they would work from 4 to 9. But when the weekend would come, they would work 10 hours straight with just a 30-minute break, right? And if someone called out sick and they would call someone else to come in and they would say no, they would just cut the hours of that person because they felt like it and because they felt like they weren't going to be reliable, right? So on top of that, a lot of the workers who were working in the grocery store in the back also faced the same things. And also to highlight, right, it's not just like poor people, but it's also like immigrants, right, who are getting paid under the table, right, that I saw firsthand, that were really struggling, right, to make ends meet, and also just working a lot of hours. Workers in our state cannot wait any longer. I strongly urge you to support HB 6859, the predictable scheduling bill as written this session. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. Next up, we have Christine Moretti. I don't see Christine. Next, I know we had Ben Zipper, who Sue Warzik was a duplicate, and it was supposed to be Ben. Is he with us? I don't see him either, so we'll move on to Pekak Mamdouh. I'm sorry, I screwed up your name really badly. I apologize. Please say it clearly for us so I can get it right.
Well, thank you so much and good evening. My name is Pekak Mamdouh, and I am the co-founder and chief of staff at One Fair Wage. Before that, I was a delivery boy, bus boy, and waiter. My last job was at Windows on the World. And on 9/11, I lost 73 of my brothers and sisters that work with me at the World Trade Center. What most of us seem to forget is that tipped workers are also immigrants. Most of these immigrants work for tips. Most of them stay as bussers all their life and they don't get promoted. So their tips are just like 20 to 25% of what tips of what waiters are making. They cannot survive without a full minimum wage plus tips. With this inequality in salaries, they cannot raise their families in dignity. They have to work multiple jobs just to buy living essentials. If we are not stopping right now having this two-tier system minimum wage, we will lose all our staff to other industries. We are tired of being financially discriminated against. One Fair Wage has been fighting to end the sub-minimum wage for tip workers for decades. That fight has reached its max now because post-pandemic, workers are refusing to work for sub-minimum wage. And in sub-minimum wage will signal to millions of workers in Connecticut that wages increases will be permanent and that it's worth coming back to the industry. A voter in DC just voted to raise the minimum wage for tipped workers last fall. We are currently moving bills and ballot measure on this issue in 13 states. We thank the leadership in Connecticut for prioritizing one fair wage legislation for fighting to end the sub-minimum wage for tip workers once and for all. Without legislation, we will continue to see conditions that have led many people or many workers to leave this industry. The restaurant industry is desperately trying to recover and overcome a historic staffing crisis. Enacting one fair wage is more important than ever. There is no workers in this life or in this world that is refusing to raise in their salary unless they are misled or they are lying too. For the record, and I hear today that we were talking about restaurant workers that they are making $100,000, $120,000, $140,000. Yes, that's correct. That's right. But the median minimum wage for restaurant workers or for waiters is $12.15. And this is the U.S. Department of Labor Bureau of Statistics that's having this study. So when I used to work at Windows and Word, I used to make more than $100,000. I used to make more than $140,000, but that's not everybody. Restaurant industry, it's not just in this richest, nicest places where rich people live and rich people go and eat. There is a lot of places where restaurant workers are living and eating just like in pancakes and in they cannot even support their families. The people that they are feeding us, they cannot take food to their families, and they are using all the government subsidies. They are using them. So we are the taxpayer are paying for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdouh.
You got it.
Thank you for your testimony. And first of all, I want to tell you that I was in Windows of the World many, many times. And some of my favorite memories of my time in New York City, I had in their banquet room, celebrating workers' victories. And it was really pretty wonderful. I know how tragic it was for you to lose your colleagues in that horrible event, and something that when you mentioned it took me right back to that day. And I'm sure it did a lot of people in the room. So accept our sincere condolences for a loss that you'll probably never, ever forget. So we do appreciate you mentioning that here today, and thank you for being a server in New York, probably someone that I had the pleasure of being served by and didn't even know it. So thank you. I appreciate your testimony. You did use a statistic from the Bureau of Labor Statistics of $12 roughly an hour for a server. Was that for Connecticut or was that national figure?
That's national.
That's a national figure.
And including tips.
Okay, and that includes tips?
Yes.
Oh, well, thank you. I thought you were saying that was the median wage. I didn't catch that, but I appreciate that. Any questions or comments? Well, thank you for being here, and thank you
so
for your advocacy. Next, we have Brandon Mencia. Is Brandon here? I think he's supposed to testify remotely and I don't see him, so we'll move to Debbie Wright. Deborah. And everybody, I knew it was Debbie because I worked with Debbie for many, many, many years.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner. It's always good to see you and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Deborah Wright, and I am the Political Director of United Auto Workers Region 9A. UAW is also a proud member of the Recovery for All Coalition. We have submitted testimony in support of 5 bills today. I'm going to quickly go through a few of them, and then there's one that I want to focus on the most. We are in support of SB 1177, which is the One Fair Wage bill. The UAW worked on this issue with One Fair Wage in Michigan. We are also working on this issue in New York and Massachusetts, in addition to here into Connecticut, and we would like to see this bill passed. We are also in support of HB 6859, the Fair Workweek schedule bill. I will say, as my former colleague, Kim Forte, who testified earlier, we were both at the Legal Aid Society together. I was a public defender for 23 years, and I can tell you that I have many stories of clients who were faced with the irrational decision of whether or not to skip their court appearance and risk having a warrant issued for their arrest or keep their job because they did not have the ability to know what their schedule was going to be ahead of time. And if they then obviously went to court and then got fired from their job, would have had complete instability for their families. And so it is time that these franchises actually provide this for their workers, just like every other worker that we have, and they have the ability to do that. And we would like to see this passed. We are also in support of SB 1178, expanding Connecticut paid sick days. I don't need to take a lot of time to remind everybody the millions of people who did not have an access to one paid sick day before the COVID pandemic and what that resulted. And so we need to learn that lesson and finally expand this for all workers here in Connecticut. We are also in support of SB 1179, which is amending the Connecticut paid family leave. Just like the other unions that came before you today, our members are experiencing the same thing, where they are not being able to get the full benefit of their STD plans along with the paid family leave plan. These are things that they actually paid for, or negotiations with their employers gave up benefits or wages for, and we need to be able to fix this. We are also very happy to see the inserted language that will allow the tribal nations to opt in to the paid family leave. We have members, Senator Kushner, as you know, at Foxwoods, who have not been able to get this benefit. And so we are hopeful that they will finally be able to do that. I want to talk about SB 1180, which is the rideshare and delivery driver bill. We have been working, the UAW has been working with Connecticut Drivers United for several years now. We are also working on this issue in New York and in Massachusetts. And I don't think there's one person in this room that has not used one of these digital platform companies. And I have to say that the members behind me, the drivers behind me, were absolutely essential to all of us at some point, even before the pandemic, but especially during the pandemic. And the situation and these business models that Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, Instacart, we all know these companies. The business models that they choose to carve out these workers and say that they're not their workers has to stop.
Excuse me, Ms. Wright, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Thank you. Connecticut has the ability to lead. You can actually outpace New York and Massachusetts at this point and be the first to actually pass worker protections, pay benefits for them, and also fix the reciprocity issue, which is a huge issue for these drivers, in that when they want to actually take fares outside of Connecticut, they want to be able to do that. You also want to fill up your car on the way back, and they're not able to do that. Their apps are shut off, and they're not able to have any kind of ride to come back to actually make some living in that point. The other point I want
Ms. Wright, just once again, you're at your 3 minutes.
The other point I just want to make, though, is the transparency issue is a huge one, because they actually have no ability to know what profits these companies are actually getting and pocketing when they're actually charging the consumer. And then they get very, very little in terms of what they can actually make off of those rides. So again, I'm just going to say Connecticut has the chance to lead, and I hope the committee does that. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a few questions, so don't go anywhere. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you for being here. Just a small one. I know in your testimony, you referenced that working with issues the same in New York and Massachusetts. What are the issues similar to what is going on with Connecticut, or are there other issues as well in those two areas?
The issues are the same. I mean, what the other states are also looking at, except for Massachusetts, is how can we also make sure that these workers stop being misclassified as independent contractors. Now, Massachusetts, as you know, and is the envy of the country in having the strongest ABC test and actually making sure, right, that these workers are not misclassified. And so the bill that has actually been introduced as Massachusetts is basically saying, like, this is our test, right? And these workers don't fall outside of these protections. They actually are employees of this company and then are working to ensure that they get the pay that they need, safety measures that really need to be considered, because again, these drivers are put into, some hazardous conditions, stopping these corporations from basically offsetting any type of liability, risk of actually doing business onto the actual drivers and back onto the corporations themselves.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one follow-up through you. Is the reciprocity issue an issue as well in Massachusetts and New
No,
York?
it is not. That is the issue that's unique here to Connecticut.
Thank you.
So I do want to follow up on that, and I know we're going to have other folks testify today, drivers as well as other attorneys who have researched these issues. But we have had some conversations with the owners of the app. And in those conversations, they take the position that the reciprocity and let me just say it really plainly. If you go to New York City from Connecticut, you've got a fare that goes to LaGuardia or to Rockefeller Center. You are not able to access someone to return home, a fare to take home to Connecticut. Your app is not alive to take that, to get a fare to come home. And what we've been told is that's because of the New York State rules and regulations of the Taxi Commission, New York City and New York State. And that in fact, there was a bill passed a number of years ago in Connecticut on that very issue to say that then New York drivers with a New York driver's license can't pick up a fare. I'm saying fare, I think that's the taxi terminology, but you know what I mean?
Yes.
Pick up a ride in Connecticut back to New York. That's been what we've heard from the corporation. I wondered if you know anything about that, and if you don't, then I think it's something that we need to research and understand better, and we'd ask you to look into that.
I will look into that because I don't want to misstate something. And so I will research and get that information to you.
Thank you. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Couple things that the reciprocity, I believe should be a simple fix. I believe we have in current law now that the Attorney General of our state can contact the Attorney General of the state that they want to have reciprocity with and just get it done. I don't think it needs to be in statute. I think it already exists. I checked on this on other trade licenses that we should be able to have. So that should be something that should be very simple and makes very good sense. The other piece of transparency, I think that's, obviously I think that's an obligation of an employer to have transparency on what an individual is getting. I don't believe we can set a rate though, by what I'm reading in our Department of Labor testimony, that we can't set a rate. They can enforce minimum wage, but they seem that they can't. This is not something that is in the purview of the Connecticut Department of Labor. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I think you are going to be able to set minimum standards for these drivers, which I think would be above what they are getting now. But I can look into that further and also get that information to you.
Yeah, they say they can, that in minimum wage is what they obviously have to and do, and other wage theft stuff that they is under their purview, but they don't have the ability to do what this legislation is asking them to do. So if you could look into that and get back, if you find something different of that, that would be great. But the other two pieces to me are just no brainers, simple to get done. That's the struggle piece that we, and then transparency would let them know what they're getting. What would be, here's what they're, what they're going to
They
get.
would also
for a
let
fare.
them know exactly how much that the consumer is paying, which is far above the earnings that they actually get from those rides.
And that's part of the transparency piece, right?
Yes,
That to me is, essentially, here's what I'm getting paid, and so that my expectation for pay is going to be. So, but I think that component is important, but I don't know how we do the wage part. But thank you so much for your testimony and your advocacy.
Thank you.
Oh, I see no questions, so you can go. Sorry, you can go now. Yeah, I was falling back into ordering you around. Actually, you never worked for me directly. You were president of a local. And I never ordered people around. Maybe a little, maybe a few times. It was always for the good of the workers, though. Next we have, I don't know if he's with us yet. Is Joe Toner in the room? I usually can see Joe, and I don't see Joe here today. Huya Jarami remotely, or I don't see Puya here. Next is Francisco Diaz. Is Francisco in the room? Oh, you're right. I thought I'd seen him. Oh, I'm guessing you're next. Sarah Ganon. Sarah Ganon. Oh.
Thank you. Good evening, community members, committee members. Great to be here, and especially great to welcome Representative Belton to the dais. We're happy to see you here. My name is Sarah Ganong. I'm the State Director of Working Families, and our organization is also a founding member of the Recovery for All Coalition. Thanks for the opportunity today to testify in support of 4 bills, HB 6859, SB 1177, SB 1178, and SB 1180, and you can find more detail in my written testimony. Our organization has been in the fight for paid sick days in Connecticut for many years. Unfortunately, however, as you've heard today, we've fallen far behind other jurisdictions and states, with only about 12% of our workers guaranteed paid sick day coverage. The bill before us today modernizes our law, particularly in the light of the recent 3-year anniversary of the global pandemic. It's essential that our laws not differentiate between the size or classification of employers regarding sick time. All workers deserve paid rather than unpaid sick leave. Offering unpaid leave does not address the problem before us if the worker still can't afford to take time off. Moving to the predictable scheduling bill, this would benefit over 250,000 Connecticut workers. They face the daily and weekly challenges of unstable, unpredictable schedules, uneven, inadequate incomes, and poverty wages in many cases, and lives that are challenging to plan. The bill before you today carefully applies to workers only in a narrow range of industries, but it targets the sectors that are most responsible for the harmful practice of on-call scheduling. The bill also allows employees to decline any hours not listed in their original posted schedule without retaliation, and they can always accept additional hours by consenting in writing and able to initiate their own shift swaps among coworkers, which is a misconception that we've heard in testimony here today. WFP is also proud to support the One Fair Wage bill to address unfair wage disparity among workers in different industries. Overwhelmingly, as we've heard, tipped work is low-wage work. Even if workers at high-end restaurants might be earning high wages, the majority are not. And after celebrating International Women's Day yesterday, we've unfortunately heard from many former servers about their lived experience of harassment and discrimination. There's also been a lot of scaremongering around this bill, and I've heard echoes of what we heard in 2019 around the fight to raise the minimum wage to $15. As I think we can all agree, implementation of 15 in our state has been a success, benefiting workers and businesses alike, as folks are able to spend more money at many of these restaurants and retail establishments. We heard earlier from a restaurant owner who mentioned the change to the tip wage law in Minneapolis, and I personally found it interesting that the restaurant group has actually decided to build a new restaurant in that location, apparently based on the fact that the state is implementing that law. Finally, I think we can assume the tip minimum wage would raise wages for workers in the restaurant industry because according to a New York Times report, the National Restaurant Association is lobbying against it, even using funds from the industry and the workers themselves. The investigation published earlier this year found most servers paying a small fee to a company called ServSafe for an online food safety class. The NRA took control of ServSafe over a decade ago, and according to the New York Times, has lobbied many states to mandate the training offered, I believe including in Connecticut. These fees are allowing the NRA to fight against increases to the minimum wage, as they did in 2019 and as we heard here today. Finally, our organization is supporting the Rideshare and Delivery Driver Minimum Standards Act. For the first time in Connecticut, the bill would set minimum standards for rideshare and delivery drivers and transparency for those of us who are riders. Many of the companies offered what appear to be worker autonomy and flexibility, but are instead unstable earnings in disguise. The bill levels the playing field for the workers who are often unseen, holding our economy together, and allowed many of us, including myself, to safely stay in our homes during the worst times the last 3 years.
Excuse
They
me, Mr.
deserve our
Ganong, just a
respect.
heads up, you're at 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much for your time and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Acker.
Thank you for being here with us late in the afternoon. I'm struggling with the 12%, that only 12% get the term paid sick leave or sick days or personal time off. What's the 12% include? Because I know that many businesses do personal time off that's occurred similar to this, accrued, similar to this, right? Are we separating the two and saying that they have to be specified as one thing, or is that, and I'm trying to read the new language here, and so that's what I want. I don't, so 12% seems like a very small amount in the state of Connecticut that receive paid time off or paid sick days.
Yeah, and thank you for the question. So my understanding is that under the current law of the bill passed in 2011, 12% of workers work for companies that are mandated to require the paid sick time. I agree that there's a lot of additional companies that do so and have framing as sort of different combinations of time off or offer it even if they're not required. But as we know, right, that's also a benefit that could then be taken away if there's a different CEO, times change. So yeah, that number is folks that work at companies that are large enough, the 50 plus employees in the appropriate sectors to have it be required.
Thank you. So let me see if I'm correct. So the 12% was to the workers that were in the legislation prior to this legislation, which now encompasses, everybody.
Yeah, and the law that currently is statute in the state, not the proposal before us, which would cover all workers.
So I would just suggest an updated percentage would be appropriate, if, for our knowledge, that if, in those areas, I get it. In those service sectors, I could see part-timers, whatever, they didn't get any type of time. But when we encompass all workers now in the state of Connecticut, that 12% isn't not even close from I would imagine.
So the current law covers workers who are employees of companies with 50 or more employees. And again, there's plenty of companies who have 3 employees, 30 employees that offer it out of their goodwill, right? And I would suggest here that we shouldn't sort of base worker standards, whether or not your business owner has goodwill towards their employees, but mandates that are fair for everyone, which is what I believe the bill before us would do.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks for your question.
Thank you. Representative Backert, I had the same question when I heard that originally. And I think that what I think you're saying, and I want to be really clear about it, is that this is not the percentage of workers that have paid time off or paid sick days. It's the percentage that are covered by the current statute. And so, as you point out, there are many employers who already provide this benefit. And I think the purpose, I would ask this as a question, I would assume that the goal is to level the playing field. There are many, even small employers, who provide more than the statutory requirement, even though they're not required to do so. This would not hurt them because they're already doing it, but it would level the playing field with those companies that aren't paying any kind of sick time or very little sick time for their employees.
Yeah, absolutely. That's correct. And I think it's also important that we try to make sure that the bill aligns with the paid family and medical leave statute. So for example, right now under current law, it's possible for folks to be able to take paid leave if their injury, illness, whatever gets so serious that they might have to take 4, 5, 6 weeks off work, but they couldn't take necessarily 1 or 2 paid sick days to deal with the problem before it becomes an emergency. So I think addressing that is really important.
I had not thought of it that way. And I thought a lot about this bill. And so I appreciate that. I hadn't realized that, in other words, in Connecticut, if you're very seriously ill, you can apply and receive benefits. If you're a private, an employee of a private employer, you can receive benefits from the paid family leave program, but you might not be able to take a few days off to avoid getting sicker. Very important to point out. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you for your testimony. Next, I believe online, we have Chris Bird.
Good evening. Thank you for the time to present. The Connecticut Lodging Association opposes HB 1177. HB 1177 overlooks the realities and complexities of the lodging workplace and will add additional burdens to the employer-employee relationship. Maintaining tip credit and tipping systems allows hotel employees to earn higher wages. In Connecticut, the hotel must make up the difference in the combination of tipped employees' wage plus tip if it does not meet the state's minimum wage. Therefore, we are in opposition to this proposed bill. In addition, the Connecticut Lodging Association opposes HB 6859. In recent years, lodging establishments have adjusted to market demands. HB 859 overlooks the realities and complexities of the lodging workplace. Since the onset of the COVID pandemic, demand for lodging has been so unpredictable. Travelers are making getaway decisions within 2 and 3 days of travel. Connecticut, fortunately, appeals to neighboring states as a drive-to destination. With the ease of getting here, they can make plans later without considering a potential higher airfare. For travelers who book in advance, there are no longer financial consequences for canceling right before their intended stay. Hotels have been forced to waive cancellation policies for individual room nights to remain competitive. The other thing I'd like to talk about is many people overlook the importance of the group, event, meeting, tours, and trade shows and conferences when discussing the lodging industry. As with the individual travelers, hotels have a very small window to determine the demand for rooms and counts for food and beverage services. To accommodate the needs of the event hosts, who are often looking to maximize participation and revenue, hosts generally require a guaranteed number of attendees 3 days before the start of the event. The changes in the final number can significantly impact staffing. I, for one, have had a business group that has signed a contract 10 days out. Have this bill been in place 14 days out, I would have had to pass on the opportunity to bid for this business because I would not be able to afford to staff it and then not have the business if the contract did not come through. The competitive disadvantage, the lodging industry has very few ways to address the proposed changes in raised Bill number 6859. They will place the entire state tourism industry and ancillary businesses at a competitive disadvantage. Restore stringent cancellation policies, impose rigid event attendee counts, increase room rates and food and beverage charges overall. These potential responses make Connecticut a less desirable destination, negatively impacting not just the lodging industry, but the ancillary businesses. In the lodging industry, business rely on demand and changes daily. Flexible scheduling is crucial to employers and employees.
Mr. Byrd, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
This proposed bill will burden the employer-employee relationship. However, I understand it has good intentions. The results will negatively impact the people it seeks to help.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You brought up some things. I'll just make a statement is that I have both been a guest who showed up last minute and booked a room while walking in the door. I've also had to cancel short notice due to emergencies. And I've also booked group rates with room blocks and never really thought to consider that the impact of the timing and why there was scheduling dates are in effect. Why you have rules and limits on how much time you need to so thank you for opening my eyes to that as we further consider, and we're going to talk as a group, but all the things you touched on, I guess I've been an offender or a participant in. So thank you for sharing that perspective.
My pleasure.
Seeing no other hands, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Liz DuPont Deal.
Hello. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and other members of the committee. My name is Liz DuPont Deal. I live in Windsor, Connecticut. I'm the Associate Director of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group, CCAG. We testified today in support of SB 1177 concerning one fair wage, 6859 concerning predictable scheduling, 1178 regarding paid sick days, and 1180 regarding rideshare delivery and driver minimum standards. We are a member of the Recovery for All Coalition, and we speak in solidarity with other RFA partners testifying today. CCAG and our thousands of members are strongly in favor of all these bills, which together will go a long way to establish fairness and respect for Connecticut working people. Hundreds of thousands of working people are struggling to raise families, while a handful of wealthy corporations and wealthy residents are getting even wealthier. Adding insult to injury, working people in Connecticut are also contributing a greater share of their income in taxes, while the wealthiest fail to pay what they owe to state and local governments. That isn't an accident. Decades of bad policy choices have made Connecticut ground zero for the most extreme racial, economic, and gender inequities in the country. First, I'll address SB 1177 concerning one fair wage. The subminimum wage now in effect affects a workforce of nearly 70,000 tipped workers in Connecticut, 70% of whom are women and 36% of whom are people of color. And their testimony today, I will say, has been really eloquent and says more than we ever could. SB 1177 eliminates the subminimum wage, forcing employers to pay tipped workers a full minimum wage and allow them to continue earning tips. Connecticut's minimum wage is $14 an hour. It will go up to $15 an hour June 1st, 2023, but the subminimum wage for tipped workers is $6.38. When the minimum wage goes up, the subminimum wage is set to remain at $6.38. SB 1177 corrects an injustice whose roots date back to after emancipation, when the restaurant industry sought to hire newly freed Black people without paying them, forcing them to live on tips. This concept was made law, excluding a workforce of mostly Black women from the full minimum wage. Today, Connecticut remains one of 43 states that permits this business model built on slavery and has allowed a workforce that is overwhelmingly women and disproportionately women of color to continue receiving a subminimum wage. Servers directed to perform non-service duties do not generate tips, i.e. cleaning bathrooms, sweeping floors, prepping food, etc. They must be paid the full minimum wage for that work. The Connecticut Department of Labor regulations require employers to keep records and ensure workers are paid properly. If the employer is ever in doubt about which rate to pay, they are required to pay the full minimum wage. When employers don't follow the rules and cheat workers, it is considered wage theft. Please correct this legalized wage theft with SB 1177. Additionally, HB 6859, 1180, and 1178 are also critically important in establishing a manageable and safe work environment for hardworking people. How can we be surprised?
Your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Thanks. I'll just note that after listening to some of the testimony today, it's good to see that a lot of restaurant workers are making a good living wage, but I would invite us to consider where that occurs and where privilege plays into some of the more wealthy restaurants where workers are making a better wage. So I thank you for the opportunity to testify and welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Acker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Liz, thank you for your testimony. And it's, yeah, I would agree that in terms of, restaurants, if you're working at a breakfast place, it's going to be far different than, a nice steak joint, and that I will agree with. But the term you use, legalized wage theft, is theft. There's no legalized wage theft in the state of Connecticut. People, if they get away with it, they're getting away with something illegal. So do you have a comment on that? Because that's we have a Department of Labor for a reason. We have wage inspectors, probably not enough of them from what we've been hearing. But overall, if someone's not getting their fair wage and making them at least the minimum wage, that's theft, period, not legalized theft.
Yes, well, thank you for the question. I think that turn of phrase reflects our understanding that the current law is allowing theft. I think that's the perspective of those who are seeking to change the law. The current allowing of this sub-minimum wage is essentially, it is legalized, it is legal, but it is also theft. I think that's our understanding and that's our position.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands at this time. I appreciate your testimony. I do want to point out that we're going to pause for just a couple of minutes